The focused beam pierced the grim desolation, suggesting a perilous search had just begun. A solitary, cautious step echoed through the cold, stark silence. Their silent formation bristled with an unspoken readiness, every fiber taut for the impending clash. Footfalls barely disturbed the skeletal ruins as they moved with calculated, wary intent. A voice confirmed the system's methodical sweep, searching for the unseen. The invisible world yielded its secrets in sterile, digital lines. A sudden, sharp realization snapped their focus, the target unequivocally found. Pure, animal terror seized the small frame, seeking desperate refuge. A flash of desperate motion, the child bolted into a wild, hopeless escape. The rifle's bark shattered the air, and for a heart-stopping instant, a blinding light engulfed the child. A guttural command ripped through the chaos, demanding instant action. But then, warmth washed over a new scene, a sunlit room promising an unexpected calm. His eyes snapped open, startled, the sudden light a shock to his system. He awoke to the world, the blinding sunlight gently overwhelming his senses. The outside world now appeared as a sanctuary, a children's protection zone bordered by an idyllic church and open sky. His toes explored the strange new surface, wiggling hesitantly. For a child raised in debris, this orderly space felt utterly alien, a floor too strange to navigate steadily. Every detail of his new life, from the smooth floors to the fresh meals, spoke of a nurturing order he had never known. On the serene hill, he found a quiet refuge for his thoughts. Two curious voices broke his solitude, wondering why he kept to himself. Their innocent invitation, meant as friendship, struck him with a profound, terrifying trauma. His small body coiled, every nerve screaming in panicked, visceral fear. A desperate shriek escaped him as their playful pursuit became his terrifying chase. Then, a delicate yellow wing brushed his head, momentarily halting his terror with a flutter of pure wonder. A clumsy thud, and his brief enchantment abruptly ended. Her gaze drifted, finding quiet solace in the peaceful world beyond. The woman in the wheelchair gently clarified that the child's silence stemmed from a lack of learning, not an inability. The rescue team had deemed him a wild child, a Mowgli figure. The younger woman's confused query met a knowing, amused glance. With a good-natured chuckle, the older woman excused the younger's cultural gap. A faint smile touched her lips as she began a tale from before his arrival. A distant bell chimed, marking the turning of the day. A cacophony of cheerful chatter filled the air as children converged around an adult, buzzing with excitement. The vibrant chaos swirled around him, a disorienting, bewildering world. A small hand pointed, a curious voice asking about the mysterious, sealed paper. As the child pondered, a quiet voice observed the object was indeed a letter. The red-braided girl patiently explained the letter came from a sponsor, often accompanied by gifts. Her innocent query turned to him, wondering about his own sponsor. The room bathed in peaceful sunlight, holding untold stories within. As they ran, she cheerfully defined a sponsor, an adult who offers care. A lively debate erupted over the true nature of adults, playfully settled by the red-braided girl's compromise. She gossiped about Matthew's sponsor-gifted toy, notoriously used for mischief rather than play. Amidst playground swings, she dramatically declared Lily's new frilly dress utterly gross. She shivered with childlike disgust that Joe actually spoke to his sponsor, a feeling the boy clearly mirrored. She fiercely insisted no sponsor was needed, her mother had promised her return. Within the cozy fort, her voice recounted a mother's promise, just 100 more sleeps. An older child offered simplistic comfort that 100 nights would vanish swiftly, but the boy remained utterly confused. By the lantern's glow, a whispered hope escaped her, wishing for her mother's swift return. Lost in thought, he absorbed the quiet beauty beyond his world. With a slow blink, his world transformed from day to a dazzling, star-filled night. The cosmic dust danced within his eyes, reflecting infinite, silent wonder. The very stars seemed to rush past, a dizzying, fantastical journey. From the far reaches of space, a new player entered the cosmic stage. The teacher cheerfully narrated a tale of interstellar friendship, aided by her playful puppets. A confident declaration shattered the illusion, "That's a lie." He rallied his peers, asserting the teacher's fabrication proved they were still treated like babies. Ancient pages rustled open, revealing forgotten truths and untold histories. He proudly divulged the source of the forbidden tome, the principal's own study. A pointed finger underscored the text, "Long ago, aliens came to Earth. Colossal, shimmering beings of pure cosmic energy descended, dwarfing the cities below." But in this stark reality, humanity erupted in frantic panic, as news of global crisis spread. In grim conference rooms, the fate of humanity rested on the terrifying power of Haek. The world retaliated with steel and fire, unknowingly challenging an enigmatic power of cosmic design. But then, a slender, ethereal finger gently touched down, a silent catalyst of change. A towering cosmic entity reached into the void, drawing forth unimaginable power from a swirling maw. The boy with glasses triumphantly declared the aliens simply ate their weapon, ending the war, adding, "Hungry." A final bell chimed, followed by a cheerful, beckoning call. A flurry of excited children clamored for attention, one name cutting through the joyous noise. His new name, Mori, resonated with a faint, unfamiliar confusion. The gentle woman presented Mori with an envelope, an unexpected missive solely for him. He carefully clutched the sealed letter, heavy with unspoken promise. An unseen voice questioned his joy, but the news of a sponsor only filled Mori with wide-eyed surprise. As a bucket crashed down in protest, Mori's own confusion only deepened. His gaze found the red-braided girl, her face etched with profound, silent distress. Uncontrollable sobs racked her small frame, a torrent of raw, overwhelming sorrow. A soft rustle settled over the room, as if time itself held its breath. A raw, wounded cry of "Go away" tore through the quiet, startling the young boy's hidden watch. 3 identical boys spun in dizzying circles, their curiosity almost tangible. Her small body shook with wrenching sobs, each tear a testament to profound, unspoken sorrow. He crawled forward with wide-eyed curiosity, a silent probe into her quiet despair. With a soft sniffle, she mourned the precious, cherished things that felt so far away. A hesitant cookie offered solace, but she only scoffed, her hurt too deep for easy comfort. 100 nights have passed, she revealed, her voice heavy with the weight of unseen time, a silent testament to her enduring sorrow. Her voice cracked, a fragile echo of the crushing loneliness she now felt. In her deepest sorrow, she offered a silent, curling embrace, finding solace even in shared vulnerability. She clung to him, tears still flowing, while his wide, innocent eyes absorbed the unspoken depths of her grief. Through lingering tears, a faint, tender smile finally touched her lips, a fragile connection. His eyes widened, a world of disbelief in his innocent question, "Can I really eat this?" His hunger became an undeniable, intensified torrent, his eyes glued to the tantalizing treat. A thoughtful hum settled with the child's shadow in the sun-drenched quiet. "You can't read, can you?" she challenged, snatching the paper with a decisive chayap. She sounded out the simple words, her voice trailing off into an expectant, searching query. "Is that all?" she exclaimed, shaking the empty envelope with a dismissive powlang, leaving him startled. A shimmering blue flower brooch rested, holding a quiet, ethereal glow. His wide, surprised eyes absorbed the silent wonder of the tiny, luminous object. A soft gasp escaped as his fingers cradled the fragile, glowing blue bloom. As others slept, he lay awake, his heart softly thumping, captivated by the flower's mysterious glow. He drifted in a vibrant, sparkling sea of blue petals, his face alight with pure, unburdened, dreamlike joy. The soft thumping of his heart mirrored a quiet restlessness, as he stirred while the others slept soundly. The church bell chimed brightly, marking a new, vibrant day. "Mori," an older child shouted, their voice urgent, holding an envelope that promised new tidings. A warm smile graced the woman's face, as an unseen voice marveled at Mori's burgeoning fortune. "Wow," she breathed, overwhelmed by the incredible bounty piled before them. He sat amidst a dazzling array of gifts, his wide eyes brimming with innocent wonder. She mused on the simple words and messy handwriting of the letters, while others erupted in joyous shouts over a doll and vibrant new crayons. She pondered the unseen benefactor's motives, suspicion warring with gratitude, wondering if kindness always masked wealth or ulterior designs. Her cynical thought hung in the air, framed by the innocent sparkle of brand new crayons. His innocent eyes sparkled with perplexed confusion, utterly unaware of any hidden guilt. "Stop, Mori," the red-braided girl cried, horrified as he prepared to sample a vibrant new crayon. "You dummy," she chided gently, then showed him the proper way, transforming paper with a red squiggle. "Oh, I'm surprised," he declared, his world suddenly bursting with newfound, vivid revelation. The room was drenched in brilliant sunlight, promising a glorious day. The director's cheerful request for laundry help floated on the warm air, promising a day of communal effort. With pants eagerly rolled, the children embraced their chore, ready for the splashing joy ahead. Joyous splashing erupted as tiny legs churned the bubbly, sudsy water. "Look," one boy exclaimed, marveling at their wrinkly toes, as they joyfully thrashed the water. "What's so amazing about that?" she groused, holding laundry, their simple joy baffling her. A joyous chombang echoed as legs vigorously thrashed the sudsy water. His eyes, wide and sparkling, held the pure, unburdened amazement of childhood. As Mori gleefully splashed, a tender smile touched her lips, acknowledging the simple, undeniable wonder of children. Her warning about splashing was abruptly cut short, her attention seized by a frantic, joyous call. Her surprise quickly melted into sheer, unbridled elation as she sprinted, arms outstretched, screaming, "Radina," across the sunlit field. Her face, streaked with joyful tears, shone with an utterly radiant, incandescent happiness. The bucket tumbled, spilling water as a foot joyfully splashed into the fresh spill. The red-braided girl launched herself into a tearful, joyful embrace, finding long-awaited comfort in familiar arms. "Emom," she cried, utterly overwhelmed, dissolving into a sparkling, tearful reunion. Their heartfelt embrace, a beacon of rediscovered love, captivated the other children's silent gaze. His wide eyes watched, a quiet wonder dawning in his perplexed expression. From afar, he observed the tender embrace, a silent witness to a bond he could only ponder. With a soft, peaceful smile, she offered a tender, heartfelt farewell. She offered him practical advice, and he earnestly nodded, a silent promise of careful eating. A generous hand offered new boots and a bag, a silent, weighty promise of care. "Wear these," she urged, preventing cold feet, eliciting a silent, heartfelt jolt of surprise. A fierce, visceral warric embrace enveloped him, her cry of "Mori," filled with raw emotion. Yet, beneath the assumed joy of the hug, his wide eyes held a complex, unspoken confusion. He slept, a soft, contented smile gracing his dreaming face. A sweet, sparkling embrace sealed their tender, unspoken connection. A small, distant figure waved goodbye, as a new journey began under the vast, open sky. Amidst a sea of waving hands, he stood still, quietly witnessing another farewell. Again, he settled on the lonely hill, a small, pensive figure against the vast horizon. Though an undeniable void remained, he found solace, drawing a treasured letter from his shirt, his loneliness momentarily banished. The letter, adorned with a blue flower, whispered promises of comfort and connection from afar. The red cloak draped around him, soft as the gentle caress of warm sunlight. The talking doll and vibrant crayons brought endless, simple, pure delight. Kind letters carried the imagined, sweet perfume of fragrant wildflowers. Amidst a soft flurry of blue petals and sparkling light, he inhaled the silent promise of a letter, lost in a serene dream. A tender finger traced the blue flower, a silent, yearning touch. His gaze, distant and determined, was fixed on a future he could only imagine. Her earlier, skeptical questions echoed, wondering who this kind benefactor was, and if their generosity masked a deeper, adult guilt. Tears of pure, sparkling joy streamed as she reunited with the embrace of her mother. A single, glistening tear welled, reflecting the depths of his silent, stirring heart. He sat on the hill, pondering the deepest yearning of his young heart. Could this kind, unseen person truly be his mother? As the doll beckoned to dreamland, he carefully packed his treasures, embarking on a quest of his own. Under a vast, starlit sky, he stood resolute, a small figure prepared for a momentous, midnight journey. A final, silent goodbye was offered to the distant, receding comfort of the orphanage. Then, with a breath, he took the monumental first step into the shadowed unknown. With a second step, yellow boots now firm, he strode onto an unknown path, guided by the silent, sprawling stars above. Along the winding tracks, through the whispering, dark forest, he pressed on, driven by the profound hope of finally meeting his mother. The barn offered a serene respite for its slumbering inhabitants. His peaceful dreams were briefly interrupted by an unexpected, affectionate. The young boy blinked away the last vestiges of sleep, surrounded by silent observers. The gentle past slipped away, yielding to an unknown future. The rhythmic of the train carried him, without a second thought, deeper into his hopeful quest to find his mother. The endless desert unfolded, a desolate canvas for his solitary, winding journey. His small boots, already dusted with travel, bravely met the arid earth. His gaze, alight with wonder, sought new marvels across the open expanse. An innocent curiosity shone brightly in his wide eyes. Alone in the immense quiet, his small figure pressed on against the desert's silent grandeur. Each determined step stirred the whispering, ancient sand. He traversed the tranquil vastness, a tiny voyager in an indifferent, endless world. A sudden shattered the silence, drawing his gaze upward. A question mark hung in the air, mirroring his wide-eyed bewilderment. On the distant horizon, a vague menace began to materialize. The of engines grew to a menacing roar as aggressive riders, one brandishing a weapon, closed in with unsettling speed. Raw terror widened his eyes to impossible depths. He darted frantically through the sand, the of pursued an agonizing pulse at his heels. Like predators closing a trap, they spread out, tightening the inescapable circle around him. A stark resolve hardened the features of an unseen observer. From a strategic high point, the male rider silently surveyed the unfolding drama below. A shared shock rippled through the trio as one blurted, "Huh? What's this?" He huddled low, small and fragile, as a voice above him challenged his very humanity. Surrounded, the men exchanged bewildered, intimidating questions, wondering aloud at his tiny stature and strange existence. As two figures coldly pondered his market value, a silent, rising dread overwhelmed the small boy. A chilling preceded a sinister suggestion: "Why don't we just eat a little bit?" His predatory hand reached out, drawn by the chilling thought of taking just one leg. A monstrous fist suddenly erupted, a raw, violent impact. A furious roar challenged, "Who said you could touch it as you please?" The terrified man in goggles and scarf stammered a cowering apology to his intimidating boss. The creature huffed, dismissing the boy as insignificant prey, then, mid-thought, paused, "Wait." With a subtle, the boy looked up, his innocent gaze wondering, "What's?" A sudden, urgent shout alerted them: "These bullets." A lone soldier with red glowing helmet, a blur of power, soared defiantly through the air. Panic flared among the men, screaming, "It's a rider," even as the creature roared, "Don't panic. It's just one of them." With desperate, they unleashed a futile storm of bullets. The soldier with red glowing helmet's motorcycle blurred, effortlessly weaving through the desperate, frantic gunfire. Brilliant red lasers erupted, a fierce, aggressive retaliation from the charging soldier with red glowing helmet. A guttural underscored the creature's explosive rage. A colossal punch ripped the earth, unleashing a wave of destructive power. A wild, enraged roar split the desert air. Undeterred, the soldier with red glowing helmet sped onward with singular focus. The desert floor violently erupted in a burst of fire. A sinister twisted its lips in predatory confidence. With of raw energy, its hand surged forth. A sudden, stark shock flared within its single, wide eye. High above, the soldier with red glowing helmet's motorcycle asserted a dominant, aerial power. Explosive green energy ripped from the soldier with red glowing helmet's weapon. Blinding green blasts tore through the apocalyptic, jagged landscape. He instinctively shielded his eyes, vulnerable yet remarkably untouched by the chaos. Amidst a final, the soldier with red glowing helmet made a heroic, powerful entrance, commanding the dust-filled air. A massive crater scarred the desert, a testament to raw, destructive power. The soldier with red glowing helmet's engine hummed a challenge as he declared, "How dare you, in my territory." A sudden startled the small boy, filling him with a sense of awe. He looked up, a tiny figure facing the towering, enigmatic presence of the soldier with red glowing helmet. A gaze of multiple, glowing eyes spoke of otherworldly power. The soldier with red glowing helmet's voice rumbled a curious question as the boy met his gaze with silent defiance. One intense eye narrowed, uttering a single, resonant word, AIA. A glitching from the talking doll proclaimed his fear and nervous state, observed by the soldier with red glowing helmet. The talking doll declared him a human infant, while the soldier with red glowing helmet, contemplating, lowered to meet the boy's curious point. His small head tilted, absorbing the strange new world. A hearty erupted, as the soldier with red glowing helmet warmly greeted, "Hello there, little one." His innocent face registered a blend of surprise and utter confusion. He offered reassurance, introduced his creation AIA, and kindly observed, "Looks like you're lost." With a reassuring, the soldier with red glowing helmet declared, "This rider will take you home." A fragile, innocent hope blossomed within his eyes. Unbeknownst to the innocent boy, the talking doll coldly assessed his meager value, pondering if he'd sell better as meat or a toy. The talking doll hopped, calculating potential auction prices for his nice clothes, as the soldier with red glowing helmet looked on, utterly confused. A flicker of concern crossed the soldier with red glowing helmet's face as he urged the confused boy, "Wait, little one." A subtle tension filled the air as the soldier with red glowing helmet's hand reached, sensing something. A cold of extreme terror seized his sweating face. With a sudden, the soldier with red glowing helmet dramatically exclaimed, "Ha! Oh my! Is it this late already?" He offered a boisterous, clearly feigned apology, insisting he was just so busy. The motorcycle rattled as the soldier with red glowing helmet, dismissing the boy, loudly convinced himself, "Great, great." With a loud, the soldier with red glowing helmet declared, "I'm off," speeding away. A momentary and a fleeting glance over his shoulder. A flush of regret washed over him as he swore, realizing, "I almost ruined my life there." The talking doll chimed, taunting him with chickening out, to which he roared, "Shut up." Complaining of a parched throat, he gratefully accepted the of a pouring drink, "Oh, thanks." He drank deeply, a moment of fleeting satisfaction. A confused escaped him as he suddenly sputtered his drink. An unexpected tore from him as a tiny stowaway was revealed. With utter exasperation, he demanded, "What the? When? How did you get on?" He thrashed in frustrated fury, screaming, "Get off! I said get off!" Amidst of falling bodies and a smiling rock cheerfully announced, "Hi! I'm Stone." He braced himself, grimacing, for the inevitable impact. A dazed, "Ugh, my head," escaped him, amidst the soft of scattered papers. In the disheveled aftermath, he sat dazed, surrounded by floating pages and an unexpected fluffy companion. The creature pondered the mysterious missives now resting in his hands, wondering what they held. A sudden rustle of paper stole the young boy's breath, leaving him wide-eyed in surprise. A visceral aagh tore from the young boy as the terrifying creature proclaimed his awakening. The creature calmly explained the warmth, prompting a quiet, slightly embarrassed thanks from the young boy. From his paper-strewn repose, the man in bucket helmet voiced a concern for the young boy's hydration. With light dodo-dodo pattering footsteps, the young boy sprinted towards the distant campfire. His dodo-dodo footsteps slowed with a dawning realization as he approached the fire, mug in hand. A sudden jack and chua splash erupted, shocking the creature as stone ricocheted away with a tyang. The creature stood, Jairuk water squishing from his face and hair, a picture of mild annoyance. A dramatic, wide-eyed kayak escaped the young boy, his panic palpable in the sudden quiet. Amidst a papabababat of flying papers, the young boy realized the talking doll was the culprit. The creature's multifaceted green eyes glowed with an intense, enigmatic focus. The young boy cringed, covering his face with the papers and red cloth in a wave of shame. An off-panel character intently examined the distinctive symbol, certain of its origin. Narration revealed the grand, ominous power of the symbol, belonging only to him. A dark illustration of ritualistic sacrifice depicted a grim act of hastening death. The creature's powerful eye blazed with focused intensity, hinting at unseen depths. With a mungal rub of his chin, the creature appeared deep in contemplative thought. The glowing green eye suggested the creature's mind was churning, a mystery unfurling within. The narration presented a collage of observations, a seemingly naive human, a pervasive symbol, and surprisingly valuable papers. A character examined the paper, noting the ink's soft, almost sentimental quality. A mischievous SSI grin spread across the creature's face, already anticipating a rich reward. The talking doll's weary voice signaled a low battery, prompting the young boy to suggest rest. With a hollow flap and a cholkuk click, the creature activated a device as he strode away from the dormant machine. The vast desert stretched out, serene and expansive under the clear sky, beckoning them onward. The creature made an upward gesture, seeking confirmation. Got it? As they trekked, the creature boastfully declared his rarity as a lifesaver in their harsh world. He continued, self-assured, about his unmatched knowledge of the area, oblivious to the romantic lizards nearby. The creature concluded his self-congratulatory speech, claiming his actions constituted an incredibly good deed. With a knowing smile and a sweeping gesture, the creature spoke of their impending arrival. The creature looked down, noting the young boy's muljupiot hesitation and fidgeting. A snap in the air, then the creature's persona sternly demanded the young boy's focus. The young boy squirmed and mumbled, utterly distracted by a fascinating beetle. The young boy's innocent distraction was abruptly silenced, leaving a harsh, chaotic void. A frantic kwaak from the man in bucket helmet demanded Yenma spit out whatever Yenma was eating, amidst Yenma's own bedung struggles. The man in bucket helmet crawled across the vast desert, exhausted, while the young boy sat small nearby. With an angry jjeop, the man in bucket helmet scolded the young boy for his dangerous eating habits, clutching his chin. The man in bucket helmet, holding a bug, educated the young boy on identifying potentially poisonous insects by their bluish legs. He continued to impart crucial survival knowledge, emphasizing signs of toxic plants and creatures, as the young boy nodded. Relief washed over the man in bucket helmet, believing the danger now averted, though fate often had other plans. The man in bucket helmet shouted, "Don't do it," as the young boy reached inquisitively towards a strange object. "Don't touch it," he screamed in panic, running as the young boy approached a dangerous plant. A desperate, "Don't go," from the man in bucket helmet was too late as the young boy plunged face-first into mud. Covered in sparkling sand, the young boy sat, washed away, as the man in bucket helmet expressed frustrated concern. The man in bucket helmet stared at the sky, contemplating his bewildering situation and his own actions. The young boy quietly drew by the campfire, its warmth radiating peace into the night. As he slowly moved from his rest, the man in bucket helmet asked about the young boy's latest artwork. The young boy enthusiastically babbled about his drawings, leaving the man in bucket helmet delightfully confused. The man in bucket helmet thoughtfully pondered the runes, wondering if Mori was the young boy's true name. He pointed at the drawing, questioning the identity of the mysterious black figure. The young boy pointed directly at him, causing the man in bucket helmet to react with confusion. "What? Me?" the man in bucket helmet exclaimed, utterly shocked by the young boy's nod. The man in bucket helmet gazed at the drawing with a serious, almost melancholy thoughtfulness. The writer stared at the simple drawing for a long time, the weight of the gesture settling upon him. The narration revealed it was the first time anyone had ever drawn the man in bucket helmet. The talking doll commented on the writer's good mood, making him flustered and the young boy softly chuckle. The talking doll humorously identified its own depiction, rating the young boy's observational skills. A small, almost imperceptible physic smirk played on the man in bucket helmet's lips. The talking doll then enthusiastically instructed the young boy to draw the writer more impressively. Creating something from nothing was difficult, yet adding a little sparkle could transform it completely. A cheery sun character greeted, "Hi. I'm Sun," as a hand held a glowing compass. The man in bucket helmet stood majestically on a rock, embodying grand adventure. He declared their next objective, "All right. Once we cross that hill," with firm determination. "Hey! Listen," the man in bucket helmet yelled, frustrated, at the distant, dawdling young boy. He impatiently threatened to leave the young boy behind if he didn't hurry. The man in bucket helmet's eyes widened in sudden, profound surprise. The young boy was seen playfully engaging with a tiny, bipedal desert creature. The man in bucket helmet stood in utter shock, green liquid dribbling from his mouth in disbelief. A sharp, sudden sound ripped through the air as the unnamed horned character screamed in utter disbelief. Flames surged with a terrifying roar as two small creatures huddled in abject terror, while another figure frantically fled for its life. A gloved hand, resolute yet desperate, plunged into the heart of the raging, orange inferno. Amidst the swirling, furious blaze, a silhouetted figure stood defiantly, an unyielding presence against the destructive power. The unnamed horned character despaired, his spirit sinking at the relentless, flickering flames. The horrifying prospect loomed that the child would be utterly consumed, leaving no trace behind. But in that critical moment, with a sudden rush, the red cloak fluttered, hinting at an unforeseen turn. A jolt of surprise visibly struck the unnamed horned character, his gaze snapping sideways as a small robot hovered by. The young boy watched, wide-eyed, as a miraculous golden energy swirled and systematically vanquished the roaring flames. A powerful, resonant hum vibrated as an intense vortex of light and energy pulsed at its core. A quiet sigh of contentment escaped the young boy as he settled onto the desert sand, golden specks dancing around him in the calm aftermath. In the vast, open desert, the unnamed horned character silently observed the young boy and the two small creatures, the landscape stretching out peacefully. The unnamed horned character stared in comical shock, while one small creature nervously sweated and the other clapped in pure, unadulterated joy. His heart pounding with concern, the unnamed horned character knelt, urgently asking if the young boy was all right. Leaning heavily, the unnamed horned character groaned about the overwhelming shock that had nearly undone him. A visceral snarl contorted the unnamed horned character's face, his gritted teeth and glowing eyes radiating pure, unadulterated fury. With an angry grunt, the unnamed horned character confronted a large brown creature, his weapon held menacingly, a storm of rage brewing. Two small creatures trembled violently, overcome with an instinctive, paralyzing fear. The unnamed horned character's accusation cracked like lightning, his voice booming with fury as he condemned the large creature for its perceived deceit. "This one's a child too, you idiot," the unnamed horned character bellowed, indignant fury pouring out as he cradled the young boy protectively. Still seething, the unnamed horned character aggressively challenged the retreating small creatures, his rage unspent. A sudden warning from the floating small black robot pierced the desert air, jolting the unnamed horned character with an alarming surprise. With twin, seismic crashes, a colossal creature erupted from the ground, dwarfing all who stood before it. The gargantuan, rock-like behemoth loomed overhead, its glowing blue eyes an overwhelming, silent threat. "Damn it," the unnamed horned character cursed, a jolt of sheer terror seizing him as he realized the true, terrifying age of their foe. "It's coming," the robot shrieked, sending the unnamed horned character into a frantic, panicked flight. In a baffling turn, the gigantic creature gracefully bowed its immense head toward the small creatures, whose bows in return punctuated the surprising scene with heart-shaped awe. The immense creature performed another respectful bow towards the small, insignificant beings, leaving observers utterly bewildered. The unnamed horned character was rendered utterly speechless, a stuttered sound escaping his lips as he processed the bizarre spectacle. "Why you? Don't think I'll let you off easy," the unnamed horned character raged, only to be comically interrupted by an unseen voice asking about his shouting. The young boy and the small creatures looked on with curious, bewildered expressions at the unnamed horned character's perplexing outburst. A soft rustle and a brilliant shimmer announced a small creature presenting a large, glowing yellow crystal. The young boy smiled happily, playing with his crystal, while the unnamed horned character watched, a quiet domestic scene unfolding around them. A small, delighted exclamation burst from the smaller yellow creature as the young boy shared a tiny, precious feather. "Why are you circling?" the floating small black robot exasperatedly asked as the young boy and small creature playfully swirled around the surprised unnamed horned character. The unnamed horned character watched with a thoughtful hum as the young boy pointed out the two small creatures climbing the colossal, stone-like being. The smaller yellow creature, utterly content, slept peacefully nestled against the rocky expanse of the gigantic creature. The unnamed horned character looked thoughtfully at the young boy, who was himself lost in contemplation, clutching his cloak. The unnamed horned character soberly informed the young boy that his miraculous cloak was the sole reason for his survival. With sparkling wonder, the young boy floated as the unnamed horned character explained the cloak's astonishing, temperature-regulating, fire-vanishing properties. His wide, innocent eyes sparkling, the young boy clutched his cloak, a profound, unformed gratitude dawning within him. The unnamed horned character observed the playful chibi figures swirling around him before the scene shifted to a serene desert sunset. As the campfire softly crackled, the unnamed horned character and the young boy found peaceful rest, settling in for the night. The young boy looked away, his mind clearly drifting into unspoken thoughts. The unnamed horned character lay deep in thought, his arm instinctively covering his mouth in contemplation. The unnamed horned character, his voice serious, commanded the floating small black robot to display all available data on humans. The floating small black robot dutifully projected glowing green holographic data, summoning knowledge for the unnamed horned character to observe. "This is all the data we have," the floating small black robot stated, presenting a stark, symbolic overview of humanity. The unnamed horned character responded with a quiet, thoughtful resignation to the limited information. The unnamed horned character pondered the young boy's origins, prompting the robot to explain the unique, reproductive nature of humanity. A forgotten epoch unfolded as Earth's ancient masters returned from the stars to find a world teeming with an explosion of new life. Among the myriad of new beings, a creature emerged, defined by its stark capacity for immense greed and unbridled violence: humans. From the very ground they walked upon to their own kind, humanity's numbers dwindled, a tragic, self-inflicted decline. The unnamed horned character mused critically on humanity's decline, reflecting on the apparent neglect of future generations. A silent gulp punctuated the unnamed horned character's pensive thoughts, the weight of the data settling within him. The young boy slept soundly, curled securely under his red cloak, untouched by the flickering campfire's warmth. A soft, almost imperceptible sigh escaped the unnamed horned character as he gazed tenderly at the peacefully sleeping young boy. A small, trusting hand reached out to gently connect with the large, gloved hand of the unnamed horned character. The young boy's small hand found purchase, gently grasping the unnamed horned character's gloved finger with innocent affection. With a tender, almost reverent gesture, the unnamed horned character gently touched the sleeping young boy's head. The young boy's face remained serene and untroubled, lost in the quiet slumber of innocence. The unnamed horned character's gaze held a complex mix of tenderness and conflict as he watched the sleeping child. A soft murmur escaped the unnamed horned character as he held the sleeping young boy gently, a silent promise forming. The unnamed horned character lay quietly, his expression hardening with a new, unwavering determination. The floating small black robot analytically confirmed the cloak's astonishing ability to evade all biodetection systems, explaining the anomaly. "I will find it," the unnamed horned character declared, his glowing face hardened with fierce resolve. The unnamed horned character lay protectively beside the sleeping boy, a silent vow ringing in the dark: he would succeed, without fail. The young boy drifted through a serene oblivion, utterly content. A soft whoosh pierced his tranquil reverie, drawing his gaze heavenward. His innocent curiosity fixed on the boundless expanse above. A quiet awe blossomed, widening his eyes to an unseen marvel. The fleeting wonder twisted into a bewildered question mark. His gaze stretched, utterly consumed by an overwhelming revelation. The world had gone quiet, leaving him listless in another's grasp. The unnamed horned character's voice broke the dim silence, questioning if the boy had finally stirred. With a gentle gesture, the unnamed horned character invited him to witness something new. A vast, ancient city, born of stone and mist, unfolded before them with grand indifference. Within its rugged heart, rough passages led to quiet nooks hinting at a rustic life. The young boy stood within the stone city, his small frame brimming with innocent wonder. Bridges soared and structures climbed, a testament to an industrious life within the awe-inspiring heights. An unbridled "woow" escaped the young boy, his excitement echoing the unnamed horned character's knowing satisfaction. "You're quite cute," the unnamed horned character purred playfully, joining two other unique characters in an outpouring of affection for someone unseen. He found himself encircled, a tiny beacon under a shower of intense, curious gazes. An overwhelming tide of adoration washed over the young boy, leaving him flushed and utterly speechless. "Go away. Shoo!" the unnamed horned character roared, defending the young boy with an exasperated scream, lest anyone touch his precious cargo. The unnamed horned character sighed, surprised by Mori's sudden popularity, which the floating small black robot quickly confirmed. Boots scuffed against the textured ground, carrying the unnamed horned character away from the commotion. The unnamed horned character observed the bustling cave city, a kaleidoscope of activity, from a quiet distance. "Can I touch him?" a hooded character pressed, sparking a tense exchange about ownership and a familiar address of Raider. A new presence emerged, striking and enigmatic, named Valentine. "Who even eats humans these days? That's barbaric." Valentine scoffed, deflecting the unnamed horned character's accusation with dry, self-assured humor. The unnamed horned character extended an envelope, its distinct wax seal holding a silent question. Valentine instantly recognized the symbol as a payment marker from a past trade negotiation, a revelation that surprised the unnamed horned character. "They're probably in the city," Valentine revealed, sending a palpable shudder of shock through the unnamed horned character. Valentine drew a curious connection between the young boy's black hair and a past bargaining partner, lightly tapping near the boy's head. The unnamed horned character demanded supplies, only to be met by Valentine's unapologetic, steep price of 50. "Don't raise the price on me," the unnamed horned character yelled, a fierce scream punctuating the explosive argument over dwindling resources. The unnamed horned character implied past trickery, while the young boy, with a determined poke, pointed at the floating small black robot. Valentine, visibly stressed, made a final, desperate offer, claiming no further compromise was possible. Coins jingled with satisfying finality as the unnamed horned character, having secured a deal, celebrated amidst chuckling onlookers. The floating small black robot, displaying its remaining charge, suggested a desperate sale of its own battery. "Are you telling me to starve to death?" the unnamed horned character exploded, contemplating selling the young boy's possessions in desperation. The unnamed horned character held up a small golden item, seeking its value while the young boy looked on with a worried worry. "It's a Tomas stone," Valentine revealed with knowing amusement, surprising the unnamed horned character. A dramatic smash echoed, revealing the Tomas stone broken into several glowing fragments. "Oh my! There," Valentine mockingly cooed, delighting in the unnamed horned character and young boy's exaggerated horror. "Now take a closer look," Valentine urged, as the shattered Tomas stone began to subtly shake and shimmer. The Tomas stone shimmered, then glowed intensely, visibly reforming itself with an ethereal light. "It fixes itself," Valentine announced, astounding them with the stone's self-repairing, light-emitting magic. "It's practically worthless," Valentine revealed with smug sarcasm, as the unnamed horned character slumped in disappointed thump. "Take it, Mori," the unnamed horned character conceded, dropping the now worthless stone for the young boy to claim. The young boy crawled across the dim, earthy ground, reaching out for something unseen. The young boy walked alone, the golden Tomas stone now clutched in his small hand. A shadowy hand, swift and sudden, reached for the Tomas stone at the very moment the young boy did. The young boy gasped in sudden surprise as the shadowy hand lingered near the stone he now held. A tall, menacing masked figure, draped in shadow, loomed over the young boy and the Tomas stone. "Oh, very cute," the masked figure purred, its yellow eyes unsettling in their predatory gaze. The masked figure abruptly grabbed and pulled the young boy by his cloak, startling him with its sudden force. The masked figure's shadowy hand forcefully seized the young boy's arm, initiating a desperate struggle. The masked figure ensnared the young boy in a terrifying purple vortex, forcing him to drop the Tomas stone amidst reaching shadowy hands. The young boy gasped, a masked face reflected in his eyes as he plummeted into sheer terror. His face contorted, a silent scream of absolute terror tearing through him. The masked figure looked down, its yellow eyes impassive, as the young boy's terror echoed around them. He stood utterly lost, a tiny, vulnerable figure adrift in a disorienting void. "Kung, Kung," the thumping dread intensified as the young boy screamed and cried in profound distress. His face twisted in anguish, the young boy screamed loudly, overcome by his overwhelming fear. The subterranean gathering pulsed with a quiet energy, a realm where hidden agendas might stir among the cloaked figures. A sudden, guttural roar tore through the cavern as the horned character realized Mori's disappearance with escalating panic. A chilling suspicion settled over the man in the bucket helmet as unseen eyes confirmed their presence. A predatory kryok escaped the shadows, a single unsettling eye gleaming with malevolent intent. The realization hit the horned figure with stark, wide-eyed clarity. An urgent plea echoed through the passage, a desperate attempt to halt the unseen fugitive. As his robot scanned the shadows for a sign, the horned character's voice boomed, demanding the fleeing creature halt its escape. His demand was a raw, forceful declaration, leaving no room for defiance. The hooded creature scrambled with desperate urgency up the steep incline, a furtive glance betraying its fear of pursuit. With a surge of fierce determination, the horned character prepared to confront the challenge above. From the darkness, a silent kryok escaped its unsettling, masked gaze. A furious rage ignited in the horned character as his robot confirmed, a warm, living form, at 36.8 degrees Celsius, was concealed within the creature's pocket. "That bastard," the horned character roared, certain Mori had been stolen, commanding his robot to go up and intercept the fleeing captor with a decisive. The hooded creature fled through the winding passage, unaware of the persistent shadow dogging its steps above. Driven by singular purpose, the horned character tore through the dark passageway with relentless speed. The robot began its methodical scanning of the surrounding hidden town. The robot's deep scan unfurled the vast, intricate labyrinth of the underground world before them. With a sharp, the system presented 14 potential escape routes. A quick, confirmed the most probable trajectory, Route 2. As navigation roared to life, the horned character braced himself for the relentless pursuit. A guttural accompanied the swift descent down winding stairs, the chase gaining fierce momentum. A wary, escaped the creature as it peered cautiously from its hidden vantage. With precise commands to move to the bridge, the creature contemplated its desperate descent into the depths below. The hooded artist proudly unveiled his masterpiece, a sand portrait meticulously crafted over half a year. In an instant, his painstaking, sand-grain masterpiece was reduced to a scattering of dust. A sorrowful, turned to pathetic sobs as the hooded creature, unseen, let out a mocking. With 2 sharp alerts, the robot signaled an abrupt halt, as the creature's cloak splayed upon the cavern floor. The system quickly rerouted to Route 11, the horned character maintaining his relentless pursuit through the uneven passages. The masked creature's eyes held a deep, unsettling intensity. A desperate turn to wide-eyed, primal shock, gripping the young boy in terror. He reached the predicted destination point, his arrival marking a critical turning point. An ominous, glowing maw, emblazoned with yellow warnings, marked the threshold of a new, perilous realm. He committed to the luminous, patterned floor of the unknown chamber. A vast, multi-tiered abyss, lit by an ethereal glow and humming, with strange energy, stretched out before the horned character. A nervous betrayed the horned character's sudden, very human apprehension. "Are you serious?" the horned character demanded, his sharp, now, cutting through the urgent, of the shifting map. The robot's luminous eyes burned with unwavering, mechanical readiness. He launched across the vast chasm, his swinging form a dramatic against the void. A desperate escaped his throat as he plunged, flailing, into the cavernous abyss. A startled glance revealed the pursuer, a distant, swinging figure, now closing in on the hooded creature. A sudden, pounding of surprise turned to frantic flight as the masked creature broke into a panicked sprint. The creature looked up in alarm as a flying motorcycle plummeted from above, a dramatic, swift descent. With a powerful, the flying motorcycle sliced through the air. A final of the motorcycle signaled the end of the chase, leaving the 2 figures in a tense, silent standoff. "Who are you?" the creature stammered, its nervous underscoring its feigned confusion at such menacing pursuit. "Mori. Answer me," the horned character roared, his desperate cry met only by the young boy's terrified, and silent peek from his hidden confinement. A deceptively gesture of innocence masked the creature's cunning intent. The robot meticulously scanning the voice with a sharp. "It's Mori," the robot confirmed with 98% certainty, and a primal, of rage exploded from the horned character. "Give me back my human," the horned character bellowed, refusing to let the creature play dumb about the tiny human in your pocket. The creature, feigning utter bewilderment, declared, "This is something I've been raising all along," boldly claiming ownership of the human. With an impudent, the creature turned the tables, asking why he would seek what it had supposedly raised. As the robot confirmed, Mori's fear level rising, an inferno of rage intensified in the horned character, pushing him to the brink. "You bastard," the horned character roared, a weapon emerging with a furious, as he demanded Mori be produced immediately. The creature's calm, defiant no hung heavy in the air. With chilling audacity, the creature simply declared Mori too cute to release, intending to raise him as its own. The unnamed horned character with red skin, seething, recognized the infuriating voice, his challenge already a silent threat. From above, the masked figure's words descended like judgment, labeling him an infamous outlaw with a forbidden creation. As the unnamed horned character with red skin readied his weapon, the masked figure questioned his very capacity for nurturing. The masked figure listened intently, absorbing the declaration that Mori would be raised with an abundance of affection. An intense, accusatory gaze from the unnamed horned character with red skin probed the masked figure's unspoken fondness for the child. A swirling void briefly consumed the masked figure's eye as the unnamed horned character with red skin challenged them to let Mori decide his fate. A subdued quiet settled over the masked character, their stance suggesting contemplation of the stark proposition. The masked character, caught off guard, dismissed the child's potential choice as utterly insignificant. A sudden gunshot startled the floating small black robot, its green eyes widening in alarm. A warning hummed through the air as the masked character calmly reminded him of the grave consequences of firing a gun in town. The unnamed horned character with red skin, fueled by a singular determination, internally dismissed the warning as irrelevant. Confined and overwhelmed, the young boy's terrified screams echoed through the tight, dark space. The narration confirmed the child's profound fear, a tiny, isolated figure swallowed by a vast, black void. Trapped and petrified, the young boy huddled against the crushing presence of a monstrous boot, the confined space a terror. Suddenly, a jolt of awareness pierced the darkness, seizing the young boy's wide-eyed attention. A mysterious voice cut through the shadows, revealed as the familiar, albeit unsettling, talking doll. The young boy stared, bewildered, as the talking doll offered an unexpectedly mundane, pre-bedtime instruction. The masked character, appearing calculative, proposed a generous compromise to their opponent. The masked character's chilling offer, to split the child, provoked a stunned, visceral reaction from the unnamed horned character with red skin. The narration chillingly confirmed the gun's lethal potential, poised and ready to devastate its target. The unnamed horned character with red skin grimly assessed the catastrophic implications for the child if the creature's pocket contracted upon impact. As the unnamed horned character with red skin grappled with a desperate internal dilemma, the masked character's voice sliced through, demanding attention. The masked character's eyes narrowed, seething with anger and disdain at being so brazenly disregarded. With a swift, aggressive motion, the masked character lashed out, their foot cutting through the air. A sharp intake of breath escaped the masked character, their face contorted in a mix of distress and disgust. The masked character erupted in a chaotic surge of enraged roars and growls, the young boy clinging nervously inside their pouch. The red-skinned character watched with mischievous amusement as the young boy, scaling the masked character's arm, impudently claimed a new title, Mori's but guardian. Trembling with unbridled fury, the masked character shrieked in disgust, the word filthy, an enraged hiss. The masked character's eyes burned with an intense, unyielding rage. The masked character's furious shouts followed the young boy as he cheekily wriggled further into their pouch. A rapid, forceful arm movement sliced through the air, indicative of the masked character's aggressive intent. The masked character cried out in agony, his arm mangled and precious jewel lost, green fluid oozing from the wound. The masked character's wide eye fixed intently on the barrel of the gun, a silent testament to the threat. Standing over the defeated masked character, the unnamed horned character with red skin delivered a stern, dominant instruction. Cradling the young boy protectively, the unnamed horned character with red skin issued a menacing warning against any further defilement. The unnamed horned character with red skin, gun aimed and eyes glowing with menace, delivered a dehumanizing threat that promised utter subservience. The masked character grudgingly acknowledged their opponent's swiftness as the unnamed horned character with red skin walked away with the young boy. The unnamed horned character with red skin muttered about the loudness of the gunshot, then ordered the small black robot, AIA, to activate. A large, red-skinned hand swiftly secured the young boy into place. With a whoosh, the red-skinned character and the young boy sped away on the motorcycle, leaving a blur in their wake. The unnamed horned character with red skin exhaled a long sigh of relief, the young boy observing their newfound calm. The unnamed horned character with red skin roared with joyous laughter, celebrating their escape under a bright, open sky with the young boy. Triumphant chibi versions of the red-skinned character cackled, relishing the masked character's earlier fluster, their laughter echoing a playful victory. The narrative confirmed the sheer ingenuity of the method that secured their escape, highlighted by the glowing controls. The unnamed horned character with red skin showered praise upon the young boy, Mori, who beamed with surprised delight. The talking doll's proud declaration filled Mori with an overwhelming happiness, his eyes sparkling with pure joy. The young boy, now sparkling with pure joy atop the red-skinned character, prompted a gentle, surprised smile from his protector. The small black robot, ever efficient, requested direction while simultaneously suggesting the most direct route. The unnamed horned character with red skin declared their joyful destination, the mystical whale's cradle. A frantic, off-panel voice belonging to the unnamed horned character with red skin, pleaded with the young boy to cease his upward climb. From off-panel, the small black robot calmly advised its passengers to remain stationary during the journey. The young boy and the red-skinned character exerted themselves, struggling with a strenuous climb. The young boy peered over the rocky outcrop, his curiosity piqued by the bright, open landscape. The young boy's face erupted in wide-eyed wonder, utterly captivated by the spectacle before him. The young boy raced across the sun-drenched hills, his boundless energy delighting the unnamed horned character with red skin, as the small robot silently watched. Vibrant white blossoms unfurled, a delicate beauty the young boy paused to appreciate. With effortless grace, the unnamed male character in a hood sprang through the branches, holding the young boy captive with wonder. Through ancient, decaying arches, the unnamed horned character with red skin walked, a quiet observer to the young boy's contemplation amidst the silent ruins. Beneath the rocky shelter, the small fire cast a warm, flickering glow, a comforting intimacy for the unnamed horned character and young boy. A sudden, unseen dread made them cower behind the rock, the oppressive landscape mirroring their silent fear. A sharp click echoed, then ragged huffs as the unnamed horned character with red skin desperately shone his light, revealing the young boy's raw terror and an eerily familiar figure lying unconscious. The floating small black robot's core systems registered a crucial alert, fear's bright spotlights demanded a swift save. Up the rough-hewn stairs, the unnamed male character in a hood moved with purpose, his torch casting dancing shadows across the ancient, graffiti-marked stone. The unnamed horned character with red skin cradled the sleeping young boy, a tender smile gracing his features as the small robot observed their quiet repose. Under dappled sunlight, the unnamed horned character with red skin floated serenely, safeguarding the young boy's peaceful slumber upon a small raft. In the dark cavern, countless glowing red eyes pierced the gloom, turning the serene journey of the unnamed horned character and young boy into a foreboding confrontation. Shrieking, tentacled horrors with glowing mouths plunged from the cavern ceiling, forcing the unnamed horned character with red skin to clutch the young boy tightly, shield him from sudden, visceral danger. The young boy gasped, utterly astonished by the glowing green object in his grasp. The young boy held out the mysterious green object, catching the unnamed horned character with red skin completely off guard with its strange glow. The powerful vehicles will spun into a blur, propelled by raw, technological might. A tiny vehicle carved a path across the immense, silent land, dwarfed by the ethereal glow of the aurora. His eyes wide with innocent wonder, the young boy became lost in the endless magic of a distant star. The unnamed horned character with red skin drove with fierce focus, his grip firm as the young boy settled into the surprising intimacy of their ride. Under a sky ablaze with aurora and impossibly vast, flying whales, the unnamed horned character with red skin piloted his machine through a dreamscape of pure magic. A colossal, silent leviathan navigated the stellar currents with breathtaking, ancient grace. High above, a single colossal whale dwarfed the unnamed horned character with red skin, a surreal monument against the swirling, alien sky. With an enchanted heart, the young boy stretched his hand towards the impossible, seeking to touch wonder itself. A soft, contented smile played on the unnamed horned character with red skin's lips, his gaze filled with unspoken warmth. Joyfully, the unnamed horned character with red skin hoisted the young boy skyward as the floating small black robot's eyes glowed, confidently engaging autonomous driving mode. His small hand stretched, seeking to grasp the very magic of the starry, glowing cosmos above. From his vantage, the young boy gazed up, utterly consumed by the breathtaking grandeur of the flying leviathan above. A tiny hand, suspended in air, longed to brush against the impossibly vast, dreamlike creature. The young boy's eye became a shimmering canvas, reflecting the grand, dreamlike ballet of whales and aurora, a secret world held within his gaze, far from the unnamed horned character with red skin's steadfast journey. The young boy's eyelid remained softly closed, a peaceful seal on his vivid, waking dream. A soft flutter, and the young boy's eye slowly opened, bringing him back from slumber. Bathed in a soft, golden glow, a woman with dark hair cradled her sleeping infant, a precious, lovely round one. The tiny face of the sleeping infant brought forth a whispered, cherished thought, my round one. Still wrapped in slumber, the young boy's eye remained gently shut. With a soft, slow grace, the young boy's eye gradually opened. A sharp cut through the air, startling the young boy awake with a dramatic, wide-eyed surprise. With a gentle gaze and soft smile, the unnamed horned character with red skin murmured, awake, as the young boy stirred drowsily. A soft smile hinted at affection as the unnamed horned character with red skin declared, AIA. It's because of you. As the vehicle roared through the desolate, snowy expanse, an unseen argument escalated, I was being careful. If you're unsatisfied, drive yourself, quickly countered by the young boy's firm no way. Autonomous driving is sweet. The floating small black robot boasted with glowing eyes, you can't do anything without me, can you? Provoking the unnamed horned character with red skin's proud retort, HEY, I created you, you know, leaving the young boy rather bothered. A heavy boot met the mechanical track, leaving sharp impressions in the cold, unforgiving snow. As their vehicle forged ahead, the unnamed horned character with red skin's quiet voice noted, this place hasn't changed, a reflection on enduring vastness. With a soft and a tense, the unnamed horned character with red skin carefully asked, shall we walk quietly from here, explaining the dire consequence, if those guys wake up and break our legs, we'll have to take the long way around. The floating small black robot enthusiastically declared with a flourish of, HEY, Mori. I'll show you something amazing. I'm telling you, what's underneath is incredible, met by a firm, nope. The floating small black robot's glowing eyes refocused, beginning a new line of thought, by the way. With a playful, the robot jabbed, aren't you a bit over-equipped? Can you even walk? You've got that super defensive cloak too, to which the unnamed horned character with red skin pragmatically retorted, you never know. The floating small black robot impishly proposed, besides, wouldn't it be fun to roll you up into a ball, to which the unnamed horned character with red skin flatly stated, that's abuse. Unyielding, the floating small black robot pleaded, come on, just once, trying to tempt the unnamed horned character with red skin into a moment of playful delinquency. The vast, imposing snowy mountains stood in silent, watchful grandeur. A sudden flash of light signaled the floating small black robot's instantaneous detection of something new. The floating small black robot's urgent warning cut through the silence, rider. Something's approaching at high speed. The unnamed horned character with red skin swiftly countered, hunters sent from town. Speed? The impossible speed, 491.52 kilometers per hour, caused the unnamed horned character with red skin's jaw to drop in a single, stunned, what? A palpable concern furrowed his brow as the unnamed horned character with red skin gazed out at the vast, silent, snow-covered mountains. His long tail gave a nervous twitch, a subtle tell of mounting anxiety. A figure with blonde hair and horns stood with formidable resolve, emanating an undeniable, intense power. I've got a bad feeling about this. Change of plans. Let's move on the bike, the unnamed horned character with red skin yelled, as the machine hummed to life with an urgent. A swift boot slammed down, instantly igniting the vehicle's powerful, urgent propulsion. With an exhilarating roar, the vehicle shot across the snow, a desperate blur of accelerating escape. With a persistent, the vehicle hurtled forward as the chilling countdown pulsed, distance decreasing. 2 minutes 45 seconds until arrival, pushing the unnamed horned character with red skin's grim determination. The stark, unforgiving countdown relentlessly ticked, 53 seconds. The young boy's wide, anxious eyes betrayed his profound, mounting fear. From a colossal plume of churning snow and dust, a lone, ominous figure materialized with chilling swiftness. The floating small black robot's glowing eyes sharpened as it declared with sudden urgency, "I see it." The unnamed horned character with red skin executed a desperate, sharp turn, the motorcycle skidding wildly, kicking up a plume of snow. The unnamed horned character with red skin gripped a formidable, futuristic weapon, his resolve hardening for the inevitable clash. A sudden of alarm escaped the unnamed horned character with red skin, his face contorted in startled concern while clutching the young boy. A deep, resonating, filled the air as the unnamed horned character with red skin gasped, "What is that?" witnessing a mysterious hand emerge from a swirling, powerful vortex. The unnamed horned character with red skin intensely peered over his shoulder, his gaze calculating the relentless, swift pursuit. Through the swirling mist and snow, an impossibly tall, foreboding figure in a wide-brimmed hat ominously emerged. With a cold, metallic, a formidable foot descended onto the fresh, undisturbed snow. Tall and utterly imposing, the mysterious figure in a wide-brimmed hat stood cloaked in mist, dark tendrils hinting at his unsettling, potent power. The young boy's face contorted, his wide eyes brimming with raw, unadulterated terror. The mysterious cloaked figure drifted silently above the desolate, snow-capped peaks. Disbelief contorted the unnamed horned character with red skin's features, a hunter capable of wielding black holes defied all reason. Outrage burned in the unnamed horned character with red skin's eyes, such immense power unleashed over a few stray shots, seriously. From the silent vastness, the mysterious cloaked figure calmly watched the tiny motorcycle flee across the frozen expanse. Tucked against the unnamed horned character with red skin, Mori found a fragile comfort amidst the chaos. A soft hum of internal processes emanated from the soldier with red glowing helmet. He pressed AIA for a brutal assessment, his full power offered merely a 16% chance of victory. A furious, "What?" ripped from him, AIA confirmed the grim odds, adding a 7% margin for disaster. A low, resonating hum enveloped the mysterious cloaked figure as he acknowledged the chilling, infallible accuracy of AIA's projections. A terrifying strength radiated from the unseen foe, undeniable and overwhelming. A sudden realization struck him, a direct confrontation would be utter folly. His eyes narrowed, a new resolve hardening in their depths. A primal growl escaped him as he roared, "It's now or never," brandishing the massive weapon directly over Mori's startled face. The motorcycle screamed forward, tearing across the snow. A lone speck, the motorcycle vanished into the unforgiving white expanse of the distant mountains. His glowing eyes blazed with desperate resolve, AIA, release the limiter. The system responded with a stark digital warning, accessing overclock mode. The soldier with red glowing helmet pulsed ominously with newly unleashed power. A chilling warning flashed as the unnamed horned character with red skin pushed the motorcycle, its glowing passenger now a beacon of peril. The weapon hummed to life with an eerie green glow, as AIA cautioned against imminent structural fractures. A streak of blinding blue energy tore through the frigid air. The snow and ice shattered with a deafening, violent roar. Elation surged through him, the system responded. Maximum output, full speed ahead, he bellowed, fixing his sights on the distant bridge. Mori's eyes widened in sudden, profound alarm. From above, colossal chunks of ice plummeted, turning the escape into a desperate gamble against the crumbling world. The motorcycle shrieked, a blur of speed tearing across the treacherous ground. Green light pulsed from the motorcycle's wheels, a testament to its overclocked fury. He yelled into the wind, "Hold on tight, Mori." Mori's small face contorted in a silent scream of pure terror. His profile was a rigid mask of unwavering, fierce determination. Across the chasm, the fragile ice bridge shimmered, a desperate promise. A whistle of speed heralded the mysterious cloaked figure's impossible pursuit. The unnamed horned character with red skin swerved violently, a searing blue beam narrowly missing the speeding motorcycle. A mountain exploded behind them with a deafening boom, a testament to their narrow escape. Blue energy crackled violently around the mysterious cloaked figure's outstretched hand. His mind raced. If they could just hold on, the bridge represented their only escape. A single snowflake drifted past his intensely focused, unwavering eye. In a desperate leap, the unnamed horned character with red skin launched from the motorcycle, clutching Mori, directly into the path of his soaring pursuer. The mysterious cloaked figure soared, leaving shimmering trails of blue light. The fragile ice bridge spanned the dizzying, frigid chasm. A smirk played on his lips. The mysterious cloaked figure, for some reason, wasn't aiming to strike him. His resolve hardened once more. The bridge was within reach. A sudden, disoriented "ha" escaped his lips. In an instant, the mysterious cloaked figure materialized, snatching the unnamed horned character with red skin mid-air with an impossible swiftness. A gloved hand clamped down, brutally seizing the unnamed horned character with red skin's throat. His face contorted, a silent scream of agony and defiance. His legs thrashed wildly, a desperate, futile struggle. Blue energy crackled ominously as the mysterious cloaked figure effortlessly lifted them clear of the speeding motorcycle. Then, with a crackle, he was dropped, tumbling towards the abyss far below the bridge. The mysterious cloaked figure's hand moved with blurring, deadly speed. A sharp crackle accompanied the mysterious cloaked figure's swift, precise maneuver. His wide eyes burned with a raw, agonizing strain. A pale, gloved hand extended towards Mori, stirring a primal fear. The mysterious cloaked figure's hand reached for the blurry, whimpering Mori. Mori's small face crumpled, eyes wide with unbearable terror. A gloved hand pulled something unseen, prompting a gasp of shock. With a sharp exhale, the unnamed horned character with red skin was flung, watching the mysterious cloaked figure speed away on the motorcycle. The mysterious cloaked figure glanced back, a silent dismissal, as the motorcycle sped on. He plummeted, a tiny, helpless figure against the streaking sky. A terrifying shriek tore from him as he gazed into the crushing void. As he plunged into the icy chasm, the mysterious cloaked figure's voice echoed, taunting his unfamiliarity with the perilous depths. With a confident click, the mysterious cloaked figure stood tall upon the moving motorcycle. Through the desolate, falling snow, the mysterious cloaked figure rode on, a solitary, grim silhouette. Desperately, he clawed at the icy rock face. Mori clutched tightly against him. Surrounded by a vibrant hum of green energy, the mysterious cloaked figure initiated the bike's retrieval. Intricate blue lines pulsed eerily across the mysterious cloaked figure's mask. Mori's wide eyes scanned his surroundings with a profound confusion. The mysterious cloaked figure stood by a glistening sea, beneath a sky where colossal whale-like creatures majestically soared over snow-capped peaks. The small robot's green eyes glowed as it addressed Mori simply as "Rider." A sharp gasp of air escaped him. He wondered, disoriented, if he had passed out. He lay recovering, learning his breathlessness was due to altitude, and received a reassuring update on Mori's well-being. AIA revealed their strategy. Awakening the colossal, sleeping whales meant they would now instinctively migrate towards the ravine. A soft grunt of confusion escaped him. Where are we now? A slow, agonizing realization dawned in his wide eyes. From a jagged peak, the unnamed horned character with red skin and Mori gazed in awestruck horror at a colossal black hole suspended over the mountains. But in reality, they were now inexplicably driving through a vibrant, bustling city at night, AIA calmly announcing their new location. AIA announced their arrival at the city's outskirts, where a vast, mysterious black void loomed ominously over jagged, snow-capped peaks. The young boy, light as a feather, darted ahead with a playful FWIP, momentarily breaking the desolate mood with his boundless energy. Sensing the city's potential dangers, the floating small black robot suggested a disguise, prompting the unnamed horned character with red skin to agree, "Good call. Maybe just my hair and my clothes." Viscous droplets of crimson liquid, accompanied by a droop, signaled the unsettling transformation of the unnamed horned character with red skin's hair. With a theatrical swish, the unnamed horned character with red skin unveiled his stark new look, spiky white hair and piercing green eyes, a stark, almost unnerving contrast. The unnamed horned character with red skin, now satisfied with his altered appearance, confidently called out to the young boy, who stared back with dawning confusion. A wave of shared bewilderment washed over both the young boy and the unnamed horned character with red skin, as the disguise proved surprisingly disruptive. The young boy erupted in an unbridled fit of terror, flailing wildly as the unnamed horned character with red skin, confused by the sudden fear, demanded to know what was wrong. Ryder desperately grappled with the flailing Mori, whose unyielding terror made him unrecognizable to the boy, despite his frantic assurances, "It's me, Ryder." The floating small black robot calmly observed that Mori simply couldn't recognize Ryder's new haircut, prompting an exasperated, "So what am I supposed to do then?" from Ryder, punctuated by a small, comedic kick. The floating small black robot paused, its green eyes glowing faintly, as it began to ponder their unexpected predicament with strategic contemplation. With quiet steps, Mori now wore an orange hood, perched atop Ryder's shoulders, effectively concealing his face and creating a new, unassuming profile. Ryder, cloaked and anonymous, strode purposefully forward, carrying Mori and the floating small black robot, their identities now safely veiled. Within the vast, echoing corridor, Mori's childish complaints about leg shaking pierced the silence, prompting the floating small black robot to sharply command them to "Keep it down, both of you." A single, measured step echoed through the pristine space, a deliberate beat in their quiet procession. An unseen presence offered a formal greetings as they stepped into a dazzling, ethereal chamber, filled with the promise of unknown encounters. The elegant, vase-like entity welcomed them with poised formality, inquiring how it might extend its assistance in the radiant hall. Ryder, carrying the boy and sensing the formality, stated their intention to meet the Fa clan, causing him to stiffen with sweat as the entity promptly requested a symbol for verification. Mori's fidgeting earned him a quick, irritated smack from Ryder, eliciting a sharp "ow" that cut through the tension. Ryder presented a sealed envelope, and the entity's disembodied voice confirmed the symbol's validity with cool, efficient precision. As a cascade of glowing, intricate symbols materialized around them, the entity then requested the precise individual within the Fa clan with whom they wished to speak. A wave of flustered realization washed over Ryder as he pulled at his white hair, acknowledging his colossal oversight. He had forgotten to specify which Fa clan member they needed. Ryder stammered, overwhelmed by the multitude of glowing choices, confessing their confusion as the floating small black robot quietly echoed their dilemma, "Let's see." Mori, a tiny figure of pensive thought, joined the floating small black robot in carefully sifting through the luminous options, quietly dismissing them one by one. Mori rustled inquisitively within Ryder's discarded jacket, his head tilted with a subtle, childlike curiosity. With a sudden "eng" and a swift "fwip," Mori presented a small, vibrant blue flower, an innocent gesture that held unexpected significance. A delicate, luminous blue flower rested gently in an unseen hand, its vibrant petals holding a silent, crucial power. The vase-like entity acknowledged the flower with a soft, knowing "heh," its silent recognition deepening the mystery. The air shimmered with glowing symbols as the entity, now confident, announced its clear recognition, "Ah, yes. I know just who that is." As a rectangular black portal materialized in the distance, the floating small black robot speculated it might be a doorway, while Ryder concurred, thinking it seems like some kind of portal. Ryder watched, captivated, as small figures effortlessly stepped into the inky portal, his hand instinctively reaching out, drawn by the profound mystery of the threshold. The entity's soothing voice reassured Ryder that the portal guaranteed their arrival, regardless of direction, prompting his grateful, if slightly bewildered, acknowledgement. Ryder's hand reached cautiously into the void, then slipped away completely, marking an irreversible crossing into the unknown. With a powerful whosh, Ryder plunged through the portal, falling from the dark void into a breathtaking panorama of bright sky and verdant land. Ryder and Mori, still suspended in the azure expanse, reacted with shared, awestruck wonder at their sudden, vibrant new surroundings. A magnificent manor house, steeped in classical grandeur, lay nestled serenely amidst sprawling green fields beneath a benevolent sky. Ryder expressed his sheer fascination with the unexpected manor and field, prompting the floating small black robot to dryly comment on its owner's remarkably unique taste. Nestled on a gentle green hill, a quaint, picturesque chapel exuded quiet charm beneath the soft light of the heavens. Mori gazed upward with wide, unadulterated curiosity, absorbing the unexpected beauty of this surreal landscape. Mori joyfully skipped ahead through the sunlit field, his carefree spirit prompting Ryder's paternal warning to, "Careful, you'll trip." A sudden slip revealed a gloved hand losing its purchase, a subtle moment hinting at a momentary loss of balance. An ornate, imposing wrought iron gate stood as their next barrier, guarding the stately manor house with elegant defiance. Ryder, worried, stressed the city's grim penalties for uninvited guests, urging them both to stay close, which the floating small black robot acknowledged with a grave, "Copy that." Ryder mused aloud about how to open the gate, his question hanging in the air while Mori observed the barrier with quiet curiosity. Mori peered through the gate's bars with an innocent, investigative gaze, his small face a mask of puzzled interest. A glimpse of dark hair betrayed a hidden watcher, peeking discreetly from an open window of the grand manor. Mori's eyes widened dramatically through the gate's bars, his small face a sudden tableau of surprise and recognition. From within the manor's elegant interior, an anonymous figure with long dark hair stood watch, their back to the viewer. Mori's eye flared with an intense, pinpoint focus, reflecting a sudden, profound realization. A subtle step from within the house instantly jolted Mori, causing him to exclaim with an urgent, silent exclamation point. Mori, with mischievous ease, slipped effortlessly through the iron bars, surprising Ryder so utterly that he could only stammer, "Huh? Mori, no!" Ryder yelled in desperation, his cries futile as Mori, now a determined blur, dashed headlong into the estate. "Get back here!" Ryder screamed, his voice strained with fear as Mori, ignoring his frantic pleas, swiftly climbed through an open window of the imposing manor. "Dang it!" Ryder exploded, slamming the doorbell repeatedly with furious, press and desperate ding-dongs, demanding they open the door, now. With a soft plop, Mori's small boots landed quietly inside the lavish interior, his infiltration successful. Mori stood small and solitary within the vast, opulent hallway, bathed in streaming sunlight that highlighted its rich grandeur. Mori watched intently as a nearby door slowly, suspensefully, began to creak open. With a swift dash, Mori launched himself down the polished hallway, his small figure a blur of determined movement. Mori paused, catching his breath with a soft huff, his eyes keenly fixed on something unseen. Still panting softly, Mori continued to survey his surroundings with intense, unwavering focus. With a quiet step, Mori pushed forward once more, his soft footfalls barely disturbing the silence. Mori stood poised in a distant doorway, his gaze fixed on the shadowy, cloaked figure awaiting him in the bright, expansive room beyond. The creature's placid evening was shattered by an unexpected sight. An abrupt question pierced the quiet, leaving the small intruder caught in the sudden spotlight. A voice from the shadows pressed, the unexpected interrogation chilling his very core. Amidst the creature's confused murmurs and his own desperate huffs, Mori darted, a tiny, panicked blur. With a whoosh of wind, his frantic flight momentarily halted as he leaned into the intoxicating perfume of the blue flowers, his world briefly simplified to a deep, cleansing sniff. His head snapped with an abrupt turn, a sudden realization dawning in his wide, innocent eyes. The desperate cries of, "Wait! "Where are you going?" echoed uselessly as Mori, a small arrow of defiance, fled deeper into the unknown mansion. The grand corridor stretched, every subtle tap of distant footsteps amplifying the silence. At its end stood a monumental door, echoing a soft, impending tap. A tiny hand cautiously probed the sliver of light between the dark doors. Peeking through the gap, Mori squinted into an impenetrable, inky void. His gaze snapped wide, reflecting pure, unadulterated wonder. A visceral gasp escaped him, his small frame trembling with awe. Countless golden eyes, impossibly alive, glittered from the depths. Tiny and vulnerable, Mori stood before Miria, an immense, winged enigma whose very presence commanded the vast, shadowed hall. Lost in the brilliant sunlight, he felt profoundly small and out of place. In a shimmering memory, a child wept tears of pure joy, cradled in an embrace that banished all shadows. But in reality, Mori's eyes welled, poised to spill forth a torrent of sorrow. As Miria's shadowed hand extended, Mori recoiled, a faint slip of his footing mirroring his inner turmoil. A golden warmth enveloped him, a tender echo of a woman cradling his infant form, a love long forgotten. Miria's dark hand descended, a silent, implacable reach. His small face contorted, a primal wail of anguish tearing through the quiet. A desperate cry of "Mori" tore through the air as the horned figure, a whirlwind of concern, rushed towards the distressed child. A piercing, guttural "Waaaaaa" tore from his throat, raw power radiating outwards in shimmering purple. Both Miria and the horned figure registered the profound, echoing shock, their faces frozen in stark, silent gaze of alarm. Outside, the manor stood serene under a perfect sky, even as muffled chaos erupted within. Curled tightly away from them, Mori offered only quiet sniffs as unseen voices tried to console his profound disappointment. Riders handled everything, the horned figure tried to charm, and I bet you're starving for some snacks, eh? The forlorn creatures could only chatter and whisper, their efforts to entice Mori out of hiding proving futile. With a soft clack, the door gently closed, sealing off the chamber. Nope, the horned figure admitted to Miria, concluding the boy simply needed solitary solace. Miria sighed, acknowledging the boy's distress, while the horned figure confessed, "I've never seen him cry before." Miria mused on her unexpected impact, while the horned figure, with a curious scratch of his head, finally sought her identity. "Ah! A pleasure," the horned figure exclaimed, as Miria declared her formidable title, Mori's patron and head of the Fa clan. With an ethereal glow surrounding her, the magnificent figure stated her name, a powerful pronouncement, "My name is Miria." Night fell, painting the sky with a lone, brilliant star. Within the moon-drenched room, Mori slept, his form a small shadow. A low, guttural growl rumbled from beyond the window. A soft, stealthy scooch echoed across the dark floor. Mori's faint sniffle broke the duun of the oppressive quiet. After pondering the silent ding of the battery, Mori finally succumbed to the soft zzz of sleep beside his horned companion. Mori carefully peeked at the slumbering horned figure, a curious glint in his gaze. A barrage of tiny fists rained down, met with resounding pows and a startled, comical "OW." "That's enough, Mori," the horned figure pleaded, only for the boy to settle onto his chest with an indignant hmph, then softly zzz. A small head peeked from the doorway, curiosity outweighing the lingering shadows. The world dissolved into an echoing void. A spectral whoosh, followed by a menacing growl, pierced the shadowed hallway as Mori stood alone. The ancient grandfather clock stood sentinel in the blue-lit gloom. Low to the ground, Mori moved, his persistent sniffs searching the chill air. As Mori's sniffs continued their probe, a shadowy hand briefly materialized at the edge of his vision. He crawled through the kitchen's cold shadows, sniffing, ever searching. Deeper into the gloom he crept, his senses attuned to every elusive sniff. Then, his eyes, wide with sudden curiosity, lifted towards a new marvel. The sight of green fruits made Mori's small body jolt with an excited tremor. "Have a bite," the horned figure beckoned, his form shimmering with magic. "This rare treat is super delicious," a revelation that struck Mori like a shalalala, shalalala. A tiny hand began to stretch, yearning for the vibrant fruit. He pushed upwards, his small frame beginning to tremble with desperate effort. As his foot began to slip, a desperate hand instinctively reached out to grab purchase. His curious finger gave the green fruit a tentative tap. His entire face ignited with a radiant, pure beam of joy. A sudden rustle, followed by a questioning question mark, piqued his curiosity, fruit still in hand. Mori froze, startled, as Miria's imposing form materialized within the doorway's stark frame. From the bookshelf's deep shadows, a hand emerged, sealing a secret away with a decisive clack. A wave of profound dejection swept over the mysterious cloaked figure, his form slumping under an unseen burden. A soft tap, then a delicate sniff broke the silence, rousing the mysterious cloaked figure's eyes to a sudden, questioning awareness. Young Mori, cloaked in orange, navigated the somber hallway, his small body slipping with determined silence. Above, the mysterious cloaked figure's presence lingered, their silent sniffs a palpable tether to young Mori's clandestine journey. Hidden from view, the mysterious cloaked figure leaned, their gaze fixed as young Mori strained, a soft grunt of effort escaping him. Young Mori reached out, a silent question in his eyes, drawn by the vibrant green fruit. A sudden chill of discovery seized young Mori as he turned, finding the mysterious cloaked figure's watchful presence. Despite the lingering unease, young Mori's yearning for the green fruit persisted. A raw, piercing scream tore from young Mori, his small body convulsing with abject terror. Young Mori fled in a panicked scramble, objects whoosh ing past as sheer instinct took hold. The mysterious cloaked figure's face contorted, their glowing eyes wide with an incomprehensible, profound shock. An unseen force sent objects crashing, their crash and thud echoing the mysterious cloaked figure's flinch. Amidst the settling dust, a single green fruit began to roll, a quiet echo of the recent pandemonium. Young Mori, breathless from his escape, still puffed huffs of surprise at the unassuming rolling fruit. A primal badum hammered in young Mori's chest as he dashed away, propelled by overwhelming fear. A tense truce settled over the room as young Mori stood still, keenly aware of the mysterious cloaked figure's silent observation. The mysterious cloaked figure's heart hammered with a rapid badum, their earlier shock still reverberating. Still, the mysterious cloaked figure's glowing eyes bore an unwavering intensity, processing an unexpected truth. Green fruits, remnants of the sudden upheaval, continued to roll across the floor, ignored by the now still figure. The mysterious cloaked figure knelt, their focus drawn to the solitary green fruit, as if searching for answers in its stillness. A gloved hand extended, reaching with deliberate slowness towards the tempting green fruit. The mysterious cloaked figure peered cautiously from the doorway, a calculated glance scanning the quiet space. A low purr vibrated through the room, its unsettling sound arresting young Mori's movements. Young Mori melted into the shadows, his fearful curiosity compelling him to peek from behind cover. The mysterious cloaked figure's intense, glowing eye held a somber depth, revealing a profound inner conflict. The hallway stretched out, cloaked in an ominous fog, its blue tint casting an unsettling glow. With a mischievous FWIP, the mysterious cloaked figure launched the green fruit with unexpected lightness. The green fruit began to roll, a silent invitation across the dimly lit floor. Young Mori gasped, a sharp, involuntary gasp escaping him at the sight of the unexpected treat. His heart thumped a frantic badum, and a low growl rumbled in young Mori's chest, instinct battling caution. Bathed in a solitary sliver of light, the green fruit pulsed with an almost irresistible allure. Drawn by an unyielding desire, young Mori's hand reached out to claim the tempting fruit. The mysterious cloaked figure, watching from the doorway, registered a silent exclamation of surprise. A satisfying crunch filled the air, as young Mori's face registered pure, unadulterated delight. Young Mori sat, contentedly savoring his prize, as another green fruit silently rolled nearby. With an eager dash, young Mori snatched another, his hunger far from sated. Young Mori, laden with his treasures, scurried past the mysterious cloaked figure, whose gaze remained fixed, a silent witness. The mysterious cloaked figure's eyes, alight with glittering sparkle betrayed a deep well of emotion. In a shimmering void of starlight, disembodied hands reached and released, the green fruits dancing weightlessly. Young Mori settled into a quiet corner, blissful nom and oms punctuating his peaceful feast. The mysterious cloaked figure also found a quiet contentment, their own nom and oms echoing young Mori's satisfaction. A new morning dawned on a transformed kitchen, with the mysterious cloaked figure peering from a distance at young Mori. Outside, the night sky shimmered with a million stars, a tranquil canvas to the morning's impending chaos. A cheerful chirp greeted the dawn, awakening the kitchen from its nocturnal adventures. On the wooden floor, evidence of the previous night's clandestine feast lay scattered, met by another bright chirp. Young Mori blinked, startled, as a hushed off-panel voice warned others to keep quiet, lest they wake him up. Young Mori jolted at the insistent off-panel plea from another child, "But I wanna see him too." As a voice cried out about the kitchen's state, young Mori made a swift dash for it, leaving chaos in his wake. Young Mori stumbled, crashing into Ryder's leg, and looked up, perhaps not quite ready for the day's encounters. Ryder offered a wry observation as Mori, the young boy, looked up, disheveled and bewildered by his mourning. Ryder's casual greeting held a subtle barb, while the floating robot curtly advised Mr. Mori to attend to his messy face. The young boy, Mori, clutched Ryder's leg, startling the horned figure from his morning routine. Ryder's surprise turned to confusion as Mori, the young boy, clung to him, while the floating robot pointedly chided, "Ryder, for all talk and no bite." The floating robot then began to recount to Mr. Mori the surprising events of the previous night involving Ryder's actions. The floating robot prefaced its tale by admitting its limitations with human language, explaining their search for a friend's home after learning of her departure from the care facility. The floating robot expressed disbelief at Mr. Mori's unexpected arrival, as the mysterious cloaked figure gratefully offered effusive thanks. The adult Mori waved off the thanks with embarrassed scratches, while the mysterious cloaked figure's hand reached for a small, intriguing box. The mysterious cloaked figure invited the curious adult Mori to open the small, intriguing box. A gasp of stunned surprise escaped the adult Mori at the revelation contained within the opened box. The unnamed horned character with red skin felt a ripple of concern as they looked ahead, the floating small black robot accompanying their silent vigil. A booming resonance vibrated through the ethereal space as the star-shaped crystal pulsed with impossible, refracting light. A jolt of pure disbelief electrified the unnamed horned character with red skin, the recognition of a star fragment shattering all composure. Greed, hot and heavy, choked the unnamed horned character with red skin as the potential riches swelled from 40,000 to an unbelievable 60,000, gulp. Triumph warped the unnamed horned character with red skin's vision, an imaginary empire forming even as a false gratitude dripped from their lips, mwahaha. A sly, knowing chuckle escaped the unnamed horned character with red skin. By the campfire's warm, crackling glow, the young boy found solace in the meticulous strokes of his drawing. A gentle, wistful smile softened the unnamed horned character with red skin's features, lost in a fleeting moment of contemplation. Through the eerie cave, the unnamed horned character with red skin snarled defiance, a protective shield as the terrified young boy clung on amidst the menacing creatures. A quiet warmth settled over the camp as the unnamed horned character with red skin stirred the pot, the young boy's gaze fixed in peaceful admiration. With tender concern, the young boy offered a small token to the still form of the unnamed horned character with red skin, the floating small black robot a silent witness. A surge of pure frustration narrowed the unnamed horned character with red skin's eye. Bathed in a gentle, golden glow, the young boy slept, oblivious to any lingering concerns. The floating small black robot registered surprise, looking up at the unnamed horned character with red skin. The unnamed horned character with red skin nervously mumbled an excuse, which the mysterious cloaked figure calmly queried. Panic flared as the unnamed horned character with red skin fumbled for words, rapidly constructing an elaborate, self-serving tale of the young boy's utter dependence. The unnamed horned character with red skin puffed up with false importance, painting a dramatic picture of the young boy's fragility and their own indispensable presence. The floating small black robot remained impassively observant. A sly glint entered the unnamed horned character with red skin's eye as they magnanimously offered to sacrifice their time to ensure the young boy's adjustment. The mysterious cloaked figure's question hung in the air, a quiet probe into the unnamed horned character with red skin's dubious sincerity. With grand, theatrical gestures, the unnamed horned character with red skin spun a tale of profound, battle-hardened camaraderie, as if sealing their fate with a definitive step. Then, a sudden, bewildered escaped the unnamed horned character with red skin. A primal scream tore from the unnamed horned character with red skin's throat as a menacing, shadowy presence loomed, its blue eyes burning into their terrified soul. The mysterious cloaked figure calmly introduced Jair, an imposing aide, to a still reeling rider, the tension in the elegant room thick enough to cut. As the mysterious cloaked figure coolly explained Jair's aggressive misunderstanding, Ryder frantically declared it, water under the bridge, a wave of sweat betraying the forced laughter. The floating small black robot's rhetorical question hung in the air, dripping with dry wit. The mysterious cloaked figure dismissed the floating small black robot's commentary, claiming the young boy's ignorance, which the robot instantly countered with the irony of Ryder covering his ears. Ryder, eager to rid himself of witnesses, nudged the young boy towards an exploration with the floating small black robot, feigning a need for privacy. The floating small black robot embraced the suggestion with dry enthusiasm, addressing the young boy with an unexpected formality. The young boy toddled off, letting out a small aeng as Ryder watched, a flicker of something unreadable in their gaze. A slow, deliberate creak echoed as the door began to open. The mysterious cloaked figure stood in the heart of the grand hall, arms wide in a solemn welcome to the assembly of their cloaked peers. With a nod, the mysterious cloaked figure signaled the meeting's commencement, Ryder settling with an unconvincing, sure, into the expectant silence of the assembled council. A grave declaration fell from the mysterious cloaked figure, Salam remained unreachable. Ryder's bewildered question about Salam broke the solemnity, revealing his complete ignorance. Ryder, flustered and caught off guard by the black-hooded figure's pointed question, blustered a defensive, "Of course I do," as a disapproving TJSK filled the air. The Arbiter, cosmic sovereign of Earth, commanded the very laws of existence from beyond the veil of stars. An cosmic entity, with arms that bore the world's weight and 3 legs that anchored universal balance, its form stretched across the stellar canvas. The mysterious cloaked figure then revealed themselves as one of the Arbiter's 7 fingers, imbued with the impossible power to manipulate black holes. And Salam, it was revealed, was another among these formidable 7. The mysterious cloaked figure further disclosed that Jair's formidable power to open black holes was merely a fraction of their own, temporarily lent. With a soft VM, a glowing map materialized on the floor, outlining Salam's vast territory, stretching from mountain range to river. A pointed tap on the map illuminated the precise forest location of the facility where young Mori had stayed. The urgency was clear. Salam's jurisdiction over the facility meant his continued absence, especially after young Mori's escape, was a critical problem. Weeks of silence from the orphanage had tragically delayed their search for Mori, a delay born of neglect. A cloaked figure casually dismissed the concerns, attributing Salam's absence to his legendary busyness and notoriously deep slumbers. The mysterious cloaked figure asserted their unwavering resolve to continue attempts at contact. The mysterious cloaked figure's request for Ryder to stay brought an almost too eager, "You got it," a confident tap on the knee signaling his opportunistic agreement. The mysterious cloaked figure's question, "Shall we begin the actual meeting?" echoed with an ominous gum that made the entire hall feel like it held its breath. Ryder's terrified gulp spoke volumes, the realization of an actual meeting hitting him like a punch to the gut. A creature presented a miniature table, impossibly small, adorned with dining utensils fit for a doll's feast. Ryder glanced at the absurdly small items, his bewildered declaration of teeny tiny, echoing his utter confusion. Ryder's exasperated demand for an explanation met with the bird-like cloaked figure's calm assertion, these were Mori's newly crafted dining utensils. Ryder's incredulous protests that the utensils were fit for an auntie were met with the bird-like cloaked figure's giggling insistence that Mori was, after all, very small. Amidst a comforting pat and a small sniffle, a cloaked figure, brimming with pride, enthusiastically led the way to unveil their perfect design. With a flourish of tada, a cloaked figure unveiled an impossibly colossal bed, boasting it could accommodate 40 young Morris, a testament to playful, oversized luxury. Two cloaked figures, eager as children, beckon viewers to admire their latest fantastical design. Ryder offered a strained chuckle, clearly overwhelmed by the unabashed enthusiasm radiating from the cloaked figures. A hand rhythmically waved a small, dark object. With a comical whoosh, the floating small black robot was unceremoniously flung out the window. By the grand window, the young boy sat absorbed, a silent observer of the world outside, the floating small black robot his quiet companion. A serene, sun-drenched hallway stretched out, bathed in the tranquil glow of midday. Warm sunlight painted lines across the wooden sill and floor, highlighting the quiet beauty of the moment. The young boy, utterly absorbed, filled the sunlit floor with vibrant chalk art, the floating small black robot a silent, ever-present guardian. A sense of bright curiosity pulled the young boy forward, peering into the inviting doorway with the floating small black robot close behind. The young boy ventured deeper into the rustic, sun-drenched kitchen, a world of domestic warmth beckoning him further. The young boy's inquisitive Aeng and Meng were met with the floating small black robot's patient, didactic explanations of chandeliers and potted plants. Another expressive Aeng burst from the young boy, a gesture of boundless curiosity towards the world around him. The floating small black robot displayed a silent, questioning expression. The robot's internal whirring accompanied its mounting curiosity. The floating robot noted the signs of a creative mind at work, as the young boy's anticipation grew restless. A soft tap emphasized the boy's bewildered question. The unseen voice confirmed the designer's presence, leaving the young boy utterly bewildered. The revelation of his cape's creator hit him with a jolt of recognition. The weight of the discovery settled deep in his thoughts. The silent rocking horse held stories of forgotten play. Scattered blocks whispered tales of childhood imagination. A curious finger slid across the intricate designs. A silhouette of sorrow trembled at the desk's quiet expanse. His world abruptly widened in sudden, stark realization. A gasp escaped as the hooded figure recognized Mori, the air thick with sudden revelation. Relief washed over the figure as they recounted Miria's frantic search for the boy. His small hands fidgeted with a burgeoning curiosity. The bird-like figure calmly clarified the mansion's impossible location, explaining Miria's design. A wave of surprise washed over him at Miria's unexpected motivation. They discreetly peeked, catching snippets of conversation from the softly chattering room. The muffled chatter continued, indistinct but present. His wide eyes absorbed every detail, burning with curiosity. A sudden turn sent a shocking gasp through the air, forcing the boy into an instinctual retreat from the looming figure. The figure's dramatic entrance created a palpable dun of fear, sending a jolt of alarm through the retreating boy. A soft sniffle escaped the hooded figure, watched by the horned character's quiet contemplation. A low of deep thought rumbled from the horned observer. The grand mansion stood proudly under a tranquil sky, a beacon of serene luxury amidst lush greenery. A resounding "Diudum" echoed as the horned figure declared a new, determined mission, forced camaraderie. Ryder hesitated, contemplating a solution to the horned character's eager, insistent query. A sudden ding of inspiration struck, while Ryder fumbled for the actual light switch. The mission directive boomed, "Befriend Mori." The first TADA tactic, predictably, involved snacks. Ryder awkwardly stammered an offer of cookies, his voice trembling slightly. A cacophony of giggles and chatter erupted as cookies rained down, much to Ryder's bewildered DUUN. The robot's blunt assessment of the tactic's failure was met with a dismissive, cookie munching, moving on. TADA. The second tactic promised a few favorite things. A surprised HUH punctuated the horned character's realization. Ryder shimmered with confidence, declaring his adornment perfection. The horned figure outlined the casual approach, while Ryder mentally sifted through memories of Mori's drawings. The casual shuffle was anything but subtle, startling the young boy with an exclamation of surprise. A panicked gasp escaped Ryder as he abandoned the tactic, flinging his items at the startled boy. TADA. Tactic 3 introduced a familiar face, which the horned figure confidently boasted would be twice as effective. The robot obediently conjured the futuristic motorcycle, its engine humming a soft vrr. The horned figure meticulously instructed Ryder on the motorcycle's intricate controls. A gloved hand squeezed the throttle, a silent command. With a chaotic vroom and an hitch, Ryder careened away, leaving startled onlookers in his dash. The robot dryly observed the chaos, as the displeased boy, fueled by his decisively declared, "Moving on." TADA. The fourth tactic, repeat a previously effective tactic, left the hooded figures questioning, "Who?" US. Ryder outlined a strategic theatrical, where the horned figure would heroically save the day from a staged bad guy. A tentative step punctuated the quiet of the room. An ominous yoo-woo filled the air as the hooded figure towered menacingly over the startled boy. Ryder's surprised AENG was swiftly followed by a sharp, urgent now. A dramatic clack accompanied Ryder's alarmed cry for Mori. KO. The young boy sat victoriously on the comically vanquished figure. The horned figure raged at Ryder's failed villainy, as the boy was contentedly enveloped in a hug. Many other tactics followed, all destined for failure. A solitary drip marked the melancholic twilight outside. The tsa of heavy rain veiled the quiet night. A sudden, jarring crash shattered the night's calm. Unaware of the outside world, the young boy slept peacefully. Deep in slumber, soft zzz sounds filled the quiet room. His peaceful slumber was deep, undisturbed. A distorted vision of blurred, menacing figures with glowing red helmets flickered into existence. His wide eyes snapped open, a kaleidoscope of fear. A terrifying crash ripped him from sleep, leaving him sobbing beneath the covers. He jolted upright, heart pounding in the sudden terror. Shallow huffs tore from his chest, his eyes brimming with raw terror. The young boy's soft whimpers echoed in the cold, dark room. Beneath the blankets, a small form stirred, rustling nervously. A confused escaped him, a single tear clinging to his cheek. A sudden, violent lightning strike outside ripped through the oppressive dark, startling him. He felt himself plummet, a blur of motion and raw terror, another shadowy form beside him. On hands and knees, he whimpered, a small, trembling heap of fear. A faint squeak betrayed his fearful peek from behind the door. A tentative escaped as he nudged the door, curiosity overcoming fear. Meanwhile, Ryder was consumed by his task, crackling green energy dancing between his focused hands amidst holographic data. A soft thump echoed through the vast, dark hall as the boy sat, feeling utterly dwarfed. The insistent ticking of an old clock and the mournful whoosh of rain outside amplified the profound loneliness. He shivered, pulling his cloak tighter, his gaze darting around the chilling, dim room. Then, a sliver of warm light broke through, promising discovery. He cautiously peeked, drawn by the unexpected warmth beyond the half-open door. A cloaked figure rocked gently by the crackling fire, lost in thought or slumber within the peaceful study. A soft sigh of contentment escaped the figure, their face serene in the warm glow. The young boy crept stealthily across the rug, a mischievous glint in his eye as he approached the sleeping figure. A soft thump broke the silence, signaling a small disturbance. His gaze fell upon an open book on the floor, piquing his curious mind. He stared at the confusing words, child behavior observation, a question mark forming in his mind. He cautiously crept closer to the still, cloaked figure, his mission nearly complete. A sudden gasp escaped him, his eyes widening in pure shock. With a soft squeak of surprise, he found himself scooped into the cloaked figure's arms. He sniffled, burying his face into the comforting warmth of the figure's chest. The gentle pat on his back brought a glimmer of solace to his tear-filled eyes. His wide eyes reflected a newfound, captivating light. Still upset, he sniffled and clung tighter, unwilling to let go. A wistful sigh escaped the figure, their concern palpable in the soft light. Now calm, he rested peacefully, gently cradled in the figure's arms. From the safety of the warm embrace, his wide eyes began to explore the room anew. His eyes, wide and mesmerized, mirrored a galaxy of stars. A poignant of recognition floated through his mind, surrounded by scattered memories and fragmented affections. In his young heart, the pieces clicked into place, this comforting presence could only be his mother. The fireplace crackled and clicked, a comforting warmth filling the room. The cloaked figure stirred, their eyes beginning to glow with an awakening intensity. Oh, they mumbled, rustling awake, a confused thought echoing, when did I fall asleep? I need to go back to my room. A horrified gasp and startled shriek erupted from the figure, realizing a sleeping child was nestled in their lap. Why is Mori here? The figure shrieked, heart pounding, since when? Flustered, the figure fluttered, wondering, what should I do? I need to call Ryder and AIA. A soft grumble escaped the tightly held boy, oblivious to the figure's inner turmoil. A profound quiet settled as the figure, panic temporarily quelled, held the sleeping boy close. Mori slept soundly, his face peacefully nestled against the figure. The figure looked down, a softened, contemplative gaze settling upon the sleeping child. Dark hands, once panicked, now cradled the young boy with unexpected tenderness. A gentle humming filled the air as the figure tenderly hugged the boy, a maternal warmth emanating. Beside the crackling fire, the cloaked figure sat in tranquil peace, the chaos of moments past now subsided. Outside, a grand building basked in the bright, peaceful light of a clear day. Ryder stretched with a mighty yawn, revealing sharp green teeth, ready for the day. Good work, the robot declared, adding, it took longer than expected, as Ryder thoughtfully hummed. A red warning, overclock, flashed as Ryder admitted to having run it for quite a while. An imposing robotic soldier, its helmet glowing red, stood as a silent, menacing sentinel. Let's not overdo it for a while, the robot advised. Ryder agreed, then cried, ah, in surprise. A chorus of joyful greetings erupted, Ryder. Good morning, catching him completely by surprise. He mumbled an awkward, clearly caught off guard by the cheerful welcome. Polite inquiries about his sleep and early rise filled the warm, domestic air. He scratched his head thoughtfully as a notification declared that the mail had arrived. Oh, a penguin-like figure exclaimed, clutching a barrel, clearly surprised by the news. An eager penguin-like figure offered to retrieve it, to which Ryder gratefully replied, really? Thank you. Ryder bounded up the grand staircase, calling out for the mail to be brought to Miria. He crouched, a soft creak accompanying his curious observation of the grand doors. Humph, Ryder mused, examining a glowing device, let's see. A prominent danger warning blared from the screen, demanding immediate attention. Oh, the robot chirped, it came out well, as a blurry figure vanished into the chaos. Miria's excited "ah" Rider pierced the air, brimming with sudden delight. "Ah! Hello, Miria!" Rider exclaimed, a chuckle escaping, "You seem to be in a good mood this morning." Rider nervously inquired if she was busy, to which Miria enthusiastically declared, "Not at all. I've got nothing but time." "Ha ha ha. That's great." Miria happily chimed, as Rider hesitantly began, "Actually, Mori's clothes." A chilling realization dawned, "I forgot. I'm currently wanted." He sighed, admitting his panic over Mori's tears made him completely forget about being wanted, then nervously asked, "How about it? Shall we get ready to go out then?" Miria cheerfully proposed, eliciting a sharp, panicked gasp from Rider. "Wait." Rider stammered, sweat beading, "Where to?" Miria calmly stated their destination, "To the center." "The center?" Rider echoed, his eyes widening in alarm, "You don't mean, the city center?" Miria, beaming with joy, confirmed, "Yes." Surrounded by chibi Moricopter thoughts, Rider internally screamed, "I'm screwed." A chorus of voices echoed, extending an ethereal welcome to unknown guests. The dazzling space shimmered with unseen energies, an unsettling brilliance under the watchful eyes of silent figures. "Where is this place?" the unnamed horned character wondered, as the cloaked figure casually explained it was their tailor of choice. The cloaked figure described a future where outfits could be seen virtually and customized instantly, a true marvel of tailoring ingenuity. The tall, slender humanoid figure emphasized their exclusive philosophy: true custom-made garments demanded an in-person fitting. The cloaked figure admitted the struggle of finding human clothes, conceding that some tasks were better left to expert hands. "Hello, Mr. Mori," a voice boomed, startling the creature, talking doll persona, with its booming enthusiasm, a reaction the tailors had anticipated. With a flourish, the tall, slender humanoid figure announced the arrival of special countermeasures from Miria, promising grand results. The creature, talking doll persona, glowed, utterly charmed by the tailor's theatrical reveal. The unnamed horned character cautioned against such easy acceptance, but the creature, talking doll persona, excitedly pointed the way, completely taken in. "Mori," the unnamed horned character called out, a thread of worry in his voice. Amidst his own terror at the unexpected portal, the unnamed horned character grumbled about the extravagant wealth of others, unsure if they should proceed. "Where are the cameras?" the unnamed horned character demanded, prompting the floating small black robot to begin its subtle scanning. The floating small black robot reported the oppressive security measures made precise data acquisition difficult. Still, a partial scan revealed lenses positioned behind him, 2 more ahead, and security personnel lurking just beyond the door. A cold dread washed over him as the unnamed horned character considered a retreat, his mind racing with possibilities. Panic set in. The unnamed horned character yearned to quickly gather his belongings and flee this perilous place. Suddenly, a charming bear cub appeared, holding a pot of honey, a vision of pure, unadulterated cuteness. "It's so cute," the unnamed horned character raged, his conflicting emotions confounding the floating small black robot. "Why are you crying?" the floating small black robot questioned, oblivious to the overwhelming joy that had reduced the cloaked figure to tears. With renewed hope, the cloaked figure presented yet another holographic design, eager to please. A tiny figure in an extravagant swan-themed costume twirled, a triumphant cry of delight echoing. Overwhelmed by the exquisite design, the cloaked figure gasped out joyful sobs, a sentiment the floating small black robot objectively confirmed. The unnamed horned character enthusiastically joined in, eager to contribute his own ideas to the interactive design, while the cloaked figure offered guidance. A punk rock prodigy in a studded collar and chains roared by on a skull tricycle, an image of pure, rebellious energy. "This is it," the unnamed horned character declared proudly, only to be met with the floating small black robot's blunt assessment of their lack of sense. A glowing, futuristic suit, all sharp lines and green light, modeled by a miniature figure, showcased the robot's clinical precision. "It's perfect," the floating small black robot pronounced with utter confidence, then prepared for the next phase as applause rang out. The creature, talking doll persona, gasped in surprise, now transformed into an elegant, tiny figure by the magic of the tailor. Clutching a cookie, the creature, talking doll persona, squealed with delight, reveling in its new, dapper attire. "No, wait," the unnamed horned character suddenly cried, a stark realization pulling him back to the harsh reality of his wanted status. He inwardly raged, justifying his past actions as necessary to save Mori, blaming another for his current plight. "Miria. I have something to say," the unnamed horned character blurted, urgently trying to explain himself. He pressed on, the words tumbling out as he tried to articulate the full story. A chilling voice cut through the air, questioning how someone so dangerous could possibly raise a human. The unnamed horned character froze, his multiple eyes widening in shock at the sudden, searing accusation. The mysterious cloaked figure dismissively stated that guides would show him out, a sharp stab to his already frayed nerves. The unnamed horned character flinched in surprise as the cloaked figure observed the subtle departure of his disguised companion. "The letter you wrote for Mori," the cloaked figure suddenly demanded, revealing knowledge of its supposed meaning, prompting feigned curiosity from the unnamed horned character. A heavy silence hung in the air, a physical weight between the two as they stood poised. The unnamed horned character stared, utterly bewildered by the small photograph held before him. A small, innocent creature peered over a grassy hill in the faded photograph, a hidden world captured on film. "It's Mori," the cloaked figure revealed gently, shattering the unnamed horned character's composure with the shocking news. The cloaked figure recounted the mundane task of processing documents, a routine broken by the unexpected arrival of a letter from Shalom. They confessed to almost discarding the letter, mistaking it for a common flyer before a spark of intuition stopped them. A hand reached out, ready to activate the glowing rectangle, to unveil its hidden content. The scene shifted to a vast, green expanse, seen from above, a grid-like filter suggesting a recorded memory. "So it was a video after all," the cloaked figure murmured, recognizing the mediated reality. The recorded view panned towards a distant church, before the cloaked figure's face appeared, etched with dawning surprise. A small, white creature cautiously peeked over a vibrant green hill, its presence a quiet wonder. "What's that?" the cloaked figure wondered aloud, a note of curiosity in their voice. The small creature flinched, seemingly aware of the distant observer, as the cloaked figure's face registered surprise. A tiny boy sat peacefully on the grassy hill, gazing upward with wide, innocent eyes. The cloaked figure's eyes glowed intensely, fixed on the screen, a profound wonder captivating them. Her eyes widened further, burning with an almost supernatural light, completely absorbed in the moment. The cloaked figure mused aloud about the boy's surprising roundness, finding humor in the peculiar observation. With a decisive motion, the cloaked figure paused the glowing video, capturing the image. The photograph, a tangible echo of the digital scene, was held carefully in the cloaked figure's hands. A gentle smile graced the cloaked figure's lips, their eyes still soft with residual warmth. The cloaked figure explained Mori's camera shyness and his fascination with an ant, a detail that astounded the unnamed horned character. The cloaked figure casually admitted to having already sponsored Mori and chosen a gift, downplaying the impulsive act as a bit boring. The unnamed horned character mused, deep in thought, while the cloaked figure affirmed the auspicious beginning. The unnamed horned character grumbled softly, a subtle dig aimed at an unnamed someone else. The tall, slender humanoid figure recommended a durable material for the bottom of Mori's new outfit, considering his habit of plopping down anywhere. A sudden, jarring sound made the small boy flinch in fear, the dim light heightening his distress. "Oh, I'm sorry," the cloaked figure exclaimed apologetically, quickly promising to activate the light. The small boy fidgeted anxiously in the oppressive darkness, his fear still palpable. His eyes wide with stark terror, the small boy looked up, confronting his fear directly. An extreme close-up magnified the boy's terrified, reflecting the encroaching light. The small boy gazed up at an overwhelming, blinding circular light, his dread consuming him. His face contorted, distorted by pure terror as tears streamed, overwhelmed by the harsh, inescapable light. The blinding expanse swallowed him whole, a silent scream building in his throat as his world spun into chaotic freefall. A disorienting rush, of raw light threatened to consume him, driving him deeper into the vast, consuming dark. A sudden, sharp realization jolted their composure, their calm shattered instantly. He spiraled past the colossal, silent sentinel, its shadowed form an inescapable, ominous presence. A violent impact sent him spiraling, a raw cry of pain, torn from his small body as he lost all control. Pure terror etched itself onto his sweating, vulnerable features. A titanic shadow loomed, its crushing descent an inescapable, overwhelming threat. A desperate Mori erupted, fueling his urgent, headlong charge. The floating small black robot shrieked a dire warning to Rider, the unspoken threat hanging heavy. The unnamed horned character with red skin tore through the complex cityscape, driven by a singular, fierce resolve, the floating small black robot trailing reluctantly in his wake. A heavy grimness settled, lost in deep contemplation. A silent, mechanical sphere held an unspoken, menacing purpose. Its hidden core pulsed with a quiet, ominous, orange energy. The device's ominous glow burned within the unnamed horned character with red skin's unwavering gaze. They plunged together through the vast night sky, suspended between Earth and an unknown fate. Held tightly, a silent comfort offered solace to the unnamed horned character with red skin's raw, trembling fear. With an unwavering resolve, the cloaked figure with bird-like features formed an impenetrable shield against the unknown, guarding the anxiety behind them. The ethereal void only deepened the young boy's raw, sweating fear. From the silent ground, two figures witnessed tiny forms plummet into the boundless, mysterious expanse above. The unnamed horned character with red skin's anguished cry of Mori tore through the void, a desperate plea echoing as the young boy turned, his own concern now starkly evident. The torrent of anxious questions only amplified the young boy's raw, sweating distress. A frantic litany of medical observations and worried questions erupted, their shared panic palpable. Uncontrollable sobs racked him, a river of overwhelming grief. In the silent, vast expanse, a protective embrace offered quiet solace and an unexpected sanctuary. A weighty message, sealed by crimson, held untold secrets. In the calm after the storm, a quiet vigil watched over the young boy's peaceful, slumbering form. The cloaked figure with bird-like features concluded thoughtfully, suspecting a deeper, unsettling truth. A shared contemplation lingered, as they pondered the puzzling depth of the young boy's reaction to light. Even after Rider burned all the trees down, eliciting the floating small black robot's curse and an embarrassed ahem, Mori remained unfazed by the light. Their mansion had been deliberately lit with flames, a quiet testament to a specific, now urgent, need. Ancient records revealed a history of light sensitivity, dictating only oil lamps or candles when Mori's friend was present. The floating small black robot's recall of past spotlight sensitivity triggered a sudden, urgent, "That's it," as the unnamed horned character with red skin remembered a critical cave incident. The cloaked figure with bird-like features, in a moment of analytical thought, connected the recent incident to a sudden, circular beam of light. A circular light. Echoed, heavy with profound, pensive meaning. A purposeful hand sought forgotten knowledge, deep within the shelves. Within the comforting, sunlit study, the cloaked figure with bird-like features delved deep into their devoted, studious research. Soft mumbles filled the active air, as the young boy slowly stirred amidst the familiar domestic bustle. A quiet concentration settled, their gazes united over the shared, open pages. A collaborative spirit filled the bright room, as they meticulously crafted a whimsical world for imaginative play. A single query hung in the expectant air, as the assembled audience awaited the start of the performance. Hushed anticipation filled the theatrical space, all eyes fixed on the spotlight's dramatic, empty promise. An innocent question marked the young boy's curious, eager anticipation. The cozy stage glowed, ready for the unfolding magic of a shared story. With a formal ahem, the ancient tale began to weave its enchantment. Once upon a time, in a forest, the three little pigs. A spark of wonder ignited, fully capturing the young boy's focused attention. Then, a dramatic shift, a menacing wolf appeared. The story's pull was irresistible, his excitement surging forth from his seat. Unsuspecting, the pigs planned their homes, unaware of the lurking, watchful shadow. A mischievous snicker escaped the unnamed horned character with red skin, enjoying the secret humor of the moment. Shadow play, the unnamed horned character with red skin wondered, his curiosity genuinely piqued. With calm instruction, the cloaked figure with bird-like features detailed their careful lighting plan, beginning with a square beam. The light would subtly shift, gradually curving to deepen the play's immersive, theatrical focus. Completely spellbound, the story held the young boy's unwavering attention. They lovingly wove stories, crafting shared, magical moments into evocative, cherished memories. Pure wonder illuminated the young boy's features, reflecting magic within. The tale progressed, promising further, unfolding narrative developments. An innocent discovery revealed playful, crayon-drawn portraits from a cherished, past moment. A nervous, escaped the floating small black robot, realizing these endearing, innocent drawings were likely being made right now. By the young boy. The tale took an unexpected turn, the pigs now resolved to trust and unite, eliciting an unspoken, from the puzzled audience. Confusion deepened as the narration unexpectedly introduced terms like construction budget and floor area ratio, prompting a clear query. The unnamed horned character with red skin's exasperation boiled over, the absurdity reaching new, baffling heights. The pigs unveiled an ultra-mega amazing superalloy fourth house, Wua, leaving the unnamed horned character with red skin to demand, "What kind of story is this?" Wide-eyed amazement consumed the young boy, captivated by the wild narrative. An infectious burst of joy, Kayahana, erupted, filling the room with shared, light-hearted laughter. Utter bewilderment had left the unnamed horned character with red skin completely dumbfounded and speechless. A sudden, unexpected twist completely caught the cloaked figure with bird-like features off guard. A victorious smirk met the cloaked figure with bird-like features' stunned surprise, the playful rivalry now hilariously settled. Just then, a mysterious, urgent command cut through the air, "Stop fighting," as Mama Pig and Mama Wolf appeared from afar. The serene, starry night was suddenly shattered by boisterous laughter, "Ha ha ha ha." A heavy, deliberate step heralded an ominous, approaching presence. A solitary figure retreated down the grand, echoing hall, dwarfed by imposing, silent sentinels. Their silent, ancient forms observed, subtly aware. A chilling, unseen voice issued a single, powerful command to "Call Miria," ominous power rippling. The morning light fell softly, hinting at a day of gentle awakening. Confusion briefly clouded the young boy's mind as he stirred from sleep. The sun's insistent glow playfully coaxed the young boy awake, urging him to sit up. A small gasp of surprise escaped him, marking the start of a new, intriguing day. The floating small black robot offered its programmed greeting, a familiar start to the day. Observing the early hour, the robot noted his unusual promptness, though the young boy still fought the last vestiges of sleep. He stretched out luxuriously, banishing the morning chill. A flurry of playful energy spun him around, before he peeked out with newfound curiosity. His innocent gaze reflected a world full of wonder. In a playful burst of imagination, countless tiny versions of him swarmed the bed, each radiating pure, unadulterated joy. The unnamed horned character with red skin tried to prolong their shared morning warmth, hoping for a few more minutes of slumber. The unnamed horned character with red skin remained blissfully unaware, as Mori quietly assessed his options. A sudden, resounding bang announced Mori's hasty departure, jolting both the unnamed horned character with red skin and the robot from their morning calm. A purposeful step carried someone new into the bright room. In the grand hallway, a penguin-like figure cheerfully greeted Mori, curious about his night's rest. A panicked shout of warning echoed through the hall as another penguin-like figure reacted to the imminent danger of running feet, culminating in a soft thud. The black hooded figure extended their arms, a gesture both welcoming and subtly authoritative. A serene milestone arrived, marking 1 full month since the young boy had made this grand mansion his home. Powdered white, the young boy and the floating small black robot had clearly embarked on a playful adventure. With a celebratory bang and a cloud of white, the young boy reveled in the glorious mess he had created. "I just cleaned," the penguin-like figure shrieked in horror, their tidy world once again obliterated by a mischievous cloud of powder. Sensing a shift, the floating small black robot calmly inquired if hunger now motivated him. "You're hungry," the chef penguin-like figure gasped, as if the very notion of a child needing food was an utterly scandalous surprise. As a playful filter shimmered into place, the young boy's cuteness was instantly amplified, now radiating pure, irresistible charm. The penguin-like figure reacted with an exaggerated wail of pure, comedic agony. Rapid chopping sounds filled the kitchen, a symphony of culinary preparation. Flames danced around the wok as a penguin-like figure furiously cooked, heat radiating. Food soared through the air, eagerly devoured by the hungry young boy. A relieved sigh escaped the penguin-like figure, as the young boy and robot rolled playfully, happily sated. The cloaked figure scooped up the young boy, transitioning from play to the practical, yet caring, ritual of bath time. "Are you washing him like you're doing laundry?" the unnamed male character in hood quipped, as the young boy endured a rather vigorous, chaotic scrub. The young boy and robot playfully peeked out, observing the world from their secret vantage point. In the quiet study, the black hooded figure found solace in the pages of a book. Her eyes glowed with serene intensity, hinting at a deeper, mystical understanding. His eyes sparkled, reflecting a moment of pure, unadulterated joy. "Incredible studiousness," the unnamed horned character with red skin exclaimed, his surprise comically amplified by his multiple, wide-open eyes. Under the watchful, silent gaze of the black-hooded figure, the young boy meticulously devoted himself to drawing. The unnamed horned character with red skin inquired, learning that the young boy was engaged in the focused task of copying word cards. Despite the unnamed horned character with red skin's playful critique of his wrong letters, the young boy's pure delight remained undimmed. "Isn't this a bit similar?" the black-hooded figure insisted, humorously prompting the unnamed horned character with red skin to accuse her of clouded judgment. The young boy meticulously pulled books from the shelf, his quiet quest for knowledge leading the floating small black robot to offer its reading services. As the floating small black robot intoned the enigmatic word "pyrop," the young boy's innocent face registered a flicker of profound confusion. The unnamed horned character with red skin casually explained "division," an explanation the young boy honestly admitted he still didn't quite grasp. The black-hooded figure, with a glowing orb in hand, meticulously detailed how cells, upon reaching the end of a lifespan, revert to their original state. The floating small black robot elaborated on division and the utter defenselessness during pyrop, a crucial detail the black-hooded figure fully absorbed. The black-hooded figure voiced concern over the lesson's complexity for Mori, a sentiment seemingly lost on the relaxed unnamed horned character with red skin. A dramatic cry of alarm burst from the penguin-like figure. Scribbling on the wall again, the penguin-like figure wailed, catching the young boy in the act. The exasperated penguin-like figure forced the young boy to clean his artistic rebellion, oblivious to the amused, hidden observers. As the young boy sniffled and sobbed, an unseen voice playfully teased about his broken streak of no tears. The unnamed horned character with red skin delivered a gentle reprimand, warning the flinching young boy about future wall scribbling and the impending wrath of Gile. The announcement of incoming mail ignited a burst of eagerness in the unnamed horned character with red skin, who loudly volunteered. "I'll get it," the unnamed horned character with red skin declared, vanishing in a swift, enthusiastic blur. The black-hooded figure remained calm, her observant gaze lingering in the empty space. "Here you go," the breathless unnamed horned character with red skin proudly presented the mail. A polite exchange followed as the black-hooded figure thanked Ryder for the mail, who cheerfully dismissed the gesture. She noted with quiet relief that, once again, the mail contained no dreaded wanted posters, a silent acknowledgement of a hidden truth. "Ryder," the black-hooded figure sharply called, startling the unnamed horned character with red skin into a flustered, confused reply. Her glowing eyes fixed on him, she issued an imposing invitation for a private conversation. A wave of nervousness washed over the unnamed horned character with red skin, leaving him stammering and unsure. The black-hooded figure stood, a silent observer in the sun-drenched hallway. A bead of sweat traced his temple as he frantically questioned his own perception, wondering if he had truly misjudged the situation. A chilling suspicion crept in, had she noticed something deeper, something revealing? A surge of resolve pushed him, he would seize control of the conversation. He extended his hand, a direct challenge issued to the black-hooded figure. In her hand rested two dark, intricately engraved stones, brimming with unspoken significance. With gravitas, the unnamed horned character with red skin unveiled their true purpose, keys to the judge's chamber. A baffled "huh" escaped him, utterly bewildered by her calm. With calm authority, the black-hooded figure revealed her decisive action: she had contacted the judge. The revelation sent a tremor of tension through him, his face shadowed with unease. A strangled gasp of "Ju. Judge" escaped him, laced with sudden, palpable fear. A torrent of paranoid thoughts flooded his mind. Had she reported him? How long had she known? And had he been foolishly lulled into a false sense of security? His panicked internal screams of impending jail were abruptly shattered by the black-hooded figure's calm, unexpected question about joining Patch. A cold dread washed over the unnamed horned character with red skin, momentarily freezing his every thought. He wrestled with an overwhelming disbelief, his mind desperately rejecting the cosmic implications of the conversation. The cloaked figure's calm assessment of suddenness only amplified the unnamed horned character's flustered state. The cloaked figure laid out their measured strategy, seeking the judge's favor to solidify Mori's place within the pack and bypass human legal ambiguities. The unnamed horned character with red skin absorbed the logic, a quiet echoing his deep contemplation. But then a chilling implication struck the unnamed horned character with red skin, jolting him into a panicked realization of the true stakes. The unnamed horned character with red skin demanded to know the extent of the cloaked figure's knowledge, receiving a calm, unsettling affirmation. The cloaked figure's disbelief was clear, prompting the unnamed horned character to nervously cling to Mori's emotional dependence on Ryder. The unnamed horned character's unconvincing boasts about control were met with the cloaked figure's skeptical reference to an uncontained force. The cloaked figure gently reminded the unnamed horned character of Mori's origins, solidifying the grim reason for her fugitive status. The unnamed horned character reluctantly conceded the truth: a simpler solution wouldn't erase the legal shadow hanging over them. In a quiet gesture of intent, the unnamed horned character with red skin passed a small, dark object to the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure suggested a life of less excitement, posing a profound choice to the listening unnamed horned character. Yet, underlying the practical offer, the cloaked figure expressed a profound personal desire for Ryder to finally find a home. The cloaked figure's glowing eyes held an unwavering intensity, urging a deep and serious consideration of their proposal. The unnamed horned character with red skin murmured a pensive agreement, his gaze distant as he weighed the heavy decision. A soft, exasperated question escaped the unnamed horned character with red skin as he discovered the young boy sleeping on the floor. The floating small black robot whirred a confused query as the unnamed horned character with red skin cradled the slumbering boy protectively. The robot spun, baffled by a subtle change in the unnamed horned character's demeanor, earning a confused "like what?" in return. The robot optimistically suggested a positive turn of events, which the unnamed horned character vehemently denied. With tender, deliberate movements, the unnamed horned character with red skin adjusted the young boy's clothing. The young boy proudly announced his meticulous preparation, emphasizing the critical importance of a striking first impression. The grand room buzzed with a nervous anticipation as figures gathered, some offering last-minute advice amidst the screen preparations. The young boy's hands nervously fidgeted with his bag, seeking a silent reassurance from the calm unnamed horned character. A calculated seriousness settled over the unnamed horned character's features, a hint of something more beneath the surface. The single, clear utterance of "Mori" startled the young boy, snapping him to attention. The unnamed horned character knelt, taking the young boy's bag with a gentle gesture of unwavering support. The unnamed horned character with red skin held 2 amber pendants, the gesture underscoring the bittersweet truth of his impending absence. A silent promise of protection was physically manifested as the unnamed horned character with red skin placed a pendant around the young boy's neck. The clinking of the pendant accompanied the unnamed horned character's reassuring promise to remain close by, a steadfast guardian. The young boy clutched the pendant, his innocent gaze reflecting a quiet contemplation of its newfound significance. The cloaked figure's sincere concern cut through the tension, offering Mori an escape route from the daunting task ahead. A silent, understanding glance passed between the unnamed horned character with red skin and the cloaked figure, a shared moment of calm resolve. The cloaked figure's hand made a swishing gesture, initiating the powerful ritual with a subtle command. A varied collection of figures stood before the imposing, black rectangular portal, a silent threshold to an unknown destination. The cloaked figure issued precise instructions, stressing the importance of the practiced routine before stepping into the portal first. The cloaked figure vanished with a swift motion into the portal, leaving the young boy to nervously clutch his pendant. A single, hesitant boot advanced, a small step into a monumental journey. A nauseous lurch accompanied the young boy's plunge into the dark void, an unsettling and disorienting descent. He tumbled through the dark, abstract space, his wide-eyed terror reflecting the sheer disorientation of the unknown. 2 colossal, cloaked figures stood sentinel at the path's end, their silent presence watched by rows of smaller figures, an imposing welcome. The unnamed horned character with red skin and his companions watched the glowing holographic screen with a collective, tense focus. With purposeful, echoing steps, the cloaked figure walked into the vast, dimly lit hall. The cloaked figure stood precisely at the heart of the ornate, circular platform, a small point within a grand design. With profound reverence, the cloaked figure bowed on the symbolic platform, a gesture of deep respect. A heavy, resonant impact shuddered through the ground, announcing an unseen presence. A solitary cloaked figure stood on a distant ledge, humbled by the immense, cosmic grandeur of the hall. The unnamed horned character with red skin and his anxious companions watched the holographic screen, their concern palpable. The invocation of Miria hung in the air as 2 cloaked figures faced an ethereal, luminous entity in the cosmic expanse. A strangled gasp escaped the unnamed horned character with red skin, his terror palpable as he uttered the name, the Judge. The young boy fell violently into the imposing hall, greeted by the ominous, silent gaze of 3 cloaked figures. Fury contorted the unnamed horned character's face, his companion startled by the escalating horror of the Judge. Miria's urgent cry tore through the cosmic void, filled with a desperate plea for Mori. Within the shadowy confines, a mysterious cloaked figure stood, an enigma cloaked in silent power. A cloaked figure reached out, startling the young boy who knelt in vulnerable terror. A dark-gloved hand closed around him, a sudden grasp accompanying the question of his well-being. His breath caught in his throat, a raw gasp of pure, primal fear. From the vast, dim chamber, a cloaked figure watched, a silent observer of a distant cosmic anomaly. Through a fractured, crimson haze, indistinct figures lurked, their presence deeply unsettling. Miria's glowing eyes widened, her voice an urgent demand to halt the unfolding crisis. Reality itself warped around the cloaked figure's extended hand, glitching with a potent, unsettling energy. A voice cried out a desperate warning as a distorted, rainbow vortex swirled within the boy's wide, terrified eye. He latched on with a desperate, furious bite, a primal snarl ripping from his throat. Shouts of alarm erupted as the young boy's desperate struggle escalated, prompting panicked cries for him to stop. His agonized screams echoed, a raw cry of pain as he continued to bite, unable to release his grip. Miria's hand extended with a determined grace, poised for intervention. Her palm reached for the abyss, a swirling black vortex threatening to consume all. Miria recoiled, startled by the unseen voice that declared her power strictly forbidden. Miria's retreat became a somber procession, moving deeper into the grand, dark halls towards a swirling cosmic portal. A cloaked figure was violently seized, its form fracturing into a blinding, distorted burst of energy. Miria's shock mirrored the unnamed horned character's burning rage, both consumed by the intense unfolding events. He drifted through a sea of nebulae, unconscious and ethereal, clutching his golden locket. The void swallowed him whole, an inescapable, dark vortex pulling him into its depths. Miria looked up into the vast chamber, watching with a growing sense of dread as the young boy vanished into the cosmic vortex above. Her own name echoed in her mind, a whisper of self-reproach in her distress. Before the towering, cosmic entity, the profound, inexplicable situation desperately called for an explanation. The unnamed horned character's furious roar ripped through the air, utterly incredulous at the unfolding absurdity. Miria's glow intensified, her sharp retort a defiant challenge to his disbelief. Miria revealed the chilling judgment: Mori was deemed unstable, a dangerous condition they tragically attributed to her influence. As Miria explained Mori's forced attention in the judge's territory, the unnamed horned character erupted in furious disbelief, barely restrained by a calming voice. Though the room was warm, a subtle frown etched her face, her thoughts consumed by unease. He bit down again with desperate ferocity, a feral act born of sheer panic. In the dim corridor, a cloaked figure stood in silent watch, its gaze fixed on something unseen. Miria pondered the unsettling question of the search team's presence within the forbidden judge's chamber. Amidst the imposing chamber, one multi-armed figure voiced the collective, unsettling confusion. The cloaked figure with bird-like features voiced deep skepticism, questioning how such a young human could traverse such impossible distances alone. The unnamed horned character's curiosity was piqued by the glowing screen, learning of the judge's 3 legs. Miria listened intently, a tremor of unease accompanying the sudden demand for honesty. The cloaked figure with bird-like features levied a biting accusation, claiming the child had been secretly abducted from the shelter. Miria's glowing eyes flared, her vehement denial echoing through the chamber, insisting Mori had left willingly. Amidst the grand chamber, the cloaked figure with bird-like features questioned the impossible: how an infant human could traverse their formidable boundaries. Miria revealed the key: special Lauder fabric clothes had enabled the boy's impossible border crossing. The interrogation pressed on, asking if she knew the boundaries would weaken, but Miria's denial was swift and firm. Miria passionately pleaded her case, her glowing eyes earnest as she swore her intentions were solely for the infant's health, nothing more insidious. The cloaked figure with bird-like features explained their deep concern, initiating the search for Mori after months without shelter updates. Miria recalled the traveler's arrival, who had brought Mori into their city. A pointed question demanded to know the traveler's current whereabouts. Miria hesitated, her gaze distant, carefully considering her response. The unnamed horned character watched on, his expression etched with serious concern. Miria delivered the somber truth: the traveler had already departed the city. The realization settled heavily: without the traveler, no proof could be offered, and Miria resignedly conceded. The cloaked figure with bird-like features recounted the traveler's negligence, losing the child in the city center. The cloaked figure with bird-like features revealed the terrifying truth: the child had narrowly escaped kidnapping, a revelation that deepened Miria's concern. A surging, abstract light illustrated the powerful force that had been unleashed. The cloaked figure with bird-like features underscored the severe danger the child had faced, a harrowing image of distress. Miria bowed her head in profound remorse, a heavy apology for her undeniable carelessness. The cloaked figure with bird-like features harshly declared the human unqualified, demanding his return, but Miria vehemently refused to condemn him to such a fate. Miria's distressed face crumpled as she passionately pleaded, urging them to consider the profound emotional toll a new, unfamiliar environment would wreak upon the child. Miria argued desperately, questioning the child's very survival in a human world so utterly different from his own. The cloaked figure with bird-like features continued to press, their question hanging heavy in the mysterious air. The cloaked figure with bird-like features critically assessed the human's communication abilities, then pointedly demanded Miria's concurrence. Miria, resolute, defended the child's emotional clarity and earnestly requested permission to speak with him. A grudging voice conceded, promising to consider her fervent plea. With an authoritative declaration, the cloaked figure with bird-like features affirmed the judge's priority for the child's safety, then dismissed the assembly. With a soft rustle, Miria departed, her face etched with a quiet, lingering sadness. Isolated and small, Miria walked alone across the vast, glowing bridge, swallowed by the immense chamber. Her own name echoed softly in the quiet depths of her profound reflection. Miria gazed upwards, a gentle, ethereal smile hinting at a quiet, cosmic hope. Bathed in ethereal blue, Miria declared with solemn acceptance that this was the judge's inescapable decree. She reached out with gentle grace, her touch a tender embrace as she drew the glowing figure close, looking upon it with profound affection. A small, tender hand gently reached for her face, a silent gesture of intimate connection. A somber thought crossed her mind, a wistful reflection on their fleeting lifespans compared to her own. Her light softly faded as she contemplated the endless, profound silence that would inevitably follow, leaving her utterly alone. Tears streamed down her face as she cradled the figure, her sorrowful question echoing the unbearable weight of impending loss. The cloaked figure pressed for an answer, a quiet click of anticipation hanging in the tense air. Whispers of concern spread through the room as Miria's prolonged sadness and refusal to eat weighed heavily on their minds. He contemplated an intervention at the next judgment, but an unseen voice swiftly dismissed the idea as counterproductive. A cloaked figure challenged his understanding, demanding to know why Miria had risked everything before the judge. Fear ripped through the desert as his infamous name, Rider, echoed through the panicked cries of those fleeing his chaotic reputation. From an unseen speaker, biting words cut deep, reminding Rider of his infamy and Miria's compromised standing before the authorities. The relentless lecture continued, condemning his recklessness and the illegal nature of his creation, leaving Rider utterly deflated. Without a plan, the chilling threat of AIA's confiscation loomed large. Beneath Rider's gaze, a quiet resolve ignited, hardening his features. Suddenly, Rider's suppressed fury erupted in a defiant roar, shattering the tense silence. Rider raged, claiming AIA as his own creation, her very existence a testament to his will. A voice from beyond the frame urged Rider to calm down, confirming the grim possibility of AIA's seizure. With a raw, guttural cry of frustration, Rider stormed away, leaving an echoing silence in his wake. The small robot drifted silently, a loyal shadow in Rider's angry wake. Rider walked away, leaving the bright room to its somber emptiness. Mori, cloaked in innocence, awaited his fate with a quiet hope. A surge of bitter frustration tightened Rider's jaw, a silent battle raging within him. As Rider stood in the bright hallway, a new arrival sparked a flicker of expectation. Rider moved with renewed purpose, approaching a closed door with swift strides. A glowing object caught Rider's eye, eliciting a moment of pure astonishment. A luminous orb pulsed gently, casting an otherworldly glow over the scattered papers. Miria's expression remained perfectly serene, a beacon of calm. Rider burst through the door with an excited cry, jolting the calm. Rider announced the triumphant news, his voice brimming with joy, their visitation request for Mori had been granted. Miria shot upright, a surge of surprised hope electrifying her stillness. With a hopeful gesture, Rider passed the crucial object to Miria. The stately building stood peacefully under a bright, welcoming sky. Busy with preparations, the penguin-like figures fussed over Mori's favorite foods and toys, their care evident in every detail. Miria offered her heartfelt gratitude for their thoughtful efforts. A quiet tremor of eager anticipation ran through both Ryder and Miria. A small, glowing stone pulsed above a gloved, waiting hand. Within the grand, mysterious chamber, a cloaked figure approached a vast, ominous dark opening. The figure vanished into the foreboding darkness. Ryder observed the scene with an unwavering, neutral gaze. In the cold, unwelcoming confines, unseen figures announced their escort, their words a chilling embrace. With a stark command, the two figures led the way deeper into the gloom. The cloaked figure was led through the tense darkness, a solemn resolve settling behind their glowing eyes. The towering, desolate structures of an alien city pierced the monochromatic sky, an imposing sight. A muted, floating device patrolled the vast, silent cityscape. The cloaked figure disappeared into the ominous dark aperture. Ryder watched the unfolding events with an unwavering, neutral gaze. Again, in the cold, unwelcoming confines, unseen figures declared their escort, their words a chilling embrace. With a stark command, the figures once more guided them deeper into the gloom. The cloaked figure continued their tense journey, led through the confined, mysterious darkness. A solemn resignation settled upon the cloaked figure's face. The towering, desolate structures of the alien city pierced the monochromatic sky once more, an imposing sight. Another muted, floating device patrolled the vast, silent cityscape. The cloaked figure sat in sterile silence, an island in the cold, artificial room. A melancholic gaze fixed on a small, cherished photograph. On the faded photograph, a child's vibrant drawing captured their innocent world, a sweet echo of nostalgia. Lost in childhood focus, Mori's crayon strokes brought a cherished figure to life on paper. Miria's resolve hardened, she knew she had to remain strong. In the bright, clinical room, the cloaked figure stood under the watchful eye of a hazmat-suited scientist, the tension palpable. Miria maintained her perfectly neutral, composed expression. The harsh, sterile room stretched out, its empty space and dangling wires creating an unsettling tableau. Mori lay curled on the cold, sterile floor, an unsettling quiet clinging to him. A wave of profound shock and horror washed over Miria, her world tilting. Miria's demand for answers was met with the scientist's cold explanation of forced nutrient supply for Subject 1125, who refused to eat. Miria pressed for details on Mori's refusal, as the scientist coolly consulted a device. A deep sadness enveloped Miria as the scientist revealed Mori's unyielding refusal to eat since his arrival. The scientist analytically explained the cloak's confiscation, citing security breaches as the reason. The scientist chillingly described Mori's extreme violence, claiming he had bitten every staff member, all while tubes silently fed his prone form. Strict protocols were outlined, no physical contact, limited communication, and a signature required for the controlled interaction. The scientist's query broke Miria's silence, exposing her barely contained emotional struggle. Miria stammered, her words catching in her throat, a wave of awkwardness washing over the room. With earnest hope, Miria presented the food, painstakingly detailing how to coax Mori into eating his favorites, cut into small, manageable bites. Her voice thick with concern, she offered more tender instructions, even mentioning his cherished toy, a profound sadness beneath her words. Alone in the engulfing darkness, the cloaked figure radiated a faint, solitary glow. A profound, melancholic sorrow etched itself onto Miria's face. Her delicate hand, now appearing withered and weary, trembled slightly. Huddled in profound weariness, the cloaked figure bore the heavy weight of despair. A sudden, faint crackle filled the air as the cloaked figure moved away, leaving the scientist confused and uncertain. The harsh, sterile room once more revealed its empty space and dangling wires, still unsettling. Mori still lay curled on the cold, sterile floor, an unsettling quiet clinging to him. Mori's dark hair veiled a fragile vulnerability. With heavy, confused eyes, Mori stirring from sleep with a soft query. Connected by wires, Mori eerily crawled toward the imposing dark opening. With quiet, determined effort, Mori crawled across the sterile floor. A desperate, echoing cry escaped him as he reached for his own reflection, his small thuds hitting the floor. With tiny, struggling gasps, Mori strained to reach, tethered by wires. Tears streamed down Mori's face as a heartbreaking plea of confusion escaped his lips. A raw, desperate wail of intense distress tore through the silent room. The scientist, panicked by Mori's sudden, urgent cries, frantically tried to calm the distraught child, alarms blaring around them. With an unsettling hiss, a sedative was administered, its purpose clinical and cold. Mori's world swirled into disorienting colors as the sedative took hold, pulling his distressed consciousness into a tragic abyss. A soft thud echoed in the stark, silent room as Mori finally collapsed into unconsciousness. An eerie quiet settled over the grand mansion, cloaking its secrets in the deep night. Deep within the mansion's quiet chambers, hushed voices exchanged concerns about Miria, choosing secrecy over disturbance. A hushed voice wondered aloud about Miria's unusual demeanor, adding a layer of dread to the already tense silence. The horned character offered a dire pronouncement, disturbing Miria now might quite literally tear their world apart. Determined footsteps advanced, disrupting the quiet with an unexpected presence that drew a startled gasp. A plea of "wait" ripped through the air, chasing after the retreating figure of Ryder. With a tone of quiet challenge, the horned character spoke Miria's name. He sought to break the weighty silence with a firm invitation for Miria to speak. Miria's voice, tinged with regret, conveyed a profound longing for solitude, a quiet plea to be left undisturbed. Miria's words struck Ryder with an unexpected jolt, leaving him in bewildered disbelief. His gaze fell upon a document, illuminated by a mysterious orb, hinting at deeper implications for his troubled thoughts. A weighty silence settled as Ryder's mind wrestled with an unsettling revelation. His gaze burned with an unyielding determination, piercing through the uncertainty. A gasp of disbelief escaped him as the words, "letter of resignation," appeared before his eyes. A wave of profound concern washed over Ryder as he voiced the unthinkable: was Miria truly abandoning Mori? His voice spiked with furious disbelief, demanding how Miria could consider such a path after seeing Mori so recently. Ryder's fury erupted, each word a searing accusation, branding Miria's potential abandonment of Mori as cold, objectifying betrayal. Miria's turmoil manifested as raw, shadowy tendrils that ripped through the air, flinging objects in a chaotic surge of uncontrolled magic. The sudden, volatile outburst from Miria caused a jolt of profound alarm to ripple through Ryder. Overwhelmed by her own raging power, Miria hunched defensively as the supernatural tendrils pulsed outward with dangerous intent. With a chilling display of raw power, Miria issued a guttural warning, her very being radiating a dangerous fury. She declared, with a fragile conviction, that her choice was made solely for Mori's ultimate well-being. Ryder absorbed Miria's words, his distress deepening with every strained syllable she uttered. Yet, the profound anxiety churning within Ryder refused to subside. His fury reignited as he vehemently challenged Miria's cold justification, deeming it no best option at all. Ryder's accusation of cowardice ignited a fierce denial from Miria, escalating their conflict into a furious exchange of wills. Then came the devastating news: Mori refused to eat, tearing a cry of shock from Miria. A primal scream of anguish erupted from Miria, each word echoing the unbearable reality of Mori's suffering and refusal to eat. The harsh, clinical reality of Mori's fragile state lay bare, a silent testament to his profound distress. The terrifying truth crashed down: Mori's decline began with the judgment 2 weeks prior, leaving Ryder utterly stunned. Miria's agony poured forth, a raw scream against the injustice of Mori's suffering, bound by the cruel necessity of nutrition tubes. Amidst the swirling, phosphorescent tendrils of a nascent void, the tiny robot drifted silently, a lone sentinel. With a soft whoosh, their forms were cast adrift within an infinite cosmic canvas, stretched between worlds. In the desolate expanse, Miria's inner voice confessed to a profound greed, admitting her refusal to return Mori, driven by a desperate longing for connection. That cherished time with Mori had been too good, a painful memory now laced with unspoken regret. A child's simple drawing floated past, fueling Miria's agonizing question: had Mori truly found happiness, or was it all a pretense? The smiling image on the drawing twisted her doubt further: had her choices been entirely selfish? A chilling dread enveloped Miria as she understood the grave cost. Her prolonged battle was slowly draining Mori's very life force. The terrifying "what if" echoed in her mind. What if Mori's failing health was entirely her fault? Each lingering step deeper into the void mirrored her soul's heavy descent towards an agonizing conclusion. The horrifying prospect of Mori's death shattered her composure, sending agonizing tears streaking across her face. A harrowing resolve began to form within her, an unbearable choice that would be made, for Mori's sake. Suddenly, a firm grip seized Miria's arm, yanking her back from the abyss of her thoughts. Ryder's voice thundered with an enraged urgency, refusing to let Miria succumb to such self-defeating thoughts. He declared, with fierce conviction, that she had overlooked a crucial truth. His words seared with furious passion, underscoring Mori's heartbreakingly small, vulnerable frame. A soft, bewildered query escaped Miria's lips, struggling to grasp his meaning. Ryder drove home his point with fiery intensity, emphasizing Mori's extreme fragility, a tiny being for whom even a single misstep could be devastating. With a frustrated gasp, Ryder laid bare the true timeline. Mori's appearance in the Red Desert marked not a beginning, but a profound continuation of an unknown journey. Even the tiny robot emitted a confused whir, struggling to process the implications of Ryder's intense declaration. His voice surged with agitated frustration, desperately trying to pierce Miria's comprehension regarding Mori's true nature. Even his own formidable will had been strained by the immense distance traversed to reach this very point. His voice rose to a furious crescendo, driving home the impossible feat of Mori's journey with such a small, fragile body. A tender memory surfaced. Mori, small and engrossed, presented a precious drawing under Ryder's watchful, loving gaze. Ryder's words resonated with Mori's purest desire, an unwavering longing to find Miria and remain by her side, drawing tears from her. He swore by Mori's innocent gaze, a gaze that never once betrayed any desire to return, only an earnest will to stay. With a desperate, cutting challenge, Ryder demanded if she dared to render Mori's arduous journey utterly meaningless. Amidst the silent expanse of the void, a soft clatter echoed as they settled into a shared, uneasy quiet. Miria's voice, heavy with fresh revelation, admitted to receiving a call earlier that day. The call had offered a solution: human parents for Mori within the restricted area, bound by the strange human notion of a child needing a mother. Words failed Miria, her tormented mind unable to articulate the profound dilemma now tearing at her soul. Ryder, with a surge of protective fury, vehemently dismissed such superficial concerns with a single, roaring question: who cares about that? Then, with a resolute determination that defied all norms, Ryder declared they, too, could embody that sacred role of mother for Mori. His unwavering gaze conveyed the profound depth of his pledge, a truth that slowly, softly dawned on Miria. Miria could only utter a single, broken word, her entire being reeling from the sheer, overwhelming audacity of his declaration. The floating small black robot, with its usual calm precision, prepared to revisit their strategy. The horned character confidently laid out the audacious plan, proving their superiority over any restricted area mother in the upcoming judgment. A penguin-like figure, amidst the towering intellect of the library, inquired about the specific virtues they should cultivate for this unprecedented challenge. Miria's data illuminated the fundamental truths of humanity, genders, and the intricate process by which they created offspring. The ideal human arrangement, it seemed, involved two adults bound by a contract called marriage, raising a child together in a harmonious home, much like three bears. Such pairings were simply designated as a couple, or more profoundly, parents. The horned character absorbed the complex human concepts, a thoughtful hum escaping them. With a sudden, gleeful epiphany, the horned character declared their newfound status: "We're a couple now." A bashful stammer escaped the black hooded figure, the word couple landing with an unexpected, flustering impact. While one penguin pondered the charming resonance of couple, a palpable fury emanated from Gile, causing a distinct trembling in the air. The horned character mused playfully over the choice, mom or dad. Upon learning that 89% of children Mori's age preferred mom, the black hooded figure, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "Then I'll be mom." The horned character then queried the possibility of two mom couples, and though the data was scarce, the general consensus was that it should be perfectly acceptable. One penguin, poring over ancient texts, suggested they emphasize their strength, having heard that humans held a particular fondness for fighting. Another passage revealed that humans also measured strength by wealth, to which the horned character, brimming with unfounded confidence, declared they had absolutely nothing to worry about. But the floating robot's silent query hung in the air: wasn't Ryder, in fact, completely broke? Ryder's furious accusations of shoddy maintenance were abruptly cut short by a penguin's thoughtful interjection: "Or is there something else we can prove?" The central question emerged: how could they unequivocally prove their profound, unwavering care for Mori? One proudly boasted a staggering 600 hugs, vividly recalling Mori's joyful, squeaking embraces. Another, with a comical gasp, recounted the 400 times Mori had enthusiastically trampled over them. Then, a silhouetted penguin began to speak, a painful realization dawning upon it. I've only ever scolded Mori," a penguin-like figure sniffled, tears welling up in genuine distress. Waving its tiny hands in desperation, the distressed penguin wailed, lamenting every instance of scolding and frantically seeking reassurance that their efforts for Mori had still mattered. Another penguin proudly puffed out its chest, declaring its culinary prowess and Mori's unwavering appreciation for every single meal it prepared. But the black-hooded figure's serene announcement, that Mori had refused the last meal entirely, deflated the chef penguin's pride with an exasperated snort. A chorus of whimpers filled the soft light as the distressed penguins huddled together, finding solace in shared grief. Amidst the overwhelming stacks of research, the penguins bemoaned the woefully incomplete and potentially unreliable data they had received from the shelter. A dim light illuminated the penguins' sudden, wide-eyed gapes, a startling discovery etched onto the ancient pages before it. A soft scratching sound accompanied the quiet movement of a penguin past a partially open door, hinting at unseen movements beyond. A collective worry settled over the room as a penguin voiced the critical truth: they were still desperately short on information. A worried penguin knew that at this perilous rate, something was bound to crackle and break. With unwavering resolve, Miria declared her critical need to meet Shalom. But when it became clear Shalom was unreachable, the penguins reacted with collective alarm: "You're going without an invitation?" From the dramatic shadows of the hallway, a cloaked figure cried out a desperate, urgent warning to Miria. With their current data severely lacking, the group reasoned that Shalom, the foremost expert on humans among them, held the key. Moreover, Mori had been found perilously close to Shalom's domain, a haunting detail suggesting Shalom might hold dark, vital information about Mori's past. But a penguin nervously began to explain that Shalom's current whereabouts were, in fact, an even greater complication. The black-hooded figure, with a grave certainty, confirmed the dreaded location: the playground, right? Ryder's confusion was absolute. Playground? What's that? Before fashioning a human domain, Shalom, the quirkiest of the seven, wove a unique, ethereal space. With boundless power, Shalom had filled this cosmic expanse with everything he adored, affectionately dubbing it his playground. Ryder, already envisioning a whimsical paradise of floating cookies and planets, breathed out a longing playground. But a solemn cloaked figure quickly shattered Ryder's reverie: "It's not that simple. For without invitation, prolonged exposure to such a power-forged space could unravel one's very sanity, and finding Shalom within its chaotic vastness was a dangerous gamble." Despite the chilling warnings, Miria's resolve remained unshakable. She still had to go. Ryder, ever the enthusiast, immediately shifted to action. All right, then let's get ready quickly. An unseen voice then queried, "You're coming with me?" The black-hooded figure calmly declared their inevitable participation, "Of course. We can't just sit around anymore." With a triumphant gesture, Ryder proudly declared, "We're the moms, after all." Miria's dry observation, "You weren't in your right mind to begin with," drew an enraged, exasperated grunt from Ryder. Another cloaked figure, with formal politeness, requested permission to accompany them, vowing to ensure their lord's comfort. Another cloaked figure skeptically questioned their usefulness, only for the hat-wearing figure to confidently assert that with a piece of their black hole, Giles could operate independently for a day, sparking a knowing snicker. The hat-wearing figure proposed splitting up to expedite their search, prompting a slightly grumbling Ryder to entrust the lead to Ryder and AIA, which the robot readily accepted. Ryder held a clear bottle, his expression a mixture of surprise and profound wonder. Another cloaked figure carefully cradled a small, unassuming brown box. As the gloved hand delicately opened the box, a shimmering, ethereal light erupted, bathing the dim space in magic. Ryder watched in awe as the star fragment was unveiled, while a penguin wistfully confessed their desperate attempts to prevent its very use. This exquisite, multifaceted crystal, they explained, held the power to transport them precisely where they needed to be. Miria's fist, radiating a powerful blue energy, surged forward, and with a shimmering whoosh, the star fragment ignited. Miria, eyes serious, warned that without a token or invitation, the destination remained unknown, and instructed everyone to stay close. A swirling black and starry vortex ripped open in the floor, and the travelers, surrounded by anxious onlookers, stood poised on its trembling edge. Dark, swirling wisps enveloped Ryder, his face contorted in a grimace of raw worry and distress. They tumbled through a gray, disorienting void, a dizzying descent into the unknown. Ryder's eyes were wide with pure, unadulterated terror, the robot beside him equally gripped by fright. A desolate sky swallowed them whole as they plunged toward a churning, merciless ocean, and a voice cried out, "Holy shit!" The icy water erupted in a violent splash. With a definitive thud, a booted foot found purchase on the unforgiving, shallow shore. Washed ashore, the weary travelers and their robot stood huddled on the bleak, isolated rocks beneath a desolate sky. Miria and Ryder's faces were streaked with a mixture of sea spray and profound despair, mirroring the raw anguish of their companions. On a desolate, rugged beach under an unforgiving gray sky, the travelers found themselves marooned. Their silent trek across the dark sand marked the reluctant first steps into this new, unknown reality. A breathtaking, serene vista offered a temporary reprieve, inviting contemplation of the new world stretching before them. Across the wide, simple plain, their individual gazes converged on an unspoken objective, hinting at the true scale of their journey. Their silent assessment continued, each searching for a sign in the muted, rocky expanse. Above the mist-shrouded peaks, alien leviathans drifted, casting a long, mysterious shadow over their awestruck wonder. A boot found temporary purchase, probing the murky depths of their new path. Within the ethereal mist of the pond, a silent, unspoken offer of support bridged the distance between them. A looming, ancient archway, half-submerged and choked with moss, promised a journey into something far more foreboding. The bird-like figure's head swayed, lost in quiet, somber hesitation. An unexpected flush of embarrassment spread across the horned character's face, catching them off guard. In the soft light, their reflections shimmered on the water, holding a quiet, unspoken exchange. Vibrant, luminescent mushrooms cast an enchanting, otherworldly glow. A question mark hung unspoken, reflecting the horned character's profound confusion at their surroundings. His gaze drifted, deep in pensive thought, unraveling silent mysteries. Through the eerie, gnarled woods, unseen eyes fixed on the horned figure, a chilling predator lurking silently above. A chilling Yuzuzu shiver ran down his spine, an inexplicable dread. The bird-like figure questioned the horned character's sudden startle, sensing the unease that had settled upon them. In a brief respite, they observed the warm, natural details of the sun-dappled forest, soaking in its peaceful, temporary beauty. A golden liquid swallowed them, then the vibrant sky bloomed with colossal, translucent leviathans, their silent dance painting the heavens with surreal beauty. Under a vast, star-filled tapestry of swirling nebulae, they found a serene, magical connection to the impossible wonders above. The wide-brimmed figure's head tilted, a silent, somber shake expressing deep, unspoken contemplation. In the deep gloom, a silent question passed between them, one searching, the other observing. The horned character's concern drew a vulnerable confession: a century's worth of stillness had made every movement a surprising, embarrassing effort. From the cave's threshold, the bird-like figure gazed upwards, finding deep solace in the cosmic dance. A hand reached skyward, yearning for the fleeting starlight. Around the warming fire, the bird-like figures whispered, "It's beautiful," resonated, a shared, peaceful awe under the cosmic expanse. A pang of poignant nostalgia struck the bird-like figure, wishing Mori could share this breathtaking, starry moment. The horned character's quiet agreement affirmed a shared, contemplative longing for Mori's presence. The fire softly ed, matching a quiet, certain thought. In a fantastical memory, Mori's tiny chibi form, with an excited Kaya, confirmed his unwavering mission to mouth everything. The horned character chuckled, confirming Mori would be too busy with his antics, provoking panicked chibi cries of "UAAAAA" from the others. Around the campfire, light-hearted jokes about Mori's absurdly large luggage filled the cozy cave, a testament to his tiny, demanding presence. The wide-brimmed figure confessed their initial lack of understanding for Miria, signaling a shift to deeper, more serious reflection. With a weighty tone, the wide-brimmed figure admitted their former belief, that humans were utterly insignificant to their kind. But then, a faded photograph, bright with a young Miria's warmth and a child's embrace, revealed the quiet turning point. Inevitably, their devotion to Miria extended to Mori, fostering an unplanned, yet profound, protective instinct. The photo captured Miria's pure affection, warm and nostalgic. The wide-brimmed figure realized a deeper truth: understanding was not a prerequisite for profound care. Mori's tiny figure let out an exaggerated omang, a comically pathetic whimper. With two dramatic holjik-s, the cloaked figure explained Mori's profound distress: he was denied his dirt-eating privilege. Still sniffling, Mori clung stubbornly, a small, dramatic anchor. The wide-brimmed figure reflectively listed Mori's challenging traits: harder to communicate with, undeniably more unsanitary. His little body became wetter and hotter. A gloved hand held the tiny arm with profound gentleness. A dark resolve hardened, as the wide-brimmed figure thought, "I never want to." Mori's small face contorted with unadulterated terror, his wide eyes reflecting an unspeakable, chilling fear. The wide-brimmed figure declared their fervent vow, to never again witness the chilling terror upon Mori's innocent face. A soft, understanding smile passed between them, a quiet affirmation of shared empathy. Deep within the glowing cave, the travelers found a tranquil, safe haven around their small, comforting campfire. The tranquil respite vanished, replaced by a treacherous, mist-shrouded mountain path, demanding their cautious steps. A precarious foothold crumbled, stones spiraling into the abyss. Sweat beaded as the horned character strained, a desperate, glowing grip against the peril. Reaching desperately from the precarious ledge, the horned character found unexpected salvation in a large, descending hand. A resolute hand extended, a lifeline against the perilous fall. Resolve hardened his gaze, a determined confidence burning anew. Two hands clasped firmly, a silent, powerful pact of trust. Across the bleak, rocky expanse, a skeletal creature crawled, its eerie presence observed from a watchful distance. Past the somber remains of defeated foes, the horned character continued, their path unforgiving. Stripped of distractions, their gazes remained fixed forward, a united, unwavering resolve. Before them loomed a grand, ancient gate, etched with a glowing symbol that promised profound, awe-inspiring mysteries within. Towards the imposing, mist-shrouded archway, they continued their arduous climb, step by grueling step. Under the muted sky, the vast, rocky terrain dwarfed their small figures, emphasizing the scale of their solitary quest. Beneath the grand archway, his determined gaze met the brilliance beyond, ready for what lay ahead. Deep within the vast, imposing hall, their small figures felt dwarfed by the towering, shadowed pillars, stepping into profound secrets. The massive, ancient chamber, supported by thick pillars, loomed empty and vast, echoing forgotten whispers from deep time. Their path culminated at a mysterious, dark circular opening, a gaping unknown at the very heart of the ancient chamber. A collective gasp escaped them as a sudden, startling revelation pierced the gloom. They peered into the profound, foreboding darkness, where unseen mysteries and dangers patiently awaited. Profound shadow consumed the chamber, hiding secrets within. Then, with a soft beckscum, two small, curious creatures unexpectedly peeked from the shadows. The bird-like figure voiced a shocked query, wondering if the impossible presence was Shalom, only for the horned character to instantly dismiss the notion. A curious hand extended, drawn by the small creature's enigmatic presence. Tskk tskk tskk, soft, magical energy pulsed along the ground. Shwaying. Ominous green energy erupted, seizing the horned character's arm in a startling burst. A wave of alarming shock ripped through the group as the bird-like figure cried out in disbelief. A gnawing worry etched itself onto the horned character's face in the dim light. Within the misty darkness, a foreboding figure, red eye gleaming, stood. A cloaked figure surged through the darkness, hat brim a blur of furious motion. The red-eyed figure, a streak in the gloom, bolted forward with blinding speed. Tskk tskk. A footfall ignited the ground in swift yellow light. A dark hand stretched, trying to seize the elusive, feathery black object. Two cloaked figures soared through the air, leaving streaking trails of blue and yellow energy. From the shadows, the masked figure's face glowed with an unnerving blue intensity. Miria and I am, the figure cried, their urgent plea echoing across the vast, dark chamber. Miria's gaze sharpened, her eyes blazing with a fierce, determined energy. With a precise, deliberate gesture, Miria pointed her hand. Whoosh! Miria and the figure soared through a magical, stardusted cosmic void, enveloped in swirling energies. Tiny in the vast cosmic expanse, three figures drifted amidst abstract debris and distant stars. Miria stood upon a vast, dark circular platform, dwarfed by ancient pillars. Miria held the faintly glowing black orb, observing the other's surprised concern. A voice exclaimed as the black orb pulsed with soft, internal light. A warm, knowing smile spread across Miria's face as she uttered, Nepal. You startled me, the hooded figure exclaimed, his shock turning to delighted welcome after 150 years. Miria offered a solemn apology for her unannounced arrival, but the off-panel voice insisted on her welcome, wishing Shalom were here. A sudden, concerned confusion clouded Miria's face. What? Don't tell me. Miria's voice trailed off, a growing apprehension mirrored in the horned character's worried gaze. From off-panel, Miria's question cut through the grand chamber, Is Shalom not here? A bewildered escaped the hooded character, his confusion palpable. With profound distress, the hooded character bowed low, I'm so sorry. The off-panel voice expressed deep regret, admitting he had never foreseen such a chaotic turn of events. Miria quickly offered reassurance, while the bird-like figure voiced their profound remorse for harming one of their own. A somber realization swirled within the bird-like figure's eye, what seemed like rescue to them was abduction to others. The bird-like figure offered reassurance, insisting their search party, though rough, was resilient. With a thoughtful, serious gaze, Miria finally understood, Shalom had entered division. What? The horned character erupted, radiating shock at Miria's profound revelation. A dawning understanding settled over the bird-like figure regarding Shalom's kind. The off-panel voice revealed the truth: Mori's escape was due to Shalom's weakening from division. The horned character questioned Shalom's protection, to which the bird-like figure affirmed the judge's domain was the universe's safest sanctuary. The bird-like figure detailed the solemn arrangements: aides entered the division chamber, while others stood guard for the judge. The hooded character calmly explained his solitary duty: managing the playground. With a self-conscious poke, the hooded character humorously recounted Shalom's laid-back nature and sudden division. The hooded character vividly painted a chaotic picture: Shalom's comical denial, then his sudden, shocking declaration of division. Gur, the hooded character groaned, recounting half a year of utter chaos, which Miria plainly acknowledged. A thoughtful concern clouded the horned character's gaze: so in the end. The horned character voiced the somber conclusion: we can't meet Shalom, can we? A heavy solemnity settled over the group, gathered small amidst the chamber's towering pillars. Miria's hands clenched, a white-knuckled grip on intense emotion. A nervous uncertainty radiated from the hooded character, his quiet fidgeting a stark contrast to Miria's presence. Ahahaha, the hooded figure burst out, awkwardly trying to lighten the suddenly heavy atmosphere. No. Miria began hesitantly, but the hooded figure quickly cut her off, insisting. The off-panel voice tried to entice them with tales of Shalom's myriad, geeked-out, collections within the grand chamber. Over there, the off-panel voice declared, is a space that perfectly recreates the Mesozoic weather. He presented a miniaturized mammoth, asking if it was cute, to which the floating robot could only gulp. The mention of humans made the horned character's eyes glow with intense interest. And above that, the hooded figure began, only to be sharply cut off by an excited, wait. Could we see that archive room? The horned character demanded, their collective excitement bursting forth with dynamic energy. You should have said so earlier, the off-panel voice exclaimed with playful exasperation. As the group ascended the grand, mysterious staircase, the off-panel voice jokingly imagined Shalom's excited interruption. With an exasperated laugh, the hooded character recounted Shalom's tiresome evolution ramblings, a place even the judge avoided. Miria's off-panel voice began, her tone contemplative: it wasn't the top priority, but... With solemn conviction, Miria declared Shalom's profound pity for humans. Miria spoke of a stark truth: all the deeds of adults are destined to be inherited by the young ones, Miria's somber voice concluded. Miria revealed her master's contemplative path, watching over the little ones within reach. A soft thump, Miria's foot paused near an ancient, glowing orb. Before the grand, ancient doors, the horned character's question resonated with epic resolve: then isn't it our duty to continue that? United, the small group stood in silent contemplation before the door's imposing, ancient scale. With purpose, Miria's hand contacted the glowing holographic interface. The hooded figure murmured, a thoughtful hesitation clouding his next words. With foreboding, he warned, it won't be easy for you to see. Miria's intense gaze met the horned character's bewildered query. Three figures turned, their backs to the viewer, receding into the dark, silent path. The united group stood resolute, dwarfed yet determined before the massive, ancient doors. Miria and the horned character stood, backs turned, facing an anticipated dark unknown. A subtle light illuminated Miria's face as she gazed up in profound awe. With bewildered awe, the horned character whispered, "What is that?" The horned character felt a deep resolve as they confronted the colossal, swirling enigma, a vortex of unknown cosmic power. A pensive grimace creased the horned character's face as they wondered aloud about the strange mass before them. A single tear traced a path on the black hooded figure's face as they whispered the truth: it was all data. The black hooded figure explained how the cosmic maw contained every preference Shalom ever had, raw information starting from the most primal cellular levels. The cloaked figure adjusted their stance with a gesture of weariness at the problem of the data's disorganized state, abandoned millennia ago. The black hooded figure laid out their demanding goal, to sift through the chaos for human records, specifically those pertaining only to mothers. The floating robot tilted, its green eyes glowing with silent inquiry. The intricate circular device lay dormant, humming with latent purpose. Below, the tiny figures heard the grim prognosis, a year for classification, a timeline utterly impossible with judgment looming the very next day. The floating robot, known as Shalom, declared a determined resolve to act, even as the black-hooded figure warned Miria against further strain. The horned character yelled in agitated protest, fiercely denying any implication of their own weakness. The floating robot processed the volatile exchange in silent contemplation. A triumphant punctuated the air as the robot chuckled, confirming its successful, unexpected activation. An unseen voice began the solemn pronouncement of a new name, heavy with unspoken destiny. The robot's green eyes burned with an intense, calculated focus. Shalom's robotic form calmly inquired about the available power, catching the black-hooded figure completely by surprise. The robot, embodying Shalom, confidently requested the amplifier, brushing aside the cloaked figure's warnings about its incompatibility. A bead of sweat formed on Shalom's brow, a clear sign of his growing unease. The robot, through Shalom, confidently declared its intention to attempt the daunting classification. As the robot moved to connect power, Shalom erupted in a vehement, enraged protest against the dangerous action. Shalom screamed, every vein bulging as he furiously interrogated the robot, reminding it of the high probability of irreparable damage from its previous overexertion. Shalom's frustrated scolding about the amplifier was cut short as the robot, with unsettling directness, simply uttered "Rider." The floating robot posed a profound, searching question about the very reason for its existence. Shalom's face contorted in utter surprise and confusion. The robot continued its existential interrogation, questioning why it received a name if its purpose was merely convenience. The robot questioned the purpose of its smiling function, prompting Shalom to gaze downward in deep contemplation. Shalom remained lost in the heavy silence of his thoughts. Under the vast, burning sky, Shalom sought answers in solitary reflection. The robot's profound question about its creation echoed in Shalom's pensive mind. Shalom, with a sly smirk, admitted the robot's repair skills were useful, prompting the sassy robot to demand a high-grade body and declare its current form, the real thing. The floating robot humbly acknowledged the minuscule scope of its classification capabilities. Despite its limits, the robot asserted its helpfulness as a powerful of energy coursed through the device. The robot, now engulfed by the device's glow, declared it would handle the rest, initiating overclock mode with an ominous warning. As classification began amidst urgent warnings, the robot issued a critical, almost desperate, command: "Please make sure to bring Mori to me." The robot vanished, swallowed by the vortex of intensely swirling, vibrant energy. A blinding of white and purple energy erupted, signaling an overwhelming surge of power. The robot now floated, a tiny speck, within a cosmic tunnel of swirling dark blue and purple. As raw information streamed, the black-hooded figure, eyes glowing, extended a hand, actively guiding the immense data processing. The black-hooded figure commanded the swirling purple energy with powerful, outstretched hands. The two cloaked figures watched in silent awe as ethereal energies danced before them. A torrent of raw, glitching data scrolled chaotically. Shalom watched, immersed, as an overwhelming cascade of digital data raced past. Shalom's glowing eyes absorbed the rapid-fire data stream, encapsulating human life and its perils. At the core, the robot intensely focused its concentrated power. The robot attentively observed as data streamed, defining family as a fundamental unit of emotional support and belonging. Information on child rearing, central to their search, displayed clearly. Amidst violent and of crackling electricity, the robot struggled, overwhelmed by the data torrent and issuing a dire warning. The black-hooded figure watched, transfixed, their focus unwavering amidst the magical and technical chaos of the data. Fierce of electricity underscored the system's immense power. Surrounded by chaotic lightning, Shalom shrieked in frantic alarm, warning against touching the overloaded system. Engulfed in crackling blue, the robot declared its unwavering confidence, "I can do this." A sharp accompanied the robot's voice as it began to explain its profound motivation. Shalom's hand gently held the robot, a soft indicating a cherished object. Amidst surging blue lightning, the robot declared its identity with escalating power, "I am." In a tranquil vision, a young boy slept peacefully on a raft, the tiny robot faithfully by his side. The robot's memories unfolded, showing the boy clutching it fondly amidst a vision of domestic happiness. The robot proclaimed its identity with fierce tenderness, declaring, "I am Mori's," from the warm embrace of a sleeping child. The young boy looked up, his wide, innocent eyes reflecting pure, unadulterated joy. The system churned, a chaotic storm of flickering data and crackling circuits, swiftly completing its report. Blue lightning violently scourged the industrial machinery, pushing it to its absolute limits. The robot was consumed by a violent vortex of intense purple lightning. Shalom screamed "AIA," in pure terror, watching the robot's violent ordeal. Shalom panicked, rushing towards the dangerous, lightning-engulfed device as a warning cry echoed. Shalom's hand reached out, desperately trying to grasp the robot amidst the searing lightning. Shalom screamed in agony, enduring the violent electrical assault while clutching the robot. Shalom's body contorted, racked with visible agony. Purple lightning fiercely consumed Shalom's clenched hand. Shalom grimaced, enduring the relentless electrical surge. The two cloaked figures watched the glowing purple portal with tense anticipation. A single tear ran down the black hooded figure's face, expressing deep, pained concern. Shalom screamed, every fiber of his being consumed by agony. Shalom's hand, still engulfed, reached out desperately. Shalom screamed and struggled, overwhelmed by chaotic lightning. Exhausted, Shalom collapsed to the floor as the volatile energies finally dissipated. Shalom cradled the fading robot, calling out its name in desperate concern. The robot weakly whispered, "Rider," its light rapidly dimming. Shalom's distressed face betrayed a profound, anguished exasperation. Slumped forward, Shalom offered a heartbreaking, remorseful apology. Shalom bowed his head, heavy with sorrow and shame. Shalom gently cradled the damaged robot, a tender, sorrowful gesture. Miria rushed to the fallen Shalom, who, despite his pain, triumphantly confirmed, "I got it all." With renewed determination, Shalom bellowed, "Let's go back," and urged them onward. Bathed in the tranquil glow of twilight, the grand house seemed to hold its breath, a picturesque stage for hidden labors. Within the dimly lit room, intricate scientific apparatus pulsed with an enigmatic light, poised for profound discoveries. Shalom's singular focus on the holographic console dominated the room, while two cloaked figures watched the intricate data unfold with an unspoken intensity. Within the device, electric blue energy crackled and surged, a dynamic heart of high-tech ambition. A burst of brilliant, raw energy erupted from the device, the scientific process reaching a high-energy peak. A sleek, futuristic motorcycle shimmered into holographic being, its mechanical perfection under intense scrutiny. Shalom's expression held an intense, silent determination, shrouded in an air of profound mystery. An array of advanced technology surrounded Shalom and the cloaked figures, their collective work creating an atmosphere of productive, organized chaos. A soft saeek echoed through the quiet, somber darkness, marking the steady, relentless march of time. The long, deep blue hallway stretched out serenely, leading to an unknown promise of faint light. Scattered books and flickering candlelight created a peaceful, studious tableau in the late-night quiet. A distinct dalcak broke the silence, signaling a subtle, mysterious shift in the night's quiet. As the bird-like cloaked figure uttered, "Rider," Shalom appeared in the dark doorway, his posture rigid with serious intent. Shalom, a concerned shadow, inquired about AIA, his question hanging heavy in the intimate, serious air. The cloaked figure explained AIA's precarious memory state, a scholarly assessment confirming the critical challenge ahead for them all. With glowing eyes, the cloaked figure offered reassurance, a dark silhouette against a darker background. The cloaked figure believed in that kid, a quiet conviction hanging in the subdued air as Shalom sat, lost in pensive reflection. A quiet determination settled upon the cloaked figure's features, a mysterious resolve shining in their glowing eyes. A quiet EUEU escaped Shalom, a physical echo of his pensive, introspective thoughts as they sat amidst the books. The cloaked figure acknowledged the truly enormous scale of the data, and Shalom's weary, "There's still a long way to go, right?" hung in the overwhelming, blue-toned space. Shalom pondered the symbolic weight of mother, and the cloaked figure thoughtfully agreed on its metaphorical significance. Shalom voiced his doubt, questioning if any single individual could truly embody the complex, profound functions of a mother. The cloaked figure conceded the immense difficulty, even for their combined efforts, while Shalom recalled ancient records comparing mothers to distant stars. Shalom concluded that the star-like reverence defined humanity's profound, somber understanding of a mother's essence. The cloaked figure expressed deep melancholy, doubting their own ability to be accepted as a mother, despite all the knowledge. A quiet admission of hope hung in the air, a poignant whisper illuminated by the soft glow of candlelight. Shalom questioned if Mori's birth mother data was lost, his frustrated despair palpable amidst the scattered records. The cloaked figure acknowledged the possibility but suggested that the judge had a specific reason for not pursuing the information, a thoughtful analysis. Shalom speculated on Mori's mother's fate, whether she was gone or unable to accept him, and the cloaked figure added the sorrowful truth that not all mothers are ideal. A pixelated image flickered, a blurry, green depiction of ambiguous comfort on the dark, futuristic surface. The fuzzy creature gazed out, a poignant mix of surreal distress and sadness reflecting the dim blue light. The cloaked figure calmly explained the creature was actually supposed to be a puppy, a curious detail in the dim room. Shalom expressed his outright disbelief, but the cloaked figure playfully insisted, "No, no. If you look closely, it might be similar." The cloaked figure explained their creation, driven by data revealing puppies as children's most desired gift. Puppies, mothers. The sad fuzzy creature whimpered, as the cloaked figure explained the melancholy truth of limited data for a species long extinct. The cloaked figure's face was etched with deep melancholic resignation, lamenting the pervasive artificiality of everything. Shalom offered a comforting, quiet truth, still, Mori liked it, a gentle balm to the cloaked figure's sadness. A subtle shift softened the cloaked figure's features, a hint of warmth blooming in their eyes, touched by Shalom's words. Mori, a picture of pure, warm affection, enveloped the fuzzy creature in a joyful, happy hug. The cloaked figure's expression softened further, a tender, gentle smile blooming as memories of Mori brought comfort. Shalom, seeking confirmation, asked, "Did he?" and the cloaked figure, with quiet intimacy, simply affirmed, "Yes." Shalom's intense green eyes gleamed with a focused, unyielding determination, hinting at deep thought. Shalom confessed his profound envy, the admission hanging heavy in the introspective candlelight. "What?" the cloaked figure exclaimed, their head tilted in disbelief at Shalom's surprising confession of envy. Shalom clarified his envy, acknowledging the profound bond forged through shared joys and dangers. The cloaked figure's face softened, a wistful, moved expression hinting at empathy for Shalom's longing for that close connection. In the warmly lit, formal room, Shalom and the cloaked figure sat engaged in a serious conversation, their thoughts laid bare. Shalom confessed his initial, manipulative scheme to quickly send the cloaked figure away, using Mori as a convenient pretext. The cloaked figure listened with calm understanding, their expression reflecting wisdom beyond the surprising confession. The cloaked figure murmured that Mori surely would not have wanted that, a pensive statement lingering in the soft light. Another cloaked figure suggested an alternative, a calculating plan involving money to encourage a voluntary departure. But Shalom interjected, his hesitation momentarily suspending the calculating plan. Shalom's face contorted into a comically feigned grin, his wide eyes and sweat revealing his nervous, innocent pretense. You actually. The cloaked figure began, their intense gaze conveying a moment of sudden revelation or surprise. A subtle, knowing pie-hack escaped the cloaked figure, a quiet acknowledgement of Shalom's self-revelation. Shalom, sheepish and embarrassed, admitted to being pathetic after his candid confession. I'm the one who. Shalom stammered, his face contorted in a confessional moment of intense shame. Shalom mused to himself, a pensive, approving thought surfacing, This is a good start. Shalom reflected, comparing the current openness to, unlike someone else, a reflective thought lingering in the air. A faint, amused smirk played on Shalom's lips, a subtle, ha escaping in the warm light. Shalom's hearty ha filled the air, an understanding laughter shared with the softly smiling cloaked figure. Shalom's face relaxed into a genuine, contented smile, his green eyes reflecting a deep sense of peace. The cloaked figure observed with quiet understanding that they and Shalom were, in fact, a bit alike. Shalom admitted to his petty jealousy, a confession met with the cloaked figure's softly questioning, were you? Shalom recalled his initial thought, when he first saw that kid's pattern, he believed taking him to the cloaked figure was the answer. Shalom secretly observed, peeking from the doorway as the cloaked figure moved amidst unsettling, glowing green presences. The cloaked figure stood at the heart of a vast room, surrounded by intricate green holographic projections, interacting with magic and technology. The cloaked figure's glowing eyes fixed intently on the scrolling green holographic data, a focused determination in the dimly lit space. Shalom's glowing green eyes peered through the crack, his serious expression betraying a secretive observation of the cloaked figure. Shalom clutched the small device, his urgent AIA, a raw cry of concern in the dim light. The small robot, fragile in Shalom's hands, weakly uttered, Rider, its words fading with every breath. Shalom's intense gaze calculated, considering the probability of winning the judgment with the newly acquired data. 36.1%, Shalom stated, his bowed head and defeated posture reflecting the disheartening reality. Shalom remained in grim profile, a somber resolve hardening his downcast expression against the low odds. Shalom gripped a complex weapon, his voice taut as he questioned Ryder about retrieving the bike, preparing for a looming confrontation. The small robot's glowing eyes burned with urgency, its voice insisting, we need to go now. Shalom stood silhouetted against the stark blue light, a powerful, determined figure ready to face the unknown. The stack of books and a single lit candle offered a fleeting, tranquil moment of peace before the inevitable. Shalom moved with determined purpose down the long, shadowed hallway, urged on by the robot's insistent, hurry. The oppressive shadows of futuristic spires pierced a perpetually twilight sky, hinting at the stark, formidable world beyond. Then, the world blurred into the cold, geometric pulse of a hypertechnological corridor. The quiet hum of a glowing energy field filled the stark, clinical expanse of a confined living space. An unseen voice announced the chilling completion of a sterile purification cycle. Curled on the hard floor, a young boy slept, the unwitting subject of the cold, impersonal procedure. A glowing pendant rattled ominously, its fragile light battling the encroaching darkness. Then, a soft tap marked the pendant's quiet descent. Even in sleep, silent tears traced pathways of profound sorrow. A clatter echoed, as the pendant settled, a small glow upon the sterile ground. He sat up, small and isolated, watching the clattering pendant slide further into the room's emptiness. The clattering sound receded, as the solitary boy watched the glowing pendant drift further out of reach in the immense, sterile chamber. With a final rattle, the pendant ceased its movement, resting silently. A frantic cry of Mori ripped through the silence, as the horned character's desperate eyes burned green through the confining bars. A guttural cry of pure joy burst from the young boy, his tear-filled eyes wide with overwhelming, ecstatic relief. The unnamed horned character with red skin leaned in, a gentle smile on his face, asking Mori if he had missed him after such a long search. A large, gloved hand offered tender comfort, gently stroking the young boy's tear-streaked face. Even he could not suppress a single, quiet tear that betrayed his raw, unspoken emotion. With a gentle touch, the unnamed horned character with red skin wiped Mori's tears, softly pleading for him to stop weeping. A firm promise echoed, he would save Mori, and they would leave this place together, his back a silhouette of hopeful resolve. Over his shoulder, he vowed to be Mori's mother, a weighty promise in the dim light. With a determined grin, he added that he would even be Mori's father, a playful, yet serious, commitment. His voice carried the weight of many roles, promising to embody every family member Mori might ever need. With fierce resolve and glowing eyes, he declared his absolute dedication, ready to be Mori's entire world. In a burst of vibrant green, the unnamed horned character with red skin declared their departure, leaping through the boundless freedom of the forest. Under a cozy rock overhang, the unnamed horned character with red skin spoke of Heia's awakening, as campfire warmth enveloped their makeshift family. Beneath a magical aurora, with whales swimming through the sky, he declared they would outrun all limits, soaring ever further. His intense, glowing green eyes, reflecting blue and white, burned with the fervent memory of the three of them, just as before. Bathed in the serene glow of sunset, the unnamed horned character with red skin sat in silhouette, lost in profound, solitary contemplation. A faint, gentle smile softened his profile, a quiet moment of bittersweet memory. He gazed at the vibrant, fading sunset, perhaps a silent farewell to a dream that could no longer be. But in reality, facing Mori through cold bars, he abruptly declared he would not fulfill those wistful promises. His glowing eyes now held a serious, regretful weight as he confessed he could not make Mori live his own shadowed existence. Climbing down the stark exterior, he grimly warned Mori of others seeking him, and their alarmingly slim chances of success. Amidst a shimmering purple haze, the unnamed male character in Hood chillingly questioned the floating small black robot about the child's thoughts, revealing a captor's twisted curiosity. His glowing green eyes burned with a serious message from AIA, they were coming for the young boy. He spoke with intense conviction, his gaze fixed on Mori, believing the child himself held the crucial answer. He pleaded with a somber tone for Mori's power, desperately asking how the boy could communicate his silent, tearful feelings. The young boy fidgeted restlessly, clutching the pendant, his agitation almost palpable in the cool light. From a distance, the young boy quietly observed the floating small black robot. Then, a sudden spark of surprise ignited his curious eyes. Through the bars, Mori gestured wildly, making eager, unintelligible sounds in his desperate attempt to communicate. Mori's animated gestures and garbled sounds only deepened the unnamed horned character with red skin's frustrated confusion, echoing "Gagang" in his mind. A soft, mournful escaped his innocent, sad lips. A bead of sweat trickled as sudden, worried surprise etched his face. Through the cold bars, a notebook passed from a gloved hand to a small, eager one. A neatly arranged box of crayons hinted at a new form of expression. Crouching low, the young boy began drawing, intensely focused in the dim light. An orange crayon scratched softly, bringing unseen images to life. His tiny hand gently caressed a multi-eyed wolf creature, a fantastical memory of warmth and connection made tangible. Scattered crayons told a silent tale of diligent, heartfelt artistic endeavors. An idyllic memory surfaced, a red-braided girl and a child with light curly hair racing joyfully up a sunlit hill, boundless and free. A yellow crayon moved, creating a vibrant blob of pure color. A warm, communal scene unfolded, a benevolent cloaked figure surrounded by cheerful penguin-like companions, a true found family. The young boy continued his quiet, artistic outpouring, the scattered drawings a testament to his desperate efforts. In a richly sunlit memory, a small hand reached out, filled with curious wonder, towards the hovering robot. A single, silent tear welled, reflecting the depths of his quiet sorrow. From a majestic, ornate memory, the black hooded figure extended welcoming arms, an awe-inspiring gesture of profound acceptance. A tender, loving memory of the unnamed horned character with red skin cradling Mori in a soft embrace, their smiles radiating pure affection. A child's hand drew a familiar face, as a gentle voice whispered Mori, followed by a soft, familiar tap. His eyes widened in curious surprise, a yellow crayon pointing towards an unseen discovery. The familiar voice softly repeated Mori, drawing focus to the childlike rendition of a loved figure. The black-hooded figure met his gaze with a gentle, knowing smile, softly speaking his name, Mori. A simple, child-drawn carrot was presented, a gentle lesson from the black-hooded figure. Confirming the drawing, the figure revealed the written word carrot, another step in patient instruction. With a green crayon, the figure carefully demonstrated, guiding the young boy to draw the carrot's round top. Praising his efforts, the figure then showed how to complete the drawing, then, most importantly, how to write carrot. A single tear traced a path of thoughtful melancholy, reflecting lessons learned and memories cherished. With a gentle, encouraging smile, the black-hooded figure, accompanied by the floating small black robot, offered to try once more. His hand reached for an open book, gently prompting with another question, this one? This is. Back in the cold, sterile room, the young boy crouched, utterly dejected amidst his scattered drawings. Suddenly, a furious cry of Mori pierced the air, amidst visceral thumps and punches, signaling a desperate, violent struggle outside. His wide eyes darted up, filled with shocked, profound worry. The black-hooded figure held up a simple line drawing of an embrace, a gentle reminder of love and protection. Rotating the image, he underscored the profound meaning of the tender, protective embrace. Again, a solitary tear welled, mirroring his enduring, quiet despair. Then, the black-hooded figure gently revealed the word MOM, a profound lesson in kinship. A green crayon poised, ready to translate inner feelings onto paper. With a soft, determined scratch, the green crayon began its urgent story. Head bowed, surrounded by a silent testament of drawings, the young boy sank into quiet exhaustion. The ominous, towering spires of the futuristic complex loomed once more, cloaked in a chilling, foreboding darkness. High above, the floating small black robot flew, its active sensor gleaming, intensely focused on its clandestine mission. A telltale rope dangled, a silent sign of illicit passage. Amidst glowing blue screens, a scientist in hazmat suit uttered a questioning sensing something amiss. One scientist voiced a strange observation about exterior cleaning, but the other, gravely concerned, denied any reports. With dawning horror, the scientist in hazmat suit exclaimed about a cleaning rope, realizing the insane, unauthorized method signaled something terribly wrong. Through the dim and cool air, the unnamed horned character with red skin and the floating small black robot descended, a lone rope tracing their perilous path. A piercing spotlight revealed his descent as unseen voices screamed, you. What are you doing, in mounting, urgent alarm. As alarms blared, code gray. Intruder alert, the unnamed horned character with red skin smirked defiantly, holding his prize, triumphant amidst the chaos. A dark hand reached out, seeking to reclaim its mysterious, tethered charge. As a soft swoosh filled the air, a cloaked figure's urgent question about Ryder cut through the surprised silence. Deep in thought, the cloaked figure pondered a decision that weighed heavily. In the soft glow of candlelight, Miria listened intently to Shalom, their shared solitude hinting at profound discussion. A knowing, gentle smile graced Miria's lips, betraying a quiet confidence. Miria declared her unwavering faith in Ryder's return, promising her own steadfast presence. A moment's stillness settled, marked only by the silent sweep of a cloak. Miria stood at the heart of the vast, solemn chamber, keenly aware of the silent, observing figures. The floating small black robot rested on the ornate platform, awaiting its formidable judgment. With gravitas, Miria declared her identity and affiliation. With a pronouncement that echoed through the grand chamber, the cosmic judge initiated the solemn proceedings, sealing the floating small black robot's fate. A pyramid-headed figure gravely reported that the restricted area had surprisingly garnered a positive evaluation. The unseen voice demanded if defiance still gripped the one on the platform. Miria declared her unwavering resolve, vowing never to surrender Mori unless he willed it himself. A judge's voice, laced with skepticism, challenged Miria's capacity to educate a supposedly simple human, pointedly questioning her own non-human origins. Miria conceded Mori's educational needs, then revealed her proactive steps, securing Shalom's shelter for his upbringing. A pyramid-headed figure, confronting Miria, laid bare the crucial fact: Shalom's authority over the shelter was compromised, casting doubt on her intentions. Miria confirmed the shift in power, acknowledging the judge's newly acquired authority over Shalom's domain. Her glowing eyes burning with desperation, Miria passionately pleaded for intervention. A chorus of shocked gasps echoed as Miria's raw plea caught them off guard. Miria argued for Mori's familiar education, but a furious accusation of past negligence lashed back, challenging her very premise. With a soft buzzing sound, Miria projected a golden holographic image into the dimness. Miria identified the holographic women as the dedicated caretakers from Shalom's domain. Miria's words painted a timeless truth, an enduring struggle to safeguard the young, etched into history. Even amidst the serene tranquility of the pastoral scene, Shalom's solemn will to shield children from the ravages of human wars persisted. A woman in a wheelchair, with a sleeping child cradled close, found a moment of quiet solace watching the verdant expanse. Caring for life, Miria asserted, demanded empathy, recognizing that all beings, especially guardians, were susceptible to making errors. Miria, her expression somber, reminded them of their own collective history, heavy with undeniable past regrets. Through the desolate, war-torn landscape, Miria spoke of the heartbreaking realization: sentient creations were pointlessly sacrificed in factional disputes. Her face etched with pain, Miria hinted at the most sorrowful of all. Miria directly challenged the cosmic judge, implying they bore the deepest sorrow from those times. One white-cloaked figure pressed Miria, demanding proof of her unique capability to shoulder the multifaceted responsibilities of a guardian. Miria, with a determined gesture, summoned streams of glowing green data from a hidden device. A pyramid-headed figure studied the flowing green data with an unreadable gaze. As green data streamed forth, a pyramid-headed figure demanded its meaning, and Miria explained it was a collective statement from her patch. Miria calmly stated the origins of her profound next words. The data projected roles of mom or aunt, citing a profound, unparalleled love for Mori. Penguin-like figures, gathered around the glowing data, expressed a solemn concern for the pervasive collapse of human society. More data scrolled, detailing roles like mom or grandmother with confidence in providing sustenance, or mom or dad for their firmness. A cloaked figure questioned the burden, implying the guardian's duty might prove too heavy. The final data entry simply offered roles of mom or dad for their singular ability to hug all day. A group of penguin-like figures, their wide eyes full of curiosity, turned expectantly toward the central figure in a wide-brimmed hat. Miria watched, a silent observer, as another cloaked figure harnessed glowing green energy beside the dark, enigmatic portal, surrounded by hopeful eyes. A collective worry creased the brows of the cloaked and penguin-like figures. A profound concern furrowed Miria's brow as she looked down. From the assembled throng, a penguin-like figure posed a collective question, wondering if they might all share in this significant endeavor. A pyramid-headed figure sneered, accusing Miria of merely playing games with the child. A voice of undeniable authority reminded Miria that despite her intentions, the proposed relationship was irrevocably unequal, steeped in inherent hierarchy. Miria, with hands raised in supplication, was warned of her potential, unforeseen danger to the child. The voice underscored the profound dangers inherent in authority, a truth Miria understood intimately. Even as a missile tore through the bleak sky, Miria acknowledged that human inequality mirrored the power dynamic between adults and children. The solitary figure stood amid the ruined city, a stark testament to profound isolation. Miria acknowledged the judge's powerful gift, recognizing its constant protective presence in her life. But if that same power threatened Mori, Miria would face a harrowing choice. With unyielding resolve, Miria declared her readiness to surrender all authority. A pyramid-headed figure shrieked with furious disbelief, utterly appalled by Miria's audacious rejection of the judge's bestowed power. An unseen voice cut through the tension, directly challenging Miria's true suitability for the child. The challenging voice questioned her deepest capability, asking if she could ever be a complete mother. Miria, her back to them, admitted her profound uncertainty. Miria revealed her struggle, admitting that even a vast ocean of data offered no true answer to her deep search. A resigned sorrow shadowed Miria's words, fearing the answer might forever elude her. Then, a quiet resolve settled upon Miria's features. The open book highlighted the universal image of mother, a definition Miria knew well. Yet, Miria asserted, the true definition of Mori's mother lay solely within Mori's own heart. Her iridescent eye shimmered, reflecting a profound and unwavering conviction. She breathed a hopeful wish for their shared future. Miria envisioned a collective journey, hand in hand, guiding Mori as he discovered the profound definition of his own mother. Her hands clasped, Miria began her earnest, heartfelt plea. Her glowing eyes fixed upwards, Miria implored them for a single, crucial chance. A pyramid-headed figure coolly dismissed Miria's emotional appeal, pointing out the lack of proof for the child's voluntary arrival. A sudden, inexplicable shift in the air caused Miria to look away, utterly confused. A deafening crash of shattering glass and panicked screams erupted, as a black rectangular object rumbled ominously, plunging the chamber into chaos. The pyramid-headed figures roared in enraged disbelief, horrified by the audacious interruption during judgment. Miria's glowing eyes widened, instantly recognizing the familiar, unsettling sound. A small, tender hand reached out, gently grasping a dark finger in a moment of profound, protective connection. The muted moment offered a brief, indistinct pause before the storm. Amidst a shower of shattered glass, Shalom and several figures plummeted dramatically, a chaotic, mechanical cascade into the chamber below. A collective gasp of utter shock ripped through the pyramid-headed figures as glass continued its deadly descent. Miria's eyes widened in sudden, profound surprise. "Rider!" Miria exclaimed, as Shalom's fierce, determined face appeared, ready for battle. Two hazmat-clad scientists, along with a monolithic black structure, plunged through the broken glass of the shaft, a chaotic descent into the unknown. On the gleaming geometric platform, three cloaked figures stood in silent reverence, their arms slightly raised as if awaiting a profound revelation. The black hooded figure with long white hair watched, eyes blazing with profound shock, her composure utterly shattered. Shalom grimaced fiercely, green energy swirling around his eyes and face, radiating an intense, raw power. A lone cloaked figure stood dwarfed by towering golden pillars, gazing upward as a small black robot drifted silently above. A cosmic hand shimmered into existence, pulsing with overwhelming, ethereal energy. A brilliant beam of pure light tore through the cosmic maelstrom, piercing the dark structures with transformative power. "Rider!" the black hooded figure with long white hair shrieked, her voice a desperate, urgent cry of alarm. Unnamed horned character with red skin drifted motionless in the serene yet desolate expanse of the black void. A single, glistening tear escaped unnamed horned character with red skin's eye as they looked up into the emptiness. From the stark black void, unnamed horned character with red skin drifted into a brilliant, star-strewn cosmic realm. A colossal, dark anomaly pulsed in the cosmic expanse, a mysterious, swirling vortex of blue and purple light. Glowing white lines converged, subtly forming the spectral visage of a cosmic consciousness. Unnamed horned character with red skin, as Shalom, grimaced, green liquid tracing harsh lines of pain or anger across their face. Green liquid erupted from unnamed horned character with red skin's mouth, with a tearing sound. Amidst the cosmic vortex, an unseen voice declared unnamed horned character with red skin a wanted fugitive, their number echoed in the isolating void. The ethereal figures registered their astonishment, questioning the audacity of such an intrusion into the judge's chamber. Unnamed horned character with red skin smirked cynically, suggesting that sanity held no place in the rearing of a child. The luminous, cosmic figure extended a pointed finger, addressing an unseen entity with profound authority. A voice drifted through the swirling cosmic tapestry, probing the horned character's curiosity about Mori's innermost thoughts. A red-gloved hand materialized, presenting a letter from Mori as a tangible piece of his absent heart. A humanoid figure reached out, manifesting glowing genetic strands with a piercing, high-pitched cry. The unseen speaker confirmed the letter's human origin, as shimmering particles danced above an open palm. Sparkling particles drifted through the ethereal cosmic expanse, faint whispers of forgotten magic. The majestic cosmic figure hovered, a silent, star-filled sentinel in the darkened void. "I know," unnamed horned character with red skin's voice resonated softly from within the cosmic being's luminous core. Floating dejectedly in the cosmic vortex, unnamed horned character with red skin admitted to their perceived terribleness. Yet, a simple, powerful truth pierced the gloom: but he likes me. With newfound resolve, unnamed horned character with red skin leaned forward, driven by an unshakable commitment to another. A large, red-skinned hand tenderly cradled a baby's tiny finger, a silent, profound testament to an emerging bond. Green liquid flowed as unnamed horned character with red skin proclaimed, eyes closed, "I can do anything," for that cherished connection. The luminous cosmic figure subtly acknowledged the profound declaration with a gentle sound of realization. The black-hooded figure with long white hair looked up in silent awe, bathed in the sparkling light of the grand chamber. Three cloaked figures reached upward as a sharp burst of energy erupted above them, fulfilling a mystical conjuration. A cracking sound tore through the air as an unseen force overwhelmed the cloaked figures, scattering them across the glowing platform. A luminous cloaked figure raised its hands in cosmic authority, proclaiming an ultimate judgment over the small figure below. A sterile, futuristic mechanism whirred quietly, signaling a swift, clean transition. The young boy sped forward with a swift, determined step, propelled by an unseen urgency. He lay briefly in repose, only to rise and peer into a dark portal, drawn by an irresistible curiosity. The young boy's wide, innocent eyes reflected a pure, unburdened curiosity or surprise. The young boy's light footsteps echoed through the vast, sterile room as he hastily fled, a tiny figure against the immense scale. He tumbled from the clinical certainty of the room, plunging headfirst into a sparkling, unknown cosmic abyss. The young boy descended peacefully through the silent, dark void, lost in unconscious serenity. Vast, ethereal hands of starlight reached out from the cosmic tapestry, beckoning the tiny, falling boy. The young boy floated peacefully, suspended in the soft, sparkling expanse of cosmic blue. A colossal, glowing blue figure rose from the cosmic depths, heralded as a young star. The narration reflected solemnly on a journey, stating, "As I reached that end." As he turned, golden fragments gently detached from the young boy's back, shimmering into the cosmic void. His red cloak drifted away into the sparkling cosmos, leaving the young boy with a quiet sense of surprise. A hopeful cosmic blessing resonated, "May you live the life you desire." The young boy gazed upward, a thoughtful expression gracing his face amidst the sparkling cosmic sky. The ethereal figure affirmed Miria's gentle assessment, agreeing that something was indeed round and lovely. The young boy floated contentedly, his red cloak restored, a peaceful anchor in the sparkling cosmic space. A cosmic voice reflected on profound affection, stating, "There is no love more complete than this." Now, it announced a new beginning. "Let's go home," an unseen voice gently suggested, offering a peaceful return. A serene expression settled upon the young boy's face, eyes closed in profound contentment. He lay relaxed upon the soft green grass, a picture of tranquil repose in the sunlight. Small and serene, the young boy rested peacefully within the vast, verdant expanse of the field. He bolted upright with a sudden, comical pop, his serene rest abruptly shattered. The young boy gazed thoughtfully to his left, contemplating the unfolding scene in the bright expanse. His eyes widened in sudden, profound surprise. He pondered, a small question mark hanging in the air, against the backdrop of a serene landscape. His eyes widened, reflecting the boundless blue of the sky in a moment of pure astonishment. The vast, green field stretched endlessly under the cheerful blue sky, a scene of perfect tranquility. His eyes sparkled with unadulterated delight, reflecting a vivid, colorful joy. In the distant field, a small cluster of figures stood as welcoming beacons on the horizon. Mori, the group cheered, waving their hands exuberantly in a joyful, welcoming chorus. The young boy's face broke into a radiant, beaming smile, overflowing with pure delight. Whimsical drawings of everyday scenes and fantastical figures burst forth, a vibrant collage of childhood imagination. "Your Honor," a voice addressed the cosmic arbiter, as an open palm caught glowing particles amidst the innocent artworks. Amidst more childish drawings, the unseen speaker pondered, how should we record this evidence? The voice mused, as the cosmic entities observed the simple yet profound expressions of childhood wonder. An array of imaginative, colorful drawings unfurled, showcasing the unbridled creativity of a child. The young boy reached out happily, embraced by the black hooded figure and unnamed horned character with red skin, surrounded by joyful, welcoming faces. A collection of playful scribbles and whimsical forms danced across the page, a testament to boundless creativity. Yes, the ethereal cosmic figure resonated with powerful, ancient affirmation. Vibrant, uninhibited expressions filled the space, a joyful explosion of childish art. As the boy embraced his new family, an unseen voice suggested a fitting title for their story, "The Path to Meeting Mom Would Be Good." The young boy's face radiated pure, unburdened happiness, eyes closed in blissful contentment. The young boy looked up with a smile, while the assembled group reacted with collective, wide-eyed surprise. The black-hooded figure and unnamed horned character with red skin exchanged warm, knowing smiles. A small group of figures gathered closely in the distant field, a quiet portrait of unity. Through the window, a sun-drenched field stretched out, promising calm and endless possibility. In the cozy room, two penguin-like figures slept peacefully at the wooden table. Three figures, including the two penguin-like figures and unnamed male character in hood, shared a moment of peaceful slumber at the sunlit table. A small black device rested on a soft, white pillow, an unassuming piece of technology. The futuristic device chimed softly, displaying "loading." As the narration delivered a definitive, "and they lived happily ever after." The floating small black robot demanded to know the identity of the newcomer. A collective wave of concern and curiosity rippled through the gathering as they strained to understand what was happening. The cloaked figure with bird-like features voiced their disorientation, questioning their very location. A penguin-like figure urgently tried to jog the robot's memory, only for the floating small black robot to coldly declare it knew no one this ugly, with a dismissive pikyuk. The cloaked figure with a wide-brimmed hat drifted into a somber recollection of a pivotal day. The floating small black robot crackled with raw, uncontrolled power, caught in a surging vortex of electrical energy. A palpable tension hung between the horned character and the cloaked figure, their expressions heavy with shared concern. Panic set in, as the penguin-like figure voiced frantic questions, while another creature worried about Mori's understanding of memory damage. The unnamed horned character with red skin feared the worst, if Ms. Aia truly failed to recognize him. His confusion would surely become an unbearable burden. The cloaked figure with bird-like features proposed a measured approach, suggesting introductions be carefully orchestrated later, with a decisive kiak. "Wait, Mori," an unseen voice cried out, but it was too late as the boy surged forward, leaving a cacophony of surprised gasps and a jarring daljuriang in his wake. With irrepressible delight, Mori cautiously approached the floating small black robot, who seemed to sense his presence. A burst of pure, unadulterated joy escaped Mori, Ngal. The floating small black robot hovered, unperturbed. Mori's small, yellow boots pounded a joyous rhythm. Suddenly, an arm from the floating small black robot detached, floating free in the air. Mori clutched the floating small black robot with gleeful affection. The cloaked figure with bird-like features erupted in shocked disbelief, while the floating small black robot secretly relished Mori's attempt to say its name, a small victory in pronunciation. The unnamed horned character with red skin marveled at the boy's surprisingly clear, acting tone, jokingly attributing it to squishy smart baby, genius. The floating small black robot slyly confessed its manipulative motives, prompting the unnamed horned character with red skin to erupt in a furious, chut-laced demand for honesty. A wave of profound confusion washed over the penguin-like figure, the cloaked figure, and the other creature. The unnamed horned character with red skin seethed about Ryder's cost, only for the floating small black robot to retort with sarcastic wisdom about parental love, landing a verbal chalsack. A profound sense of bliss settled upon the cloaked figure. Beyond the walls, a majestic mansion stood sentinel over vast, verdant fields beneath a boundless, serene sky, a picture of quiet grandeur. The talking doll persona enveloped Mori in a warm, effervescent embrace, surrounded by shimmering hearts. A blushing penguin-like figure held Mori close, their love radiating in a swirl of purple light. With unrestrained enthusiasm, the creature declared its turn for a hug, then eagerly presented a mysterious offering. A small, yellow box was carefully passed forward. The penguin-like figure received the unexpected yellow box with a startled expression. The creature gasped in utter disbelief at the number, 37. The creature elaborated on their surprisingly formal lottery system, necessitated by an overwhelming flood of eager applicants. A bustling murmur, **wongsong**, filled the air as the penguin-like figure announced the orderly queue, while the creature precisely coordinated around Mori's sacred mealtime. The cloaked figure called for number 5, prompting an ecstatic whack, as a penguin-like figure realized it was their turn. The cloaked figure with a wide-brimmed hat sat patiently, alone in the quiet hallway. Their numbered slip, 64, suggested a long wait. The masked figure looked up, revealing intricate blue markings. The cloaked figure waited, a silent testament to patience. Drops of water clung delicately to vibrant green leaves. Sunlight streamed into a bedroom, illuminating an open book and scattered toys, hinting at recent, tranquil moments of play and learning. The child's bedroom, bathed in the soft glow of morning, felt spacious and inviting, a peaceful sanctuary awaiting the day. The bed lay pristine, awaiting its occupant. A small arm tentatively emerged from beneath the covers. Mori and the unnamed horned character with red skin slept soundly, wrapped in a peaceful slumber. Mori slowly stirred awake, sitting up quietly in the gentle morning light. The penguin-like figure explained the pragmatic, yet rather drastic, modification. The bed's legs were cut to accommodate Mori. Mori stirred from a vivid dream of sleeping amidst his companions, his awakening mind clinging to the tender, starry tableau before settling on the floating small black robot. Mori gently woke, feeling the lingering warmth of the sleeping horned character beside him, a soft takken. With a sudden gasp, the horned character jolted awake, startling Mori. Mori offered solace, a tender cuddle that was both the illness and its gentle cure for the weary horned character. Surrounded by a scattering of toys, Mori sat pensively on a pillow. Mori's small hand reached for a smiling, fluffy toy. A soft kick from the closed door drew Mori's curious gaze. A tiny creature perched silently on the sunlit window ledge. An ornate golden frame adorned the hallway, where shimmering particles danced in the sunbeams, hinting at hidden magic. The cloaked figure stood enveloped by magical wisps in the grand hallway, carefully examining a mysterious, glowing object in their hand. A subtle flicker of surprise registered on the cloaked figure's masked face. Mori, still groggy from sleep, clutched his fluffy toy. Mori, full of innocent delight, approached the cloaked figure with a head-on, the sudden appearance causing a disorienting jikian in their mind. Mori reached out, and the cloaked figure knelt to meet his innocent gesture. A playful ganjil made Mori's hands twitch with delight. The cloaked figure's gaze softened, a profound tenderness held within. Mori's delighted laughter bubbled forth, a sweet ganjil. Held securely, Mori rested contentedly in the cloaked figure's arms. Through the window, the creature and penguin-like figure watched, radiating quiet happiness. A wave of determined energy swept through the grand, disheveled room as the caretakers rallied for a massive cleanup. Their fervor ignited by Mori's joyous return, the cleanup was more than just chores, it was a celebration. For them, a spotless home was not merely clean, it was an act of profound, sparkling devotion. With an enthusiastic shout, they proclaimed a clean house was paramount for a child's robust growth. Fresh, clear water steadily filled the bucket, ready for the meticulous work ahead. A duster danced across the wooden surface, whisking away the day's accumulated dust with a soft, swift motion. But the initial burst of energy waned, as one figure paused, a silent question weighing on their mind. The true challenge of classifying the unfamiliar books from the shelter became clear, and assistance was readily offered. The two figures, meant to be sorting, found themselves irresistibly drawn into the quiet depths of the scattered pages. A third arrival, duster still in hand, found the pair utterly lost in the quiet rustle of turning pages, prompting a sheepish confession. Soon, even more figures gathered, enchanted by the compelling information held within the very books they were supposed to be organizing. Then, a frustrated voice from off-panel pierced their comfortable distraction, jolting them back to the reality of their unfinished task. Two penguin-like figures chuckled conspiratorially, acknowledging the insidious danger of organizing books and the strange joy of procrastination. From the shadows of a doorway, Mori's curious gaze timidly peered into the bustling, book-strewn room. A burst of stylized light showcased the humble tools of their trade, now gleaming with potential magic. Mori's eyes widened and sparkled, utterly captivated by the magical possibilities of the cleaning instruments. A gentle voice invited Mori to join the industrious efforts, wondering if he too wished to wield a broom. With careful guidance, a penguin-like figure patiently showed Mori how to grasp the broom, initiating him into the cleaning ranks. As the penguin-like figure demonstrated the sweeping motion, Mori earnestly mimicked the action, grappling with the broom's surprising weight. Mori's enthusiastic, albeit uncontrolled, sweeping tragically connected with an unsuspecting penguin-like figure, sending it reeling. As one figure lamented the cleaning tool's terrifying transformation into a weapon, another observed the broom indeed looked dangerous, while a third lay utterly defeated, a complete K.O. A quick-thinking penguin-like figure proposed a less destructive task for Mori, sensing his confusion but also his eagerness. Gathering around, they prepared to instruct Mori in a new, presumably safer, method of contribution. The instructions for folding were precise: smooth the cloth, then fold it neatly, followed by an invitation for Mori to try. Mori wrestled with the cloth, his earnest attempts only succeeding in creating a crumpled mess under the patient gaze of a penguin-like figure. One penguin-like figure folded with practiced ease, while Mori beamed with pride, clutching his own miniature, imperfectly folded cloth. The stack of perfectly folded clothes grew beside the diligent penguin-like figure, as Mori remained steadfast in his own, smaller struggle. But the next result of Mori's enthusiastic folding brought a fresh wave of surprise and dismay from a penguin-like figure. The growing mountain of crumpled cloth signified a chaotic, frustrating failure, glowing with an almost mystical despair. Two penguin-like figures despaired, lamenting their ceaseless efforts as they seemed to make no progress against the mounting tide of unfolded garments. Resolved to find a simpler solution, two penguin-like figures consulted, one determinedly explaining the need for an easier task and the other eagerly questioning what it could be. A clean, pristine cloth was presented, gleaming with the promise of simpler, less disastrous, cleaning. Held gently aloft, Mori was shown the delicate art of wiping walls, absorbing the new instruction with a curious hum. Two penguin-like figures celebrated their clever solution, envisioning a peaceful scenario where both Mori and they could clean at their leisure. Mori diligently applied the cloth to the wall, carefully wiping away any trace of dust with focused precision. Meanwhile, a penguin-like figure rhythmically churned a mop in a bucket, its every movement a lesson in thoroughness for the observing Mori. A dramatic splash erupted from the bucket, grabbing Mori's attention with its sudden, energetic burst of water. Intrigued, Mori peered intently into the depths of the wooden bucket, his curiosity piqued by the splashing water. With wide, innocent eyes, Mori stared down into the bucket, a world of liquid wonder captivating his young mind. Hands vigorously scrubbed a cloth within the bucket, creating a frothy, bubbly churn of cleansing. A hand expertly wrung the cloth, squeezing out the excess water in a clean, efficient motion. Mori's face lit up with pure delight, his sparkling eyes and beaming smile reflecting a profound joy. Two penguin-like figures exhaled in a collective sigh of relief, surveying the now pristine room with a sense of immense satisfaction. But Mori, with an innocent flourish, playfully wiped the air, inadvertently conjuring a new cloud of dust into the freshly cleaned space. The clean room was once again shrouded in a fine mist of dust, spiraling around Mori as the penguin-like figures converged. The unexpected cloud of dust left two penguin-like figures utterly frantic, one crying in dusty panic, the other frozen in shocked disbelief. An unseen voice commanded Mori to aggressively scrub away the dust, and he complied, wiping his face with determined intensity. A wave of sheer terror ripped through the room, eliciting a chilling aahh of panic. Panic erupted as the penguin-like figures scattered in utter disarray, one heroically carrying Mori through the chaotic flight. The young boy reveled blissfully in a bubble bath, while around him, the terror-stricken penguin-like figures prepared for the daunting task of washing him. A red-skinned, horned character, identified as Shalom, called out Mori's name, stepping into the chaotic scene with a small robot hovering nearby. Shalom and the floating small black robot arrived to find a truly horrible scene. Mori sat calmly amidst the unconscious penguin-like figures, the aftermath of his enthusiastic cleaning. A single penguin-like figure diligently swept the expansive, sun-drenched hallway, maintaining an illusion of serene order. But a sudden discovery jolted the sweeping figure, whose head snapped up in an expression of sheer surprise. An off-panel voice cried out in exasperation, discovering yet more colorful scribbles defacing the otherwise pristine wall. An exasperated penguin-like figure wiped away the vibrant childlike art, while another off-panel voice furiously lamented the wall's inevitable transformation into a giant sketchbook. A gloved hand diligently erased the playful scribbles, a small battle in the ongoing war against artistic spontaneity. The penguin-like figure held a cleaning cloth, poised and ready for the next unforeseen artistic outburst. On the wall, a charming drawing of a penguin-like figure affectionately embracing Mori added a touch of innocence to the vibrant mess. A penguin-like figure stood before the scribbled wall, its posture conveying a moment of quiet contemplation. The figure cast a nervous glance around, betraying a sense of unease or perhaps mischievous complicity. It continued to scan its surroundings, as if ensuring no one had witnessed a clandestine act. Then, the penguin-like figure abruptly moved away from the wall, a subtle startle evident in its quick turn. With a confused expression, the figure turned its back to the evidence, perhaps feigning ignorance. A penguin-like figure happily strolled away, a faint musical note trailing behind it, suggesting a secret triumph. Mori, an off-panel voice called out, as the wall revealed a tiny drawing of a penguin-like figure drawing, playfully suggesting the true artist. The grand manor house stood majestic, bathed in sunlight, an emblem of serene beauty amidst rolling green fields. But then, a catastrophic blue and black explosion erupted from its very heart, tearing through the tranquility with devastating force. The grand manor house offered a tranquil vista, its elegant silhouette framed by lush fields under a bright, cloud-dotted sky. Then, a cataclysmic boom, a torrent of blue and black energy, erupted from its core, utterly shattering the peaceful facade. The narrative, however, would rewind to an hour before this violent eruption. The events then lurched backward, a glitching, distorted image of the manner signaling time's reversal. An irritating itch had begun to plague the young boy's head. His tiny, chibi form squirmed, eyes rubbing in protest against an unseen irritant. A concerned horned character inquired, suspecting the boy's overgrown bangs were the culprit behind his discomfort. From off-panel, a penguin-like figure cooed, declaring the boy's flourishing fur utterly adorable. The horned character pondered the boy's unruly fringe, a nascent idea of styling taking shape. With a decisive snip, the boy's bangs were transformed, leaving him a perfectly coiffed, cookie-munching delight. Both the penguin-like figure and the horned character showered the boy with genuine admiration for his fresh, charming look. But the penguin-like figure worried about letting the hair keep squirming and growing uncontrollably, envisioning potential comical dangers. A cloaked figure with bird-like features clarified the real concern: excessive length would simply become impractical for Mori. The cloaked figure stated the obvious necessity of trimming the child's hair, a revelation that shocked the horned character. The cloaked figure calmly explained the process wouldn't hurt, reassuring them that his fur was like fingernails. Yet, Mori squirmed and wiggled restlessly, challenging the cloaked figure's composure. The horned character mused reflectively, claiming they had always anticipated this particular day. A pristine array of specialized hair-cutting tools lay ready, awaiting their inaugural use. The horned character proudly unveiled their extensive preparations, eliciting impressed remarks from their companions. The cloaked figure instructed on the first step, a protective cloth to prevent any stray fur from falling on Mori. Mori, now draped entirely in a protective olive-green cape, prepared unknowingly for his fate. The horned character and the cloaked figure observed Mori, a quiet anticipation settling over them. The horned character playfully tried to engage Mori, lifting the cape with a cheerful peekaboo. Mori's face, now uncovered, broke into an amazed, wide-eyed smile, utterly captivated by the moment. The horned character, hopelessly entangled in a rustling sheet, watched in comical despair as Mori made a frantic, thwacking escape. The horned character gave chase, a determined pursuit as the cloaked figure merely observed. But Mori, completely unbothered, simply sat down and let out a leisurely yawn. The cloaked figure, slightly embarrassed by the cape mishap, quickly moved to prompt the next step from the determined horned character. A gloved hand demonstrated, explaining they would fill the spray bottle with water. The cloaked figure instructed on lightly dampening the hair for easier cutting, earning an impressed "coo" from the horned character. The cloaked figure smiled, assuring everyone Mori would adore the kid-friendly mist spray, confidently predicting his engagement. "Mori! Look over here," the cloaked figure called, attempting to engage the boy with the spray bottle. But with a sudden, forceful, Mori was unexpectedly blasted directly in the face. A flustered, apologetic cloaked figure stammered, realizing the spray bottle had failed its delicate mission, much to Mori's surprise. A penguin-like figure, clearly exasperated, demonstrated the cardinal rule: always check the nozzle before spraying. Mori's hair, now gently dampened, lay rounded and smooth as a comforting hand stroked his head. The cloaked figure declared it was time to begin the cutting, receiving an attentive confirmation from the horned character. With a precise, the scissors bit into a strand of Mori's dark hair. A collective tension seized the room as everyone watched, breath held tight, the air thick with nervous dread. The cloaked figure continued the delicate task, surrounded by the watchful, silent assembly. Every gaze remained fixed, a shared, intense concentration on the ongoing haircut. The cloaked figure's face, serene and unblinking, revealed the profound focus demanded by the task. With an exaggerated grunt of effort, the cloaked figure suggested a break, prompting a skeptical quip from the horned character. The horned character, rattling with nerves, nervously called out for Miria as a penguin-like figure slipped away. The horned character earnestly requested Miria's expert intervention, which she readily promised from beyond their sight. The horned character intently studied a yellow document, its contents holding all his focus. A pointing hand emphasized a complex diagram, revealing the detailed technicality of the task. Shalom, poring over Miria's materials, swelled with baseless confidence, convinced this task would be simpler than repairing AIA. Filled with overconfidence, Shalom boasted loudly of his own impending prowess, declaring himself the designated haircutter. Shalom, cradling the young boy, resolutely affirmed his intent, rationalizing that someone had to tackle the task. A penguin-like figure warned Shalom against cutting too much of Mori's beloved bangs, but he dismissed the advice with an annoyed, okay. Mori thrashed and flailed wildly, provoking a frustrated yell from Shalom to stop his chaotic struggle. Shalom panicked as Mori's attention wavered, prompting AIA to frantically intervene and recapture the boy's gaze. The floating small black robot pulsed with vibrant green energy, humming and blurring into a dazzling spectacle. Mori's wide eyes sparkled with sheer wonder, utterly mesmerized by the robot's glowing allure. Seizing the opportune moment, Shalom urged the penguin-like figure to hold Mori steady for a rapid cut. With a quick, the scissors made their swift, decisive cut. Then, an immediate, gut-wrenching horror seized both Shalom and the penguin-like figure, their eyes wide with dread. Mori sat, head turned away, his bangs now a testament to unfortunate, uneven scissor work. It's okay. It's okay. Shalom frantically assured, desperately attempting to salvage the disastrous trim. But his frantic efforts only worsened the debacle, leaving Mori with an even more crooked fringe. It's ruined, a ruffled penguin-like figure shrieked, their cry echoing the absolute despair. Amidst the rising chaos, two penguin-like figures wailed over the ruined bangs, while a panicked Shalom insisted he would fix everything. Wait, Mori. No. Come back. Shalom bellowed, utterly desperate as the boy bounced away, escaping the pandemonium. Miria's voice, heavy with regret, lamented that she had arrived too late. With a heavy, Miria collapsed to the floor in distress, finding solace as Mori nestled against her. Mori, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, beamed with pure, innocent happiness. Miria's gentle smile and closed eyes conveyed a deep, serene maternal calm. The grand manor house once again stood majestically, an image of serene beauty before the calm inevitably broke. Then, an earth-shattering erupted, obliterating the mansion as Shalom's terrified screams confirmed Miria's berserk fury. Fortunately, Mori's hair quickly returned to its normal, healthy state, much to everyone's relief. In the warm glow of the library, a penguin-like figure softly counted, lost among the towering bookshelves. A sudden, escaped the penguin-like figure as something unexpected caught their eye. The penguin-like figure pondered the unfamiliar book in its hands, wondering if it was a forgotten gift from the shelter. No way, the penguin-like figure gasped, its face contorted in utter, radiating disbelief. The penguin-like figure, trembling slightly, could only stammer, this is, as it stared, riveted, at the red book. The penguin-like figure cheerfully proposed a rousing game of hide-and-seek to brighten their spirits. Shalom confirmed the game's rules, while the penguin-like figure enthusiastically endorsed its charm among children, especially Mori's age. A tiny figure offered an endearing lesson in conspicuous hiding, delighting his unseen audience. The simple act of hiding, even comically, sparked an infectious eagerness among them. A silent understanding passed between Shalom and Mori, a tender warmth shared. While everyone anticipated Mori's charming hiding antics, his unexpected declaration to be it veiled a crucial oversight they soon regretted. The penguin-like figure began the count, oblivious to Mori's freezing pose, marking the true start of their game. Mori's wild origins suddenly loomed large, inspiring utter despair in Shalom and urgent pleas from Miria, yet only encouragement from the talking doll. Mori's silent assent left the searching penguin-like figure utterly outmatched. Mori deftly evaded Shalom's passing glance, disappearing behind the barrels. He moved, a silent crawl, completely unseen. While two penguin-like figures exchanged bewildered inquiries, Mori remained completely undetected, enjoying a relaxed soak in the kitchen sink. The vast manor stood silent under the watchful stars. A triumphant cry finally echoed, declaring Mori the undisputed victor of their elusive game. The announcement of the game's end was less a celebration and more a desperate, weary plea. The plaintive pleas for Mori's return drifted into the silent night. Amidst frantic calls, Mori snored peacefully, perfectly camouflaged on the rooftop. It required a full property scan by Aya to finally pinpoint the boy, tucked away in blissful sleep. Miria, holding Mori close, voiced the exhaustion that weighed heavily on her. Before her, a swirling orb of raw, magical data represented the truly overwhelming backlog awaiting her touch. The penguin-like figure expressed profound regret, understanding Miria's recent reunion yet burdened by the relentless accumulation of essential tasks. Miria's hopeful inquiry about the workload was met with a heavy, regretful denial. The penguin-like figure dropped the bombshell. A colossal, black hole storage unit awaited Miria, overflowing with even more work. The penguin-like figure gently but firmly informed Mori that Miria needed solitude for her daunting tasks, prompting a confused "woong." With a final, cheerful farewell, the penguin-like figure ushered Mori away, leaving Miria to face her colossal workload. The weight of her looming duties made her droop in dejection. A fierce inner battle ignited her resolve. She would squeeze every ounce of focus to conquer the task. With a swift FWIP, golden energy sprang forth from her fingertips. Golden currents swirled around Miria, a powerful testament to her intense, magical concentration on the work. A curious peak signaled an impending disruption to Miria's focus. Miria remained locked in deep concentration, utterly immersed in her powerful task. A persistent tug abruptly pulled Miria from her deep focus. Mori's joyful cry resonated with pure, unrestrained affection. All thoughts of work evaporated as Miria embraced the overwhelming affection. She cradled Mori, utterly captivated by his innocence, her heart overflowing. The penguin-like figure's relieved surprise quickly turned to mild embarrassment at Mori's successful escape. Mori was gently but firmly redirected, leaving Miria once more to her demanding duties. While Miria wrestled with her mental focus, Mori was already making his stealthy, unobserved return. A familiar peak once again shattered Miria's hard-won concentration. Miria watched in helpless distress as Mori playfully skip-ped towards his unsuspecting target. With a triumphant cry and a little flail, Mori declared victory upon reaching his human mountain. Miria desperately clung to her focus, a silent mantra battling Mori's sweet, questioning gaze. Mori's curiosity inadvertently shifted Miria's attention, as she tenderly explained the glowing symbols of their language. Mori rapidly absorbed each new concept, Miria patiently guiding his eager discoveries of words like equipment and water. A sudden burst of understanding sent Mori into a determined dash. Mori playfully held up his visual answer, questioning his own new knowledge. Miria's heart swelled with delighted pride at Mori's intelligent identification. Overcome with love, Miria embraced Mori, showering him with praise for his brilliance. A familiar clack of the door announced the penguin-like figure's exasperated return, finding Mori once again disrupting work. The penguin-like figure resorted to a dramatic, snack-based ultimatum to lure Mori from Miria's side. The promise of snacks propelled Mori into a swift dash towards the exit. With a heavy sigh of relief, Miria steeled her resolve to finally tackle her work seriously. Golden energy continued its graceful UAAAV, signifying Miria's uninterrupted concentration. Laughter and scattered papers signaled the joyous, inevitable failure of Miria's renewed work attempt. A faint, resigned smile touched Miria's lips, accepting her fate. Miria couldn't help but pique, curiosity overcoming her resolve. The pull of Mori's presence proved irresistible, drawing her gaze. Mori's mischievous pique was met with Miria's joyful beam of pure affection. Unrestrained giggles filled the air as Miria twirled with Mori in shared delight. The quiet clack of the door announced Shalom's calm arrival, finding Mori exactly where he'd suspected. Shalom, sensing Miria's internal conflict, gently offered to take Mori, but she flusteredly denied being troubled. Miria paused, her unspoken feelings causing a visible struggle. 3 skeletal, multi-limbed figures with chilling pyramid heads loomed in the eerie, purple-hued darkness. The weight of an unseen burden shadowed Miria's weary features. Shalom waited, his gaze calm and unwavering. With a heavy heart, Miria finally conceded, watching as Shalom gently took Mori from her arms. Miria fought back with a surprised, "Why are you so strong?" as Shalom firmly grabbed the bewildered Mori. Shalom's firm, yet gentle, hand led the resistant child away. Heart-wrenching sniffles escaped Mori, reaching out in pure despair. A deafening wahhh ripped through the air, piercing Miria's heart as Shalom held the inconsolable child. Shalom frantically tried to subdue the flail wailing Mori, while Miria could only utter a weary "oh" of resigned despair. Amidst renewed chaos, Miria slumped, utterly defeated by the ongoing disruption. A painful flinch reverberated through Miria, an echo of the departing wails. Miria's silent resolve finally shattered, releasing a mournful, echoing wah. Amidst the swirling golden energy of her work, Miria wept, utterly spent and emotionally raw. The unnamed horned character spoke with a tender earnestness, asking Mori to truly listen. They tried to soothe Mori's simple tears, explaining that Miria's current burdens were all for him. Miria's relentless efforts were a sacrifice, meant to carve out precious moments just for him, a concept Mori barely grasped. With a reassuring warmth, the horned character asked for his small, understanding patience. A soft pat confirmed the gentle plea, a silent understanding passing between them. In a sun-drenched room, the horned character sought out Ms. Ryder, who readily offered her time. A shipping delay became an urgent errand, quickly volunteered for, but not before a bird-like figure ensured Mori would be cared for, to which Ms. Ryder readily agreed. Mori and the penguin-like figure settled into a shared moment of quiet, focused creativity. Mori beamed, holding aloft his blossoming artistic triumph. The penguin-like figure gasped in genuine awe, lavishing praise upon Mori's burgeoning talent. The penguin-like figure playfully fretted over Mori's inevitable artistic genius, declaring this masterpiece fit for the proud folder. A sudden call for assistance startled the chef-hatted figure, who instantly sprang up, ready to lend a hand. Mori's heart-wrenching WAAA echoed as his caretaker promised a quick return, a promise he couldn't yet trust. His small world continued to blur with persistent, unhappy tears. A vibrant, childlike masterpiece, fresh from an eager imagination. A quiet contentment bloomed as Mori admired his own handiwork. As Mori scampered energetically, a cloaked figure's thoughts swirled with adoration for their little genius. Mori peeked from his hiding spot, a silent, happy observer of the cloaked figure. Lost in a swirl of shimmering magic, the cloaked figure poured their energy into an arcane task. Mori peered out, his wide eyes taking in a new, surprising sight. A serious voice cut through the air, demanding Mori's full attention. With fiery eyes and emphatic gestures, the cloaked figure articulated a vital message. The explanation continued, detailing the significant reasons behind Miria's ceaseless dedication. He lost himself completely in the vibrant world of his drawing. A pristine canvas awaited his next imaginative flourish. A sheet fluttered earthward, eliciting a surprised AAH from Mori. Instead of drawing, Mori curiously explored the paper with sounds of NHAM, as if tasting it. Another AAH escaped him, a quiet recognition of the figure beyond the door. Night cloaked the world in a vast, star-dusted silence. A heavy quiet settled, pressing against their weary mind. Exhaustion weighed heavily, the night deepened, yet an impossible mountain of tasks remained, a crushing burden. Informed that Mori was asleep, the cloaked figure walked with a quiet resolve, needing to see his face. A sliver of light escaped, a silent invitation inward. They stood vigil over the silent bed, a protective shadow in the tranquil gloom. But the bed, surprisingly, lay entirely undisturbed. A puzzled anxiety gnawed at them. Mori was gone, prompting a rush of worried questions about his whereabouts. The hallway stretched, a silent, unsettling expanse. Time continued its indifferent march, amplifying the silent worry. Their gaze darted wildly, a frantic search born of rising, disoriented panic. Their eyes fell upon a silent, puzzling clue on the floor. A jolt of pure alarm coursed through them. There he was, slumbering innocently on the cool floor. Cradling the sleeping boy, they wondered what inner instinct had led him back to their door. A deep, pensive worry etched itself upon their features. Under the silent moonlight, they sat, lost in solemn contemplation. They lay beside him, a tender vigil, silently vowing protection. A soft touch conveyed a depth of unspoken affection. A bitter self-reproach twisted within them, doubting their ability to protect him even nearby. A chilling vision of three looming, pyramid-headed figures materialized, their ancient power pulsing ominously in the purple haze. The weight of her doubt crystallized. How could she ever truly be his mother? Suddenly, Mori stirred awake, stretching languidly from his sleep. They murmured apologies, gently wondering if their touch had roused him. Mori instinctively crawled towards the comforting presence. In a warm, sparkling embrace, Mori found profound, peaceful rest. Through their luminous eye, a depth of emotion shone. A gentle hand offered silent, comforting reassurance. Mori slept, utterly safe within the protective embrace. Gazing at the sleeping boy, the heavy burden of their earlier worries began to dissolve. A profound, tranquil relief washed over them, melting away every last worry. The horned character moved with brisk purpose, the little robot trailing obediently behind. With practical instructions, the horned character directed the robot to recharge while they went to check on Miria. Their gaze held a clear and unwavering resolve. The cloaked figure held Mori close, a silent, loving anchor in the night. The horned character joined the tender embrace, creating a shared, protective warmth around the sleeping Mori. They departed, a shadow of resolute purpose. Three penguin-like figures gasped in unison, utterly flabbergasted, crying, "Good heavens!" Before them lay a single, mystically glowing Reuben fruit. Utter disbelief rippled through the penguins, their astonished questions echoing, how could such an impossible treasure have reached them on Earth? The horned character explained its cosmic origins, a fruit of impossible rarity, born fleetingly within a nebula. The revelation of 700 years of health had one penguin's practical mind jumping straight to the most important question: so how much does this cost? A hushed secret was imparted, whispered between them. Their eyes widened beyond measure, as if showering in gold coins. Overwhelmed by the incredible generosity, the horned character immediately offered the precious fruit to Mori, urging him to try it first. Mori's entire face lit up, a picture of pure, unadulterated delight. Mori's delighted yummy sparked a joyful commotion. The chef-hatted penguin rushed to spread the news, while others secured portions for later. Laughter and delight filled the air as everyone savored the Reuben fruit, playful teasing exchanged, and Miria herself was encouraged to partake. A soft, serene smile bloomed, reflecting profound inner peace. Witnessing the joy, their resolve hardened, they would work even harder, fueled by such shared happiness. The little robot watched longingly, wishing it could join the feast, but alas, it could only lament, "I'd love to eat some too, but..." The day began in a quiet home, bathed in the soft glow of an ordinary morning. In the gentle warmth of the room, the unnamed horned character read to Mori, who listened intently from his lap, toy clutched tight. A swift, unexpected movement made Mori's eyes widen, his precious toy held firm. The little doll, now freed from Mori's grasp, sailed through the air with a dizzying rush, catching both of them off guard. And with a soft, final thud, it landed, face up and profoundly dazed. The unnamed horned character erupted in a melodramatic protest, only for Mori to pointedly remind him of his own culpability in the toy's unexpected flight. The little one, undeterred, crawled determinedly across the rug, retrieving his cherished companion under the watchful, affectionate gaze. Mori continued his soft journey, embracing his beloved toy, entirely unaware of the profound attention he commanded. A tender, reflective expression crossed the horned character's face, recalling earlier, simpler moments of shared quiet. A subtle, wistful smile touched his lips, a rare glimpse into a heart softened by simple domesticity. The unnamed horned character gently shifted, acknowledging Mori's presence as they settled into a shared quiet. Mori nestled his toy closer, then peered upwards, a question glimmering in his eyes. His small query hung in the air, a pure echo of his innocent curiosity. The unnamed horned character, sensing Mori's unspoken question, immediately offered comfort and an open invitation. Mori, with a soft, steady crawl, made his way back to the source of his security. His journey across the floor continued, an unspoken desire for closeness driving his small movements. At last, with a soft shift, Mori found his cherished spot on the horned character's lap, his small world now complete. Settled deep in contentment, their forms cast a quiet shadow in the elegant room, a brief haven from the world's demands. The penguin-like figure blinked, utterly baffled by the sudden, silent relocation of the horned character and Mori to a new, sunlit domain. With barely a sound, they appeared again in a grand, sun-drenched hall, Mori still secure in his familiar spot. Their silent journey now extended outdoors to a grassy expanse, prompting a bewildered query about the true destination of their casual pilgrimage. Mori's excited gasp signaled their final approach to his mother, catching the horned character off guard with a jolt of sudden realization. Beyond their domestic journey lay a cosmic expanse, a grand and mysterious realm where tiny figures traversed impossible bridges between celestial peaks. A heavy, familiar thud announced the horned character's arrival, startling the shopkeeper from their quiet reverie. The shopkeeper, a figure cloaked in blonde hair and horns, offered a subtle, knowing smile to the newcomer. With a burst of genuine surprise, the horned character exclaimed a familiar name, clearly delighted by the encounter. Valentine, the shopkeeper greeted warmly, prompting a lively exchange of old acquaintances catching up on untold stories. A playful jab about his growing reputation was quickly brushed aside by Valentine, who preferred the comfort of old names. The shopkeeper delivered a cheeky, surprising remark about a personal mark, eliciting a comically wide-eyed gasp from Valentine. The conversation turned practical as Valentine requested a specific item, a tumas stone, for which the shopkeeper immediately prepared to search. Valentine recounted Mori's tearful loss of a handmade toy, requesting a replacement tumas stone as backup, a task the shopkeeper cheerfully agreed to undertake. The shopkeeper's deadpan suggestion of an entire haul of stones drew an exaggerated cry of genius from Valentine, leaving the other with a practiced poker face. A soft, hidden smile played on the shopkeeper's lips, a silent testament to his own cleverness. Beyond their counter, the cavernous shop buzzed with hushed conversations and the warm, rustic glow of a communal gathering place. With a crisp thwack, a heavy cloth bag landed, its contents awaiting discovery. The shopkeeper's gaze sharpened with curiosity at the unexpected, weighty offering laid before him. The shopkeeper's voice took on a sharper edge as he addressed Valentine by his more formidable title, Rider. Valentine, with a casual air, asked what price the shopkeeper sought for the bag's mysterious contents, offering to reveal them if permitted. A silent gasp escaped the shopkeeper, his unseen eyes widening with a sudden, dawning alarm. The bag yielded a trove of glowing red ferret stones, prompting a hushed, astonished question from the shopkeeper. The sheer quantity of the monopolized ferret stones stunned the shopkeeper, but Valentine, unmoved, coolly pressed for an immediate offer. A bead of sweat traced its path down his brow as the shopkeeper stammered, overwhelmed, desperate to know the perilous origin of such a cache. Valentine casually sipped his drink, oblivious to the shopkeeper's deepening unease as he pondered the gravity of the situation. His voice rising in a panicked crescendo, the shopkeeper demanded answers, terrified that Valentine had dared to provoke the infamous lunatics and their perilous wrath. Valentine's response was a chillingly indifferent retort, betraying not a hint of concern for the shopkeeper's frantic worries. With a touch of deep concern, the shopkeeper reached out, a silent plea for Valentine to heed his warnings. The shopkeeper's voice dropped to a grim warning, detailing how Valentine's growing legend made him a target, unprotected by any law in the treacherous desert. He implored Valentine to reconsider his solitary, reckless path, fearing the ultimate toll it would take upon himself. A glass with a cracked rim, filled with an eerie green glow, reflected the brooding silence. His voice, sharp with irritation, cut through the tension, warning the shopkeeper to abandon his unwelcome interferences. Startled by the sudden harshness, the shopkeeper wisely decided to retreat and tend to the business at hand. As Valentine's heated exchange concluded, hushed whispers from a cloaked figure at a nearby table began to unfurl tales of a distant planet's recent turmoil. An unnamed male character in a hood joined the conversation, recognizing the faction fight, but hinting at a deeper, unrevealed consequence. What they desperately sought, however, lurked in the unsettling depths of forbidden knowledge. The hooded character revealed a chilling secret, a creation mirroring consciousness and emotion, a transgression that had already reached the ears of the ominous judges. A startled gasp met the revelation, quickly followed by the ominous identification of the entity as a propagator. The disposal unit, dispatched to confront the entity, found themselves utterly silenced by the terrifying scale of the devastation. The landscape itself bore witness to an absolute and horrifying destruction, a testament to the cataclysm that had unfolded. The judges themselves intervened in their fury, leading to an absorption so complete and horrifying that even Valentine could not suppress a shiver of terror. Yet, a crucial piece of the puzzle remained, concerning the very essence of the forbidden creation. Amidst the wreckage, it was whispered, someone had clandestinely salvaged the very core of the terrifying construct, now emitting a faint, illicit glow. Dark rumors now swirled of this precious core being peddled through the shadowy channels of the black market. The hooded character scoffed at the idea of anyone wanting a broken propagator core, just as the shopkeeper concluded Valentine's transaction with a quiet clink. A note of apprehension laced the shopkeeper's voice as he watched Valentine prepare to depart so soon. The shopkeeper's voice cut through the air once more, a final, urgent appeal. He offered a parting plea, a sincere hope that Valentine would find more warmth in his dealings with others. Valentine's curt, irritated dismissal cut through the air, his glowing eyes flashing a warning. With a final, deliberate step, Valentine strode away, leaving the shopkeeper to watch his retreat with a heavy heart. A deep, silent thoughtfulness settled over the shopkeeper, pondering the complex spirit of his old friend. Just moments later, Valentine's voice softened, his thoughts already drifting to Mori and the sweet fruit he planned to bring him. The idea expanded further, fruit for everyone at the mansion, a communal feast that even the little robot found simply wonderful. A private, knowing smile played across the shopkeeper's face, witnessing the tender heart beneath Valentine's rough exterior. Valentine recoiled defensively from the shopkeeper's observation of his profound change, eager to dismiss the heartfelt truth. A mischievous grin spread across Valentine's face as he provocatively challenged the flustered shopkeeper for more details of his supposed transformation. Valentine's abrupt, thunderous outburst demanded silence, leaving the utterly bewildered shopkeeper to protest his unheard words. The vast, alien canyon stretched into the open light, echoing with unseen laughter, a world of grand wonder and subtle humor. Delicate, tear-shaped entities drifted silently through an ethereal, abstract void. A solitary figure stood poised atop a crimson, flame-like form, a single, luminous tear suspended above. From a cloaked silhouette, a vast, misty landscape unfolded, where impossible red fish arced through the somber sky. A lone, cloaked figure stood at the precipice of a desolate world, dwarfed by jagged peaks and an endless, misty expanse, lost in profound thought. Within the ethereal mist, a profound connection to nature stirred the cloaked figure's spirit. From a precarious perch, the cloaked figure absorbed the immense, isolating grandeur of the mist-shrouded peaks. A soft tayo whispered as a gloved hand extended, weaving an unseen magic with the fish. A quiet, heartfelt message opened, bearing hopes for Maria's well-being. Despite the rugged terrain, the narrator reassured Maria that their playground life continued well. Amidst a labyrinth of glowing data, the cloaked figure navigated an unending mountain of overwhelming work. A soft escaped the cloaked figure, contemplating the weighty implications of the pack's newfound freedom. The burden of all documents passing through the narrator became clear, even those documenting tender, distressed moments. Shalom offered a profound comfort to the intensely crying baby, reading softly in a moment of tender distress. After reviewing Miria's photo, the cloaked figure grappled with understanding the crying baby's emotions before personally taking the matter to the shelter. A sense of quiet refuge settled over the picturesque church, a beacon of peace in the idyllic landscape. The cloaked figure observed the women from a distance, absorbing the calm serenity of their open outdoor setting. A delicate slip of paper passed between hands, a gentle exchange signifying a shared secret or a vital message. A complex holographic display shimmered into existence, heralding the activation of a critical translation module with a Y-young. The cloaked figure wrestled with a deep introspection, questioning the wisdom of revealing something sensitive. The woman in the wheelchair listened with absorbed concentration, a quiet focus illuminating her profile. A shared wave of joyful warmth enveloped the women, a small, yet profound, victory radiating from their smiles. The cloaked figure observed, a silent guardian absorbing the scene with neutral, watchful intent. The narrator reflected on an unexpected delight, prompting a genuine query into its cause. The cloaked figure, seeking clarity, questioned the women about the perplexing meaning of a child's sorrowful cries. The three women offered their profound wisdom, reassuring the narrator that a child's tears were a natural part of life. The narration recounted Mori's past emotional restraint at the shelter, a solitary figure now on a vast, distant hill. Young boy, Mori, wept intensely, his cries softly absorbed by Shalom's comforting presence and the steady rhythm of a book. A quiet payush accompanied the cloaked figure's dawning realization, a serious thought taking root. In the desolate quiet, the cloaked figure found a sliver of understanding, grasping a long-held teaching from their master. The gloved hand gently cradled a red betta fish as the cloaked figure anticipated a significant future conversation. The cloaked figure stood upon the precipice, envisioning the profound implications of Shalom's eventual awakening. From the cliff's edge, the cloaked figure hinted at the imminent completion of a mysterious project, progress swiftly approaching. The message concluded with a heartfelt farewell, promising a future reunion as an ephemeral trail of light faded. Young boy, Mori, ran with pure, unburdened joy through the idyllic field, embraced by a sense of belonging. Shalom probed the black-hooded figure with long white hair and dark face about their serious demeanor, learning of an attempted whale kidnapping. The holographic display conveyed harsh truths, the fierce protectiveness of adult whales and the severe consequences for those who threatened their young. The floating small black robot explained the profound instinct driving whale migration to the whale cradle for their calves' immunity. Shalom inquired about human mentions in the stories, only for the black-hooded figure with long white hair and dark face to dismiss their significance, citing desert folks' ignorance. The floating small black robot analytically explained that both fluid-type humans and whales were vulnerable to abduction, framing Mori's rescue as a necessity. A thoughtful Kolu Ryuk sounded as Shalom and the black-hooded figure with long white hair and dark face stood in silent, shared concern. A penguin-like figure enthusiastically called out, drawing a delighted young boy, Mori, with joyful, magnetic energy. The penguin-like figure dashed forward, inviting Mori to follow, who eagerly joined the playful, energetic chase. Shalom and the black-hooded figure with long white hair and dark face observed Mori's profound transformation, noting his decreased wariness with quiet hope. A poignant collage displayed Mori's innocent joy, sharply contrasting with Shalom and the black-hooded figure with long white hair and dark face's protective, underlying concern. Shalom and the black-hooded figure with long white hair and dark face exchanged serious, unspoken glances, confirming their shared protective resolve. A sharp tack punctuated Shalom's declaration, signaling a resolute commitment to anti-kidnapping training. Shalom and the black-hooded figure with long white hair and dark face gravely explained the vital roleplay training to protect vulnerable, fluid types like Mori. Shalom intently instructed young boy, Mori, demonstrating the crucial first response to a stranger's invitation. With a fierce high-up ak, Shalom demonstrated the raw, intimidating power of his intended defensive roar. A Tulyu Ryuk marked the shift to practice as Shalom enthusiastically urged Mori to mimic his aggressive, determined response. The penguin-like figure approached young boy, Mori, with a deceptively friendly invitation, initiating the roleplay's first test. Young boy, Mori, focused intensely, his face scrunching with innocent determination, committed to the role. Shalom cried out in comedic exasperation as Mori, despite his angry face, innocently followed the kidnapper without hesitation. Shalom and the black-hooded figure with long white hair and dark face pondered Mori's compliance, deciding a disguise was essential for the next attempt. A Kwajik heralded the black-hooded figure with long white hair and dark face's playful reveal of a comically frightening paper mask. The masked black-hooded figure with long white hair and dark face playfully challenged young boy, Mori, to unravel their hidden identity. Young boy, Mori, meticulously circled the cloaked figure, his innocent curiosity inspecting the new disguise. With wide, sparkling eyes and a soft gaok, young boy, Mori, expressed his pure delight at the familiar presence. Despite the mask, the black-hooded figure with long white hair and dark face glowed with unexpected joy, overwhelmed by Mori's innocent affection. The black-hooded figure with long white hair and dark face embraced Mori, while the floating small black robot pragmatically concluded the disguise had proven ineffective. Shalom, fuming with exasperation, demanded a more foolproof method, brainstorming wildly for a truly effective disguise. With an ominous DDU sung, a new disguised figure appeared, its unsettling appearance immediately deemed too suspicious by Shalom. Shalom expressed comedic bafflement, wondering aloud how Mori could possibly be fooled by the new, peculiar disguise. The unnerving cloaked figure, despite its bizarre appearance, maintained an unchanging politeness, inviting Mori to join them. Shalom frantically instructed Mori to snap his head away, desperately trying to guide the curious boy's reaction. Young boy, Mori, slowly, hesitantly turned his head away, a soft hic expressing his reluctance. The cloaked figure's face dramatically cracked and shattered with a pajijik, visibly distressed by Mori's rejection. A penguin-like figure shrieked *kyh. Asterisk as the disguise shattered, leaving young boy, Mori, calm amidst the comedic chaos. The black-hooded figure with long white hair and dark face noted the severe emotional impact of Mori's rejection, prompting the floating small black robot to seek a new strategy. The floating small black robot proposed a new idea, its internal processors whirring with thoughtful deliberation. The floating small black robot proposed a vote, eliciting young boy, Mori's blunt assessment: brutal. Young boy, Mori, immersed himself in a book within the Grand Library, a studious moment observed by the floating small black robot. The floating small black robot affirmed its cooperative assistance, confirming its understanding of young boy, Mori's focused learning process. A soft GNG emanated from the bookshelf, initiating the commencement of a new, advanced simulation. With a soft taio, a translucent green holographic figure shimmered into existence before young boy, Mori, commencing the intriguing simulation. The green holographic figure, assuming a deceptive role, attempted to persuade young boy, Mori, to accompany them with a friendly invitation. Young boy, Mori, responded with thoughtful wariness, carefully evaluating the holographic figure's invitation. With a quick hyuk, young boy, Mori, decisively fled from the holographic figure, triumphing in the simulation. Young boy, Mori, stood triumphantly, holding the floating small black robot, a profound sense of accomplishment radiating from him. The floating small black robot praised Mori's success with encouraging words, eliciting a happy aeng and a joyful hoeng from the proud boy. The floating small black robot delivered its final, crucial instructions to Mori, emphasizing the importance of caution in seeking help. The grand mansion stood peaceful and serene, a tranquil haven reaffirming a sense of safety. The mansion's peace shattered as Shalom reacted frantically to a startling event, while the black-hooded figure with long white hair and dark face remained unfazed. A sudden Duk Jol and Blop tore through the quiet, distorting perception with chaotic energy. A luminous, shapeless entity appeared amidst the blurred darkness, hinting at a mystical and surreal presence. Muffled Duk Jol and Blop sounds hinted at a distant, indistinct public gathering, growing in foreboding intensity. A blurry firearm materialized with a sharp Blop, a sudden, jarring image hinting at impending danger. Amidst chaotic Duk Jol and Blop sounds, a blurry rifle and the stark word teacher created an intense, urgent revelation. The ominous news broadcast spoke of soaring death tolls and an inescapable scarcity of resources. A deep, unsettling thrumming pulsed from within the darkness. A colossal, shimmering entity reached out across the futuristic skyline, a silent herald to the comet's majestic descent. Again, the oppressive rhythm beat a disquieting tune. The silhouetted leader's fervent call to war promised salvation to the chosen, leaving the throngs with no perceived choice but to fight, a primal thumping echoing their resolve. A cynical sigh escaped the air as the grim truth settled, there was no protection to be found, only the cold, hard weight of a weapon. The inner voice echoed a desolate self-reliance, wondering who deserved care when survival itself was such a brutal, singular act. Another weary gasp of resignation filled the heavy air. A detached apathy settled in, a cursed indifference to any loss that wasn't personal, highlighted by a dangling, forgotten trinket. The somber reflections shattered as the old woman abruptly awoke, a single name torn from her in sheer, breathless surprise. A deep weariness clung to her, a quiet concern settling over her restful state. Two figures waited, their expressions etched with a shared concern, anticipating what the morning would bring. The question hung softly in the air, a gentle probe into the old woman's fragile state, offered with genuine care. This was their sanctuary, an idyllic valley where a small house nestled amongst towering, tranquil peaks. The voice from off-panel confirmed the stark, digital warnings that pulsed across the ancient wood, signaling her deteriorating health. The old woman's light-hearted denial clashed with the younger woman's exasperated lecture about late-night work and neglected well-being. The younger woman's outrage peaked at the ridiculous title, convinced these eccentric volumes were the true cause of the old woman's failing health, as an amused smile flickered in the background. The conversation shifted to Mori, his amazing linguistic prowess sparking excitement and a playful insistence that his talents not be underestimated. The woman in the wheelchair steered the discussion back to its grave core, the old woman's health, its true importance undeniable. Just as the old woman's sermon on rest began, a sharp, single word from off-panel sliced through the air, catching the short-haired woman by surprise. A hurried request for lavender, a gentle remedy for sleep, was met with an energetic, swift agreement. The quiet intimacy of the home was reflected in the old, leather-bound books resting in the sun-drenched window. Her quiet query hung heavy in the air, a stark, profound reflection on her own mortality. A somber confirmation sealed her premonition, her final thoughts already turning to the soft-hearted Nia she would leave behind. Despite a faint flicker of hope from her companion, the old woman held firm to a 400-year-old conviction, the device, and her fate, were unerringly accurate. A gentle touch, a soft stroke, offered quiet solace to Bella, urging her to shed the burden of sorrow. A profound sense of liberation settled upon her, the unique freedom of outliving all that had come before. Her thoughts drifted back to a distant past, an era she remembered simply as profound, unbridled chaos. She recounted a grim history of ceaseless struggle, a tragic pursuit of gain that often masked an even greater, unacknowledged loss. Against the darkness, glowing remnants of childhood innocence offered a fleeting, wistful comfort. A peculiar, formless entity turned its blank gaze toward a solitary, streaking light, drawn by an unknown purpose. Then, a mythical figure emerged from legend, a guiding presence who led them to an fabled new land. A paradise without war, a wondrous dream, was tragically unsuited for their very forms, its beauty a cruel, ironic jest. Yet, with divine grace, that same benevolent hand forged another world just for them. But the new journey meant a bittersweet parting, as weary friends, too tired to continue, were left peacefully behind. A difficult choice compelled her forward, leaving solace behind for the sake of an unknown, yet imperative, future. A steadfast, protective love bound her to the future, for she could not abandon the vulnerable young. The profound truth dawned on her, an unfulfilled past unexpectedly ignited the very desire to finally grow. A sharp, insistent beep punctuated the quiet, a stark warning against time's relentless march. Her voice held an intimate weight, seeking Bella's silent understanding of an unspoken, solemn truth. This land's life-extending air, a gift of unnaturally long existence, rendered them monstrous in the eyes of outsiders. The irony was palpable, the monstrous immortality they possessed was ironically coveted by the very world that condemned them. She reflected on the tragic cycle of humanity, forever driven by insatiable desires and petty conflicts. Wealth or poverty, she mused, offered no escape from the pervasive shadow of war. Even nature's destructive fury joined the relentless onslaught against mankind. Or if colossal, otherworldly beings descended, their presence a breathtaking, monumental threat from beyond the stars. The old woman pondered the explosive peril and unimaginable potential should the world uncover a human capable of alien speech, a secret now embodied by a small, glowing boy. Her voice, frail with emotion, delivered a final, heartfelt plea for the safety of the young ones. A single, resolute word sealed the sacred promise, a vow to uphold her dying wish. A faint, peaceful smile graced her lips as she reflected on the truly wondrous connection shared between them. The device shrieked with intensifying beeps, a desperate, critical alarm ringing out. Amidst the urgent beeps, a deep, emotional longing surged, a final, unuttered message she desperately wished to convey. With a final, sorrowful tear, her last, fading words promised a distant, certain reunion as the world went silent. Then came the long, mournful flatline, a grim testament to ultimate finality as a lone hand reached from the desolate ruin. The soldier hunkered down amidst the urban decay, a silent, grim guardian in the bleak, war-torn city. The panoramic vista unveiled a city utterly ravaged, its skeletal structures reaching for a hazy, desolate sky in the wake of total destruction. Another silent casualty lay prone upon the rubble, a grim symbol of the war's relentless toll. His face, etched with a final, heartbreaking vulnerability, bore silent tracks of sorrow or a last, lingering pain. A singular, comforting assurance pierced the despair, there was no need for fear. From the depths of despair, the soldier stirred, eyes wide with stunned surprise at a blinding, incoming light. A towering, ethereal being descended from the heavens, its presence igniting an unbidden awe in the stunned soldier below. A cosmic ballet of swirling light and infinite darkness converged, a powerful, mysterious vortex of creation or destruction. A colossal column of golden energy ripped through the distorted urban fabric, a world-altering force transforming reality itself. Her face, now serene, echoed the quiet conviction that fear had no place in her final moments. Bathed in a gentle glow, her spirit soared with peaceful anticipation for the great journey yet to come. The final, soft beep ushered in a radiant, hopeful vision of the road leading home, to a long-awaited reunion. Golden motes danced in the sunbeams, illuminating the quiet, hallowed space with an ethereal calm. In the sun-drenched grand room, little Mori found quiet contentment in his play. A tiny, satisfied Nyam erupted from Mori, utterly lost in his delicious, adorable meal. The rhythmic, heavy thud of approaching footsteps cut through Mori's contentment, making him flinch in startled anticipation. With a comical keel putiak, Mori tumbled headfirst, a tiny, unexpected flop. Despite the faint, heavy footsteps, Mori remained peacefully lost in slumber. An unseen voice filled with mild exasperation questioned Mori's prone position, wondering if he'd once again succumb to sleep. A sigh of affectionate exasperation was followed by a soft, gentle lift, as Mori was tenderly cradled by unseen hands. Shalom receded into the shadows, their heavy footsteps carrying a hidden, protective burden away into the unknown. A quick, mischievous peek betrayed his supposed slumber, a playful secret glance. Shalom offered a soft, contented smile, a tender warmth blooming within. Mori slept on, a picture of innocent, untroubled contentment. Shalom continued onward, their path a symbolic journey toward a long-awaited maternal reunion. The grand mansion stood, an emblem of serene majesty nestled perfectly within the idyllic landscape. A sudden, unexpected hiccup from Shalom elicited a comically surprised, "Huh," from their companion. The grand mansion stood in serene silence, a testament to enduring tranquility beneath the endless sky. A sudden, sharp hic made both figures jump, their shared surprise a tiny ripple in the quiet. Mori remained lost in his innocent world, a small, red-cloaked figure absorbed in his own quiet focus. His own body betrayed him with another startled hic. Even nestled between his guardians, Mori's quiet hic persisted, a tiny, recurring tremor in the otherwise still air. Miria exclaimed in concern at Mori's persistent hiccups, his entire body jolting with each eaang, as the unnamed horned character with red skin noted its long unseen return. Miria pressed the unnamed horned character with red skin on their own hiccups, discovering it was a rare event, only triggered by genuine, profound surprise. Miria recalled 120 years of silence broken by a single, shattering day, a memory etched in glowing tears and past struggles that felt just like. The unnamed horned character with red skin mused that the legends were true, humans truly could hiccup endlessly, as Mori's persistent hic proved. Mori's tiny body continued to rack with the desperate, almost comical hic-die. The adults, catching Mori's panic, echoed his strained hic-die. The desperate hic-die seemed to fill the entire bright room, a shared, persistent rhythm. The unyielding hic-die echoed in the silence, each beat marking time's slow, agonizing passage. A sudden shift in urgency as Miria realized the ordeal had stretched too long, and the unnamed horned character with red skin declared they had to stop Mori's violent jolts. The unnamed horned character with red skin attempted a dramatic demonstration, a forceful hup, that left Mori only more confused, requiring a helping hand to guide him through the simple trick. Then, with a decisive, Mori's nose was captured. Miria interjected with a comedic timing, declaring that Mori's mouth deserved a rest as well. The floating small black robot offered its cold, hard logic, both mouth and nose should be blocked, a directive the unnamed horned character with red skin readily embraced. Then, with a suffocating, Mori's tiny face was completely engulfed. The floating small black robot recoiled in sudden, crackling shock at the visual implications of its own advice. "You look super criminal," the floating small black robot shrieked, instantly regretting its advice as the unnamed horned character with red skin retorted, "You're the one who told me to." Mori let out a sudden, explosive, his little lungs protesting the intervention. Miria's voice was laced with fragile hope, as she asked if the desperate, criminal-looking attempt had finally stopped it. A tense quiet filled the room as Mori stood perfectly still, a silent pause before the inevitable. Then, a feint heralded the return of the dreaded hiccup, crushing their subtle hopes into comical dismay. The floating small black robot, ever pragmatic, suggested the age-old remedies of water or sweets, and the unnamed horned character with red skin agreed to the next desperate attempt. A vibrant, sparkling, sweet drink made from Reuben fruit appeared, brimming with hopeful. Mori savored the drink with a resounding, and a delighted, leading the floating small black robot to quip, "You look like a drunkard, Mori." But even the sweet elixir couldn't silence the inevitable hic, a cruel mockery of their efforts. Miria's troubled sigh confirmed their growing despair as the floating small black robot, ever the bringer of unsettling information, casually dropped the ominous urban legend of hiccups and death, much to the unnamed horned character with red skin surprise. The floating small black robot revealed a new strategy. Emotional shifts could cure it, prompting Miria's enthusiastic, albeit premature, cry of, "That's easy." With a flourish and a triumphant, a massive, chocolate-laden cookie appeared as their chosen weapon. The penguin-like figure dramatically announced its intention to devour all Mori's cookies with a loud, a transparent attempt to provoke the boy. Mori responded with an unimpressed, his arms crossed in quiet, comedic disdain. "What do we do?" the penguin-like figure cried in comedic panic, as Mori's unimpressed, confirmed his maturity, a fact the unnamed horned character with red skin sighed over with resignation. The floating small black robot proposed an even more outlandish strategy, provoking jealousy, a concept that immediately baffled the unnamed horned character with red skin. The floating small black robot explained the peculiar phenomenon of jealous babies crying over lovey-dovey parents, a nugget of information the unnamed horned character with red skin seized with triumphant understanding. Mori turned with an innocent, completely unaware he was the unsuspecting target of their absurd new plan. Miria and the unnamed horned character with red skin embraced in an exaggerated show of super great affection, a blatant performance for Mori. Mori's eyes widened in dramatic, spiky-haired shock, a small gasp escaping his lips. The unnamed horned character with red skin cheered, believing their theatrics were finally working, but Miria, ever the pragmatist, still questioned if their performance was truly enough. Miria demanded a more reliable tactic, sending the floating small black robot into a deep, contemplative for an even more drastic solution. Then, a bold holographic display materialized, announcing a strong recommendation for the most extreme form of affection. The floating small black robot paused, its glowing eyes unwavering, deliberately drawing out the suspense. The robot finally uttered the word, kiss, and both the unnamed horned character with red skin and Miria exploded in utter, disbelieving, "What?" The unnamed horned character with red skin sputtered, "You're telling me and Miria to kiss each other?" A question the floating small black robot answered with a blunt, "Yes. That is correct." The unnamed horned character with red skin exploded in righteous indignation, "Don't talk nonsense. You're making stuff up again," but the robot merely dismissed the query, "How should I know? Ask them yourself when you meet one." Mori's persistent hic die abruptly halted their heated, circular argument, reminding them of the true, unyielding crisis. Mori's small voice repeated the weary, unrelenting hic die. The unnamed horned character with red skin mirrored Mori's despair, muttering a haunted hic die in growing, comedic distress. Sweat beaded on the unnamed horned character with red skin's wide-eyed face, a testament to their rapidly unraveling, comedic composure. With Mori's reflection trapped in their distressed eye, the unnamed horned character with red skin dramatically declared, "Ria, I'm about to die." Flop. In a desperate, panicked call, the unnamed horned character with red skin cried out to Miria, who immediately responded with a resolute, if slightly nervous, "Yes." Miria, blushing but determined, confirmed her readiness, steeling herself to lower myself a bit for the impending, awkward task. The unnamed horned character with red skin managed a strained, thanks, as Miria awkwardly positioned herself, both acutely aware of the shared, cringeworthy absurdity. The unnamed horned character with red skin's face was a mask of nervous sweat, the full, comedic reality of Miria's compliance finally sinking in. Miria's resolve remained unwavering, her determined yes, a final, comedic signal of her commitment. The unnamed horned character with red skin dramatically commanded Mori to watch closely, as they initiated the public, an utterly ridiculous, spectacle. The unnamed horned character with red skin's hand met Miria's arm with a nervous, eliciting a telling of her impending surrender. With a slow, hesitant, their faces drew closer, a torturous crawl towards the inevitable, cringeworthy moment. The assembled audience watched, wide-eyed and silently aghast, as the absurd, highly anticipated drama unfolded before them. Both closed their eyes, cheeks flushed in shared, mortified anticipation, bracing for the awkward impact. Their lips were mere inches apart, the air crackling with a frantic beat, a heartbeat of pure, unadulterated tension. Mori's face was a mask of utter, jaw-dropping, perfectly captured shock. Meanwhile, an unknown cloaked figure moved with silent, heavy purpose through the quiet hallway, a wooden barrel clutched tightly in their hands. The figure's mask erupted in crackling blue energy, its internal system screaming, "Threat detected," directed at Master, igniting a fierce, protective instinct. A black blur plummeted with a terrifying, eliciting a shocked, from the penguin-like figure as it crashed towards the floor. With a blinding and a deafening, the mysterious cloaked figure made a dramatic, forceful entrance, erupting into the room with untold power. Their awkward, almost kiss was violently, dramatically interrupted, their faces frozen in stunned anticipation by the sudden, unseen force. A guttural, powerful roar erupted from the mysterious cloaked figure, charged with raw, untamed energy. With a devastating, the mysterious cloaked figure was violently launched away from the mansion, screaming a raw, pained, into the sky. The room lay in chaotic ruins, a brutal silence replacing the comedic tension, leaving everyone but Mori and the robot in a state of sudden, inexplicable unconsciousness. Amidst the devastation, Mori simply called out, "L," a small, bewildered sound that elicited only a quiet, "oh," from the fallen robot. Outside, the world remained beautifully indifferent, dew-kissed leaves glistening in peaceful repose. Mori, now back to his blocks, heard a gentle, unseen voice call his name, inviting him back to the simple, comforting rhythm of everyday life. The sun-drenched halls stretched endlessly, inviting Mori forward. A sliver of light beckoned, drawing Mori's curious gaze into the next room. The red-braided girl's eyes widened with a soft, unfolding wonder. In the grand, sunlit space, the two children found themselves standing face to face. Her face alight, the red-braided girl's joyous cry of "Mori" sparkled with pure delight. Mori's wide, innocent eyes registered a flicker of surprise. His mouth gaped, a hilariously exaggerated shock seizing Mori's entire face. With gleeful abandon, Mori whirled in joyful circles around the red-braided girl, a blur of motion. The red-braided girl enveloped Mori in a tight, affectionate hug, eyes closed in pure happiness. As Mori excitedly chattered about his home, the red-braided girl tenderly brushed his cheek. Mori watched, unseen, as the horned character questioned the live feed's human subject, while the bird-like figure identified him as Mori's closest friend. The horned character thoughtfully explained how they had dispatched a member to the child's home, finally able to facilitate a long-awaited meeting with Mori. In the vast, sunlit room, Mori and the red-braided girl found tranquil comfort in their embrace. The woman, radiating warmth, playfully noted a visible change, while the masked figure stood silently by her side. The red-braided girl, holding Mori's hands, playfully asked about his appetite, eliciting a soft whimper in response. The bird-like figure's glowing white eyes held an intense, silent watch. A gentle sparkle accompanied the red-braided girl's happy hold on Mori's hands. The gentle woman knelt, her warm smile greeting Mori, asking if he was indeed the boy she'd heard so much about. Mori's curious eyes widened at the mention of Radina, clutching his shirt in innocent inquiry. The woman reminded Mori of their past encounter, while the red-braided girl excitedly introduced her as "Mom." A sudden exclamation startled Mori, his eyes wide with surprise. The woman and red-braided girl sat close, a quiet contrast to Mori, who remained thoughtfully distant in the sun's warm glow. Mori's distressed cry, "UWAA," violently startled the horned character, injecting chaotic surprise into the room. A wave of murmuring concern swept over them as the horned and bird-like figures knelt towards a standing Mori. A growing assembly of curious figures, cloaked, horned, and robotic, focused their collective, mild attention on the standing Mori. Amidst Mori's distress and the horned character's confusion, the red-braided girl's pointing prompted a sudden, profound understanding from the bird-like figure. Mori beamed, pointing to himself and joyfully declaring, "Mama." The red-braided girl's eyes widened, filled with utter astonishment. A wave of confusion rippled through the group as the horned and bird-like figures looked down in surprise. A pensive surprise played across the red-braided girl's subtle expression. With a burst of joyful laughter, the red-braided girl warmly proclaimed, "You're Mori's family." United by the red-braided girl's heartfelt declaration, the diverse group of characters, now Mori's family, smiled brightly together. This grand assembly, Mori's family, was a bright realization. The horned and bird-like figures exchanged contented smiles, approving of the familial scene before them. The woman playfully teased Mori about his old shoes, then proudly revealed the red-braided girl's new, cuddly white dress. The woman's curious question hung in the air, leaving Mori momentarily confused. With sparkling enthusiasm, the red-braided girl shouted, "Preschool." The horned character tilted his head in humorous confusion, pondering, "Preschool," as Mori clung tightly. The bird-like figure thoughtfully explained that preschool was simply a place for young humans to receive their essential education. The bird-like figure formally outlined the decision to entrust Mori's education on human society to the Salam shelter, a plan they had all agreed upon. The bird-like figure discussed the practicalities of separate learning spaces by age, assuring it would be both beneficial and formally smooth. A new facility, nearly complete, stood next to the shelter, a peaceful and bright addition to their efforts. As the penguin-like figure carried in a box, the horned and bird-like figures casually discussed Napple's awaited delivery. Mori, in his new outfit and bear-shaped backpack, exclaimed "Tada," with celebratory cuteness. Amidst their awestruck exclamations and excited pointing, an unseen voice calmly urged the emotional figures to settle down. Mori proudly displayed his cleverly designed, shorter cape, while the horned character admired the thoughtful detail. The woman affectionately explained to Mori that he too would now be attending preschool. A light whirl accompanied Mori's steps as he walked with his new backpack. Mori's eyes sparkled with overwhelming joy and innocent wonder. The peaceful, grand villa stood majestically beneath the bright sky. Mori's bear-shaped backpack rested quietly on the wooden floor. Mori padded down the sunlit hallway, his backpack trailing in serene solitude. With playful curiosity, Mori poked inside his backpack using a twig. Mori slept soundly, his head nestled peacefully on his backpack. In the quiet room, the horned and bird-like figures watched over Mori, a peaceful, protective presence. The penguin-like figure tilted its head, an inquiring, "Oh ho ho." Mori whimpered, tears welling in his wide, distressed eyes. Mori's backpack hung drying on the clothesline, a sunny domestic sight. With a light-hearted "Oh ho ho," the penguin-like figure observed a pouting Mori. The horned character and Mori peacefully played on the rug, a calm, domestic scene unfolding. The robot's screen glowed, silently displaying technological data. The horned character gazed in confused wonder at the robot's mysterious holographic data. The horned character intently absorbed the immersive, holographic display projected before him. The glowing hologram presented a symbolic, significant exchange of rings. The horned character's gaze drifted, lost in pensive thought. The horned character absorbed the serene glow of a modern projection. The hologram whispered of vows and futures intertwined. A flicker of surprise crossed the horned character's face, sparking new thoughts. A gentle warmth settled over the horned character, holding Mori close. While Mori and the black-hooded figure slept, the horned character wrestled with restless thoughts under the blue moonlight. In the warm, rustic setting, the horned character sought counsel from the tall cloaked figure, perhaps for a looming decision. Each ring presented a silent, shimmering question. The very idea seemed to short-circuit the horned character's brain. Scratch, scratch. The manor slept beneath a blanket of starlight. A single drop fell, breaking the silent night. The horned character found a fleeting moment of quiet in the kitchen's cool embrace. Pensive eyes peered into the deepening night. The horned character's gaze drifted, searching the vast, silent canvas of night. Then, a distant spark ignited the darkness. Banjak. Intent eyes narrowed, fixing on a sudden urgency. A fiery streak tore across the heavens with a furious schwa. In the silent field, the horned character discovered the strange landing site. A golden enigma pulsed with an inner light. Holding the crystal, the horned character felt the starlit mystery in their hand. The strange artifact held them captive in the vast, silent night. Bright sunlight spilled inward, banishing the night's secrets. Mori's thoughts drifted, envisioning the horned character's gentle smile, a warmth in his heart. Oh oh oh. The horned character presented the glowing crystal, a radiant smile gracing their face. Mori's small world exploded with pure, uncontained delight. The black-hooded figure wondered, while the horned character, holding Mori's hand, pondered the star-fallen crystal's true purpose. Mori's joyous giggles filled the air, a delightful Kaya-Ruruk, as everyone basked in his radiant happiness. A shared, quiet contentment settled as the two figures watched Mori, a small, happy presence. A contemplative gaze rested upon the black-hooded figure, unspoken feelings hanging in the air. The black-hooded figure sank into profound thought, an echo of peace in the room. Oh oh oh. A delicate necklace offered a silent, heartfelt promise. With open, hopeful hands, the horned character made a tender, significant offering to the black-hooded figure. The horned character's earnest gesture conveyed a profound proposal, carefully processed by the black-hooded figure's symbolic interpretations. A nervous glance, a faint blush, betraying rising hopes. Hyul-Kiam. Deep crimson flooded the black-hooded figure's face, overwhelming them with embarrassment. The horned character's surprise morphed into mild concern. A deep, fiery blush consumed the horned character. Hyup hyup. Still slightly flustered, the two journeyed forth, buzzing towards their next destination. Bung bung bung. The black-hooded figure meticulously assessed the packing, ensuring every detail was covered for the journey. Essential supplies for the journey lay neatly arranged within. With the packing complete, the black-hooded figure declared it was time for a peaceful rest. A chorus of goodnights drifted into the tranquil, starry evening. A whispered observation about Mori's sleeping pose drew a surprised, tender reaction from the horned character in the dim blue light. Deep slumber embraced the quiet, sleeping figure. Mori, the black-hooded figure, and the horned character all found peaceful refuge in shared slumber. The black-hooded figure rested in undisturbed tranquility. Mori's desperate wail about a lack of clothes shattered the peace, jolting the black-hooded figure awake with a distressed pibik. The black-hooded figure tiptoed with silent urgency, a soft salgium across the floor. The revised list now showed a crucial increase in spare clothes. The black-hooded figure sat wrapped in pensive determination in the quiet room. Flickering candlelight offered a solitary, fragile comfort. The horned character remained lost in peaceful slumber. Mori's mournful cries ripped through the air, igniting the horned character into a furious, glowing ko-oh. Seething with raw anger, the horned character stormed towards the door. The updated supplies now ominously included a potent means of communication. With every resolute beak, their determination solidified. The tranquil night offered no answers to the brewing storm. A new day dawned brightly over the elegant manor. A cloaked figure with a wide-brimmed hat stood with an imposing presence, surprising onlookers. Emergency rations mingled with hairpins in the impeccably packed bag. The cloaked figure carefully adjusted Mori's backpack, under the watchful gaze of curious onlookers. The cloaked figure's interaction with Mori caused the observing penguin-like figures to sharply flinch. Jill. The cloaked figure decisively rejected all previous arrangements, met with a resigned okay from the dejected horned character. For Mori's safety, the cloaked figure declared themselves the sole escort, summoning someone with a firm command. The silent power of the stone beckoned from beyond the reaching hand. A luminous path dissolved into the great, beckoning unknown. Mori paused at the threshold, wide-eyed with a dawning, silent realization. A diverse assembly of figures waited with hushed, collective eagerness for an arrival. A soft kutiak marked Mori's hesitant step through the uncertain threshold. A single, purposeful boot firmly met the unfamiliar ground. A desperate hyup gave way to a visceral uk, as the character struggled for air. Mori lay utterly still in the vibrant expanse, as soft schwa whispers and faint AAA gasps rippled around his vulnerable form. The vast, serene world stretched before Mori's small, solitary steps. A sudden, joyous Mori snapped him from his peaceful reverie. Overwhelmed by longing, the woman's jubilant Mori echoed across the field, asking how long it had truly been. Huh. Mori thought, a quiet sing of resignation confirming she'd probably do that again, just like before. A sudden, tender warmth enveloped Mori in a world of heartfelt affection. A soft pubba sealed the tender moment upon his brow. Amidst joyous yaap cheers, the woman held Mori, her tears reflecting a profound, overflowing happiness. A pristine bookshelf glowed, promising endless childhood wonders. The expansive playroom radiated a comforting, playful warmth. Mori quietly absorbed the details of his new, spacious domain. A simple, heartfelt wow conveyed his complete wonder. Then, from the doorway, delighted whispers exploded into an excited "It's Mori." The sudden recognition hit Mori like a delightful, unexpected. A whirlwind of "Have you been well?" and class questions swept Mori up in a joyous, Corolla-filled embrace, with a tiny holjiak of shared emotion. The teacher's gentle words guided them, "Let's meet again at break time," and a chorus of "Yes" confirmed their understanding. Within the vibrant classroom, Mori settled into the rhythm of instruction with his new companions. Focused hands shaped vibrant clay and maneuvered toys in quiet, absorbed concentration. Later, shared meals fostered a sense of calm camaraderie among them. As others succumbed to slumber, Mori's eyes remained open in the quiet hush. Mori strode ahead, oblivious to the varied emotional currents flowing behind him. "Are you really sure you can go alone, Mori?" the unseen voice asked, deepening his thoughtful pause. He ventured forth, a small figure choosing his own path across the silent, sprawling green. A quiet glance backward acknowledged the path he'd left. His wide eyes reflected a hint of quiet apprehension. He steadily ascended the vast, undulating green landscape. His gaze lifted, holding a quiet, unsettling concern. The massive, mysterious portal loomed, an imposing gateway to the unknown. Disoriented, he floated in the dark expanse, his form faintly imbued with foreign energy. Mori quietly wondered, he must be on his way, right, clinging to the assurance that it ends at this time. Unseen voices clashed with a stark, "Do not trust that," quickly followed by an urgent "Sh. He's coming, he's coming." A hidden voice reminded them to offer unlimited praise, right, before counting down, intensifying the anticipation for the light's appearance. An explosion of joyous faces and an echoing "Welcome back, Mori," greeted him, a wave of profound relief washing over the assembled group. Their cheerful questions, "Was it fun?" and "Did you meet your friends?" quickly turned to concern at his unexpected distress. A quiet dulceek, then another, signaled Mori's silent, overwhelming sorrow. The horned character uttered, as both adults exchanged utterly perplexed looks. Then, with a wrenching EUA and a prolonged "yeah," Mori's suppressed emotions erupted into raw, shocking tears. Why are you crying, Mori?" the adults urged, their combined "Did something happen?" laced with frantic, anxious comfort. They debated if his adaptation was genuine or if the journey itself was too frightening, the robot concurring, a bit dark and long, as Mori still holjiak ed. With resolute comfort and a soft pubba, the slender figure vowed to pick him up next time, while the horned one promised to speak to the school. With forced cheer, the horned character tried to distract Mori, asking, "Show me too," the dance he learned at preschool. Amidst Mori's kinking whimpers and Kyungsil struggles, the robot quipped, "Why are you asking something from someone who's crying?" A sudden sook and visceral UK broke the silence. The slender figure confirmed, he went in just fine, then efficiently directed the group to complete tasks before his return, in 5 hours. The grand manor stood in serene, timeless majesty under a clear sky. Sunlight poured through an open window, filling the room with quiet peace. Golden light danced across the polished wooden floor, marking the calm passing hours. 3 diligent penguin-like figures moved with quiet industry, each absorbed in their designated household tasks. Engrossed in her studies, the slender figure's hands pulsed with a subtle, golden magic. The horned character intently navigated a complex, glowing green holographic world. "It's so quiet," echoed the horned character's unspoken, solitary thought. "Is it about time to go pick him up?" the horned character pondered, as the robot echoed, "How long has it been?" "It's been 40 minutes, the robot pibig-ed, causing the horned character to erupt, "Huh. It's only been that long." The slender figure remained immersed in her profound, studious world. A blank page offered a canvas for her golden-hued, quiet contemplations. She cast a subtle hilkout at the silently passing hours. Even her inner power seemed to hum with subtle, growing impatience. 5 minutes have passed, she thought, the wait stretching agonizingly. Outside, the manor stood serene beneath an indifferent, shifting sky. Then, a sharp tatak, a second tatak, and a collective, sent startled ripples through the quiet kitchen. With a panicked swick, one figure recoiled dramatically, leaving the others frozen in bewildered alarm. "Guess it was just the window making noise," the figure thought, breaking into an embarrassed, nervous ha-ha. The relentless jegagak of the clock underscored their quiet vigil. The floating robot's green eyes glowed, a silent sentinel measuring their weight. This, then, was what they call separation anxiety, as the entire group collectively endured the long, quiet vigil. A tranquil world lay slumbering beneath a gentle sky. A kind teacher declared lunchtime open, and a chorus of delighted voices eagerly agreed. A perfectly balanced meal awaited small, hungry hands. Mori, utterly absorbed, began his morning feast with focused determination. A small spark of an idea flickered behind Mori's wide eyes, Niang. Pure, unbridled delight shimmered through him at the thought of more. His hunger was a force of nature, quickly consuming his meal with enthusiastic swoops and satisfying MMS. His tray lay abandoned, finished with a decisive thud. A profound sense of contentment settled upon him, jeep jeep. But the last, cherished strawberry vanished with a swift pat. A sudden, startling emptiness registered on his plate. His gaze sharpened, seeking the source of the unexpected absence. Lily, however, simply held her fork, a picture of quiet composure. Then, Lily broke the silence, her simple question cutting through the room's gentle hum. With a flurry of determined gestures and scraping suks, Lily generously piled food onto Mori's tray with a final thud. As if by magic, his plate was whole again, Jajan. Overwhelmed by this unexpected bounty, Mori's joy truly soared. A wave of pure, unadulterated glee escaped him, an exuberant ACK. Lily watched him, her wide eyes holding a subtle, knowing wonder. A shared secret passed between them, even as the teacher's knowing voice cut through the ambient classroom buzz. But Lily's explanation was cut short by the teacher's sharp cry, heavy with impending doom. The teacher's voice boomed, accusing Lily of repeating her generous transgression, eliciting a silent mmm of shock. Lily's innocent denial only fueled the teacher's exasperation, as Mori's piled high plate stood as irrefutable evidence against her. Before the teacher could finish her threat, Lily made a lightning-fast escape, leaving behind a dropped ladle and a shocked hop. The teacher's furious command echoed through the large classroom, leaving Mori utterly bewildered. He was left in a swirl of utter perplexity, a silent question mark hanging over his head. 26. A gentle quiet settled over the playroom, as children found their own small worlds, Mori drawing intently, Lily drifting into slumber. Narration transition. Lily quietly made her way to Mori, a silent inquiry hanging between them. She offered him a yellow crayon, a silent invitation, with a soft suek. Together, they brought their creative worlds to life with a triumphant jajan. A vibrant yellow star shone with a resonant jang. His small world exploded with awe, truly captivated by the luminous drawing. Lily leaned in, her voice hushed, poised to share a confidence amidst the classroom's soft murmur. Then, an off-panel voice abruptly pierced the quiet, posing a curious and unsettling question about Mori's mother. Lily, beaming with pride, declared her own father a celestial being. She gravely explained her knowledge from a book, connecting stars and aliens with undeniable childish logic. Her grand conclusion: they might be relatives, leaving Mori in utter, silent confusion. A distant voice mused about fathers, contrasting Mori's consistent pickup with Lily's perpetually super busy dad, punctuated by a child's tender A yellow star was carefully etched onto the dark expanse. Lily's face fell, reflecting the heavy, unspoken concern surrounding her peculiar situation. Amidst the gentle chatter, Mori leaned in, offering a genuinely tender thought to Lily. In the soft glow of the lantern, their world became a quiet, intimate haven for two young souls. Mori's brow furrowed, lost in profound thought. Lily began to spin a new part of her story, but a furious, disembodied voice brutally cut her short. The boy with brown hair hurled his cruel accusation, a devastating blow to Lily's heart. Lily furiously defended her father's existence, but the boy's relentless taunts intensified the escalating, painful argument. His accusations shifted, questioning her class presence, forcing Lily to defend her tender, unspoken reason for being there. Her voice faltered, betraying the raw hurt of feeling like a vulnerable, small baby. The boy with brown hair's relentless logic pressed down on Lily, twisting the truth into a painful, public accusation of deceit. Lily's desperate defense of her busy, celestial father was met only with the cruel, unyielding epithet of liar. A child passionately defended the star father, but another cold voice delivered the chilling, devastating implication. The cruel word struck her like a physical blow, leaving her utterly terrified. A furious quang and a sharp whack punctuated the sudden, violent retaliation. Lily's raw, unleashed fury erupted, a desperate lashing out against the boy, amidst a terrified kya. Mori's desperate plea for calm went unheard, his hands fidgeting with frantic helplessness. Other children frantically tried to intervene, their desperate shouts swallowed by the spiraling chaos. Pure terror froze Mori's voice, leaving only a choked gasp caught in his throat. In utter despair, Lily roughly pulled at her own hair, a visceral Jill of self-inflicted pain. Lily's profound distress was mirrored, sharp and clear, within Mori's wide eye. The scene exploded into a blur of raw panic, punctuated by furious pababaks and sharp, echoing boks. A huddle of wide-eyed fear clung together, seeking solace in shared terror. Yet, the idyllic calm was brutally shattered by echoing screams, a deafening weijiangchang, and desperate cries for the teacher. The teacher's gaze held an ominous, unyielding sternness, a silent judgment. 3 children stood, visibly chastised, their spirits needial, worn out by the ordeal. Mori stood alone, bearing the silent, weighty label of culprit. The teacher's stern lecture on friendship escalated into a threat of principal intervention, citing a collapsed child. Mori watched, his small face etched with quiet, hesitant uncertainty. A heavy jiabeek sounded, causing both teachers to freeze in startled surprise. Through an open doorway, a new presence announced itself with an unsettling light. A heavy boot landed with a profound teo-yak, signaling an arrival. An ominous, hooded figure stepped through, their glowing eyes radiating a chilling, powerful presence. A new presence stepped into the brightly lit space. The imposing horned figure stood silently in the dim hall, its glowing eyes radiating an unsettling power that even the watchful robot seemed to acknowledge. Yet even this formidable being was caught utterly off guard by whatever it encountered. 2 women instinctively recoiled, their faces etched with raw fear before the towering, silent figure. The horned figure uttered an unintelligible phrase, a language utterly foreign to their ears. With a soft weng, a holographic translator shimmered to life. A sudden movement from the doorway startled the woman in the wheelchair, her attention snapping. The imposing figure's voice cut through the tension, directly questioning the woman in the wheelchair about Mori. Director Bella introduced herself, a hint of confusion in her tone as she mentioned Miria's expected arrival. The horned figure seemed to process a sudden influx of complex information. Shalom simply stated that his wife, Miria, was presently occupied. The revelation that aliens married surprised the women, as Director Bella prepared to recount the day's events. Shalom's own surprise was a clear, sudden jolt. With a quick sook, Shalom made an unexpected gesture towards the children. The children huddled together, a small queuing of nervous apprehension escaping them. A large, gloved hand descended with a firm teak. Shalom knelt, gently holding Mori's head as the boy dutifully bowed, while the other children watched, slightly unsure. Shalom then extended his red-gloved hand with a soft sook, inviting the hesitant children closer. And then, a colorful explosion of candies appeared with a resounding jajajichan. Shalom knelt, patiently offering the unexpected treats to the curious children. Director Bella offered a gentle kutiak, a silent acknowledgement of the gesture. With wide, blushing eyes, the children shyly accepted the unexpected gifts. The teacher encouraged warm, reconciling hugs with a soft kuuk, reminding them to apologize, then directed Mori to retrieve his bag. Mori crouched low, reaching for his familiar bag tucked away on the shelf. One child gasped, a fragment of awesome echoing, while another quietly wept. Suddenly, Mori found himself swarmed by awestruck children, all exclaiming how cool he was. Their voices chimed in a chorus of wonder, describing something impossibly tall, red, and utterly amazing. Then, a probing question cut through the admiration, "Is that Mori's dad?" Mori responded with a firm "Dori Dori," shaking his head decisively. With an innocent, radiant smile, Mori pointed and declared, "Emma." The other children erupted in astonished exclamations, utterly dumbfounded by Mori's revelation. The world dissolved into a swirling vortex of light and shadow, signaling a profound shift in perception. A small hand reached out into the ethereal glow, a desperate yearning for Lily. Lily stirred from her sleep, her wide eyes dazed and confused, reaching out instinctively. The teacher's gentle voice broke through the stillness, welcoming Lily back to consciousness. Her teacher expressed deep concern, attributing Lily's collapse to breathing difficulties, then offered to fetch her a drink. The teacher quietly departed, leaving Lily feeling small and alone in the vast room. A sudden, sharp realization dawned in Lily's wide eyes. Despondent, Lily slid from her bed to curl up, forlorn, on the floor. Driven by a yearning curiosity, Lily climbed onto a stool to reach the window. With a blend of surprise and intrigue, Lily peered out. Back in reality, Shalom carried Mori on his back, striding across the vast field towards a distant, enigmatic black structure. Mori beamed with pure delight, joyfully riding on Shalom's back. Lily watched, pressing her chin tightly with a focused kouke. She remained perched on the stool, gazing out the window with an unspoken longing. Shalom sought clarification from the robot, pondering its definition of wife, with a thoughtful, "I see." The grand, old-fashioned building stood majestically amidst lush trees, bathed in the tranquil light of day. Shalom commented on a pleasant aroma, prompting the penguin-like figure to proudly reveal it was newly brewed tea. Shalom questioned the sudden tea preparation, learning it was for a guest currently meeting with Miria. Shalom mused about Miria's mention of a favor as Mori wriggled with a playful badung in his arms. Shalom announced he would lower the gravity, expecting calm, but Mori reacted with a surprised hieing. "You just said that." Shalom roared in disbelief as Mori, despite his earlier instructions, began to float away, another surprised hieing escaping him. Mori peeked out from behind a door, a happy glint in his eye. A sudden young of surprise erupted from Mori. Mori looked up, his curiosity piqued by the figure in the hazmat suit. The hazmat suit's helmet shifted with a soft sook. Shalom, holding Mori firmly, exclaimed his frustration, "You little, I told you to stay calm." The cloaked figure smoothly invited Shalom to chat, catching him entirely by surprise. The bird-like figure remained poised, while Shalom fumbled into a seat with a hesitant Yoyongbayang. A slender, dark hand moved with a delicate sook. Between them, a swirling, vibrant portal of purple and blue light shimmered into existence. The cloaked figure politely offered the scientist the comfort of removing their hazmat suit, an offer gratefully accepted. A sharp Jeoyak ripped through the air. A shimmering, liquid-like substance slithered with a soft sususuk. With a cheerful, hello, and a sudden pupong, the scientist revealed a glowing, smiling, blob-like head. Shalom gasped in alarm, "What? That guy, he's melting," while the bird-like figure calmly explained the scientist's gravity-sensitive physiology. The scientist confessed Earth's gravity disagreed with him, gratefully acknowledging Miria's help in alleviating his motion sickness. Miria's voice was firm and direct. She had received a message from Napal. She knew the scientist had a specific request waiting. A strained kyok escaped as the scientist's gloved hand clenched with raw emotion. With profound emotion, the scientist confessed to abandoning a child and desperately pleaded for Miria's help to reunite with them. Lilby, a cheerful blue creature, introduced himself with a friendly greeting. Amidst a desolate cosmic expanse, Lilby's kind thrived, their flexible forms perfectly adapted to the harshest gravitational environments. Within the cavernous darkness, he delved, seeking precious byproducts birthed from the very holes in space. Serene and radiant, his existence floated among cosmic wonders. Though a single misstep could erase him from existence, Lilby embraced the perilous mining with a quiet, stubborn pride. His analytical gaze fell upon Earth, a new assignment surfacing in the holographic glow. The lucrative prospect of an Earth mission sparked a thoughtful, internal debate. A vast, new world beckoned, solely to mend a perilous tear in its very fabric. A sudden, visceral wave of distress swept through the space suit, a harsh reminder of Earth's relentless pull. His leader's concern cut through the nausea as Delver struggled, Earth's gravity still proving an unwelcome, debilitating force. A silent promise of relief lingered in the concerned thoughts of a colleague. A metallic shudder marked a brief, urgent pause. Beneath the open sky, the crew emerged, stretching weary limbs in a momentary respite from their enclosed mission. A profound sense of relief washed over Delver as the relentless torment of motion sickness began to recede. A tranquil vista unfolded, momentarily calming his still recovering senses. A strange, wavering object caught his curious eye. The leader's sharp command jolted Delver back to reality, signaling their abrupt departure. The sleek vessel soared away, leaving the tranquil scene behind in a swift departure. Above the scarred landscape, their ship deployed a lifeline, a mechanical arm reaching into the planet's dark wounds. Deep within the cosmic chasm, he floated, a silent sentinel by the guiding tether. Three figures stood, their gazes drawn upward into the vast, crystalline expanse, a shared moment of silent wonder. The quiet basket drifted on, undisturbed by the world moving on. A persistent, nameless curiosity gnawed at him, even as he sought solace in a drink. The ship retreated, a blurred streak against the earth. Trapped within the vessel's confines, Delver was carried onward. The tranquil landscape dwindled, retreating through the panoramic window. Still, the basket remained, a lone, poignant speck upon the water. A cold dread seized him, it was sinking. A solitary drop of despair formed on his visor. His heart warring with his duty, Delver wrestled with the impossible choice of abandoning the mission for a single, desperate impulse. Unaware, the crew pressed forward, their focus unwavering. The basket floated, oblivious to the internal turmoil it caused. A fierce resolve hardened his gaze. With a sharp snap, he rose. The startled cries of his comrades failed to halt his sudden, desperate urgency. The ramp groaned shut with a heavy clatter. He sprinted, a desperate blur tearing towards the water's edge. With a violent splash, he plunged. His gloved hand stretched, a desperate reach for the fading object. Against all odds, he secured his prize. Within, a tiny, innocent life slept, profoundly unaware of its rescue. This fragile encounter in the water marked the profound beginning of their bond, the day his paternal instinct first ignited. Across frozen peaks and endless ice, the distant ship navigated the frigid, lifeless expanse. A crystal snapped, yielding its ethereal bounty. Exhilarated by their successful haul, the miners eagerly envisioned triple profits from deeper veins. A sharp, insistent beep cut through their ambitious plans. Against insistent protests and tempting promises, Delver broke away, driven by an unseen, undeniable urgency. Frustration simmered, yet the calmer voice advised letting the eccentric one pursue his path. A rapid dash echoed through the sterile halls. Impatience pulsed as decontamination cycles slowly churned. A crisp signal announced its clean completion. The door hissed open, revealing a new vista. His surprise bloomed into pure joy at the sight of her patient presence. Tiny arms reached out, brimming with innocent delight. With heartfelt apologies, Lilby offered immediate comfort and the promise of a shared meal. His keen, parental gaze scanned the diagnostic data, confirming her health while attributing a minor fluctuation to an emotional outburst. With a joyful laugh, he celebrated her thriving health, calling her his precious, shining star. A sudden, startled shriek punctured the quiet welcome. Lilby expressed deep gratitude for the shared care, an appreciation humbly returned by the other, equally devoted guardian. Amidst playful banter about Lily's monstrous energy, their shared, affectionate bond for the child shone brightly. They marveled at Lily's uncanny ability to distinguish them, a connection defying even their species' own indistinguishable appearances. A warm, tender feeling swelled within him. A quiet mention of a package broke the tender domestic scene. A rustle of cardboard announced the surprisingly swift arrival of something eagerly awaited. A triumphant flourish revealed the eagerly anticipated, personal indulgence. Then came the practical revelation, his long-awaited fabric materials. Lilby's pure excitement contrasted with the amusing anecdote about ordering textiles for a species that traditionally wore none. With joyous abandon, he envisioned a parade of beautiful garments for Lily, discarding the old scraps forever. A mobile gently spun, mirroring the enchanting cosmic dance outside. In the quiet warmth of their home, he held Lily close, wrapped in gentle care. Under dim lights, he worked tirelessly, a quiet guardian watching over her slumber. He sat, a patient, nurturing presence, as she quietly observed her surroundings. Laughter echoed as three devoted guardians engaged in joyful, boisterous play with Lily. Lily bubbled with pure, unadulterated delight. Curled on his body, Lily slept soundly, enveloped in profound peace. Surrounded by vibrant cheer, they shared a moment of profound contentment, bathed in the aurora's glow. As an off-panel voice questioned his path, Lilby gazed out, contemplating his quiet future. A profound question hung in the air, challenging all intentions. Amidst the cosmic vastness, Delver silently absorbed the query. A silent tension mounted, worry beating on Delver's form. The cosmic expanse seemed to dwarf his solitary resolve. An unseen voice directly questioned his choices, declaring the child human. Delver remained a silent, contemplative figure, processing the weighty revelation. The voice pressed on, challenging Delver's perceived selfishness in the child's upbringing. With ethereal clarity, the unseen speaker accused Delver of a selfish attachment. The accusatory voice questioned if Delver intended a lifetime of confinement. Concerns deepened about Delver's growing attachment, and Shalom glowed in silent turmoil. The unseen voice challenged the child's happiness, surrounded by an ethereal crystalline realm. Delver's blob-like form reached for the space-suit's helmet, hinting at a pivotal decision. An unseen speaker confronted Delver, wondering if a small room would define a child's universe. Mori's tiny, cartoonish form stood within the cold, outlined confines of his world. Whoosh and rumble accompanied an urgent cry, jarring Delver from his thoughts. Another companion expressed concern, inquiring if a nightmare had caused Delver's heavy breathing. The comrade suspected a recent conversation lingered, troubling Delver's quiet thoughts. 3 shadowy figures stood in the cosmic blue, reiterating the persistent, ethereal question. His comrade urged him to unburden his mind, reminding Delver of his invaluable role. The beeps signaled the end of their reprieve as a comrade suggested returning to duty. Delver and another space-suited figure traversed the desolate, cratered expanse. An urgent call from the leader shattered the moonscape's silence. The leader's dire warning of a critical problem captured Delver's complete attention. Huff, huff, Delver's powerful strides ate up the distance. Huff, huff, the physical exertion continued, pushing Delver forward. Lilby vented her acute embarrassment over the gravity incident, it spread mortifying. Another creature expressed relief for Lilby's safety and inquired about the recovery timeline. Lilby stoically acknowledged the inherent dangers of their profession, despite the creature's concerns. The friend playfully offered to handle Lilby's affairs and consume her drinks should she fall. But then, the companion erupted in laughing delight, revoking their offer dramatically. A space-suit wearer stood in silent observation, their back turned to an unseen event. Lilby calmly explained the child slept, extending sincere thanks for the prompt arrival. Mori slept soundly, a picture of innocence with a pacifier nestled against his lips. Lilby stood watch, a silent guardian gazing down at the sleeping child. Lilby's glowing eyes held a tender, contemplative gaze. Mori's tiny hand gently grasped Lilby's, a tender bond solidified. Mori's small foot found a comforting resting place upon Lilby's soft form. A single tear traced a poignant path down Mori's sleeping cheek, touched by Lilby's presence. Lilby sat with bowed head, lost in quiet thought beside the child's bed. Delver and the white-coated scientist stood in silent communion beneath the starry expanse. Delver held the peacefully sleeping Mori, a picture of quiet, protective tenderness. Stunned, the white-coated scientist turned, observing Delver with silent intensity. Mr. Ember received a poignant reminder about human infancy and fading memories. Whoosh! The white-coated scientist entrusted Mori's care to Delver with solemn words. Even though Lily left his side, he did not stop looking after Lily. Holographic displays of human anatomy suggested a continued, scientific vigilance. Lilby envisioned future toys for the child, a scarcity she vowed to remedy. Lilby clutched a card detailing a frilly dress project, rated with moderate difficulty. A soft blush bloomed on Lilby's form, eyes wide with anticipation. His room, now adorned with baby clothes, echoed the narration, because Lily was his baby. An off-panel voice erupted in excitement, sensing Lily's photo was imminent. Jumping with excitement, Lilby explained her half-day off for the impending delivery. Yuto expressed frustration for not being informed earlier, while Lilby calmly explained the delay. Thump and Slide announced the package's arrival, exciting Lilby. His comrade eagerly demanded to see the contents later, and Lilby playfully promised. Grab and Squish, his comrade tried to seize the package, but Lilby insisted on hygiene. Lilby sat, cradling the newly delivered cardboard box with quiet anticipation. Lilby's hands delicately began the unwrapping, a moment of profound anticipation. Rustle. Lilby held the photograph, her eyes wide with overwhelming emotion. Lilby's face was a canvas of pure, unadulterated awe and wonder. The photograph revealed a beaming Lily, clutching a star wand in joyful innocence. Lily's infectious, broad smile radiated pure happiness. Lilby gazed at the cherished image, surrounded by her domestic decor. The metal surface was a mosaic of cherished memories, adorned with photos of children. A mobile danced gently, suggesting a tender, child-filled space. A soft, woven basket hinted at a peaceful, comforting sanctuary. Lilby stared out, her thoughts lost in a pensive, inward journey. From that day on, the news of Lily ceased, leaving Lilby in quiet solitude. The cold, desolate moonscape stretched beneath a silently hovering spacecraft. Crack. A cargo crate overflowed with glowing blue crystals, hinting at recent activity. The leader marveled at Delver's astonishing mining speed, labeling him a workaholic. The leader recounted Delver's reckless past dive into the depths, causing anxious concern. Delver stood silent and expressionless, a stoic figure against the starry void. Clunk. Delver stepped through the doorway, a new space awaiting. Red light signaled the start of decontamination as Delver prepared to enter. Delver stood upright in the stark, sterile room, the process completed. A transparent screen displayed a functional message, "Transfer complete." The stark white panel boldly declared, "Transfer complete." Delver reacted with a surprised, taken aback by an unseen event. The stark notification confirmed a pivotal transfer had concluded. Delver, the character in the white space suit with a blue helmet, reeled, utterly blindsided by the implications of the message. Unaware of the brewing storm, the character in the white space suit with a blue helmet sauntered in, inviting Ember for a casual drink, oblivious to the impending confrontation. Delver pressed the other character in the white space suit with a blue helmet, Yupo, about a mysterious package sent from their account, feeling a prickle of unease. Delver listened as Yupo explained the parcel was intended for Lily, a detail that should have been innocuous but now felt foreboding. A sudden, sickening realization hit Delver, propelling them towards the door with a desperate quang. The glowing holographic data displayed the innocent image of a child's dress, a stark contrast to the growing dread. "What have you done?" Delver accused, his voice thick with dismay, as Yupo, bottle still in hand, simply couldn't fathom the reason for such a visceral reaction. Delver's fury erupted, a raw, uncontrollable roar against Yupo's careless disregard for consultation. Delver's voice cut through the air, demanding the other character in the white space suit with a blue helmet grasp the enormity of his thoughtless deed. Yupo, agitated, confessed his actions were born from an overwhelming, suffocating frustration. Delver unleashed a torrent of accusations, pointing to the hidden boxes of Lily's belongings, demanding to know why Yupo clung to them if he couldn't bear to keep them. Yupo countered, his own pain erupting, asking if he had been consulted when Lily was sent away, asserting his aching loss for the little monster. Yupo's frustrated gesture conveyed a profound, personal wound, the cruel denial of a final farewell. "You jerk." Yupo's voice cracked with raw emotion, pleading for the basic decency of a goodbye he had been robbed of. Delver looked down, a profound sadness settling, as he prepared to utter the painful truth about Lily. Delver, turning away, stated his unwavering conviction, Lily deserved a childhood filled with unadulterated happiness. The character in the white space suit with a blue helmet, Mr. Mulber, cradled the infant, a tender, cosmic guardian under the stars. With a decisive KWAAK, Delver's fist clenched, steeling his resolve to protect Lily from any memory of a miserable, cramped existence. Humans often forget their earliest days, a time when Lily reached out in pure, unburdened joy. "Ordinary," Delver declared, his voice unwavering, convinced that Lily's world must contain only the brightest, happiest memories. With a desperate quang and a choked waak, the character in the white space suit with a blue helmet clutched his own helmet, overwhelmed by crushing distress. "You idiot!" Delver screamed, shoving Yupo in a violent outburst, convinced he had shattered everything. The two characters in white space suits wrestled on the sterile floor, their struggle a stark, silent testament to shattered bonds. That day, Delver realized his anger at Yupo hid a deeper, agonizing fear, that Lily might remember the one who had abandoned her. The memory was stark, a small Lily, isolated and frail, on a clinical bed. The unbearable fear was that Lily would carry the weight of that memory, and in time, she might come to resent him. The most chilling fear of all, that she might resent me. The blue, blob-like creature sat in silent witness to the charged atmosphere. The blue, blob-like creature tilted its head, a silent question hanging in the air. The blue, blob-like creature moved closer, its curiosity piqued by the stacked crates. Within the crate lay a woven basket, a small, unexpected echo of warmth. The blue, blob-like creature observed the basket, realizing Yupo had painstakingly organized everything by date, a silent, poignant act. Among the faded photographs, a smiling baby Lily radiated pure, unblemished joy. With a soft SSUUK, the blue, blob-like creature gently touched the innocent face of baby Lily in the photograph. The blue, blob-like creature looked away, a wave of profound sadness washing over him. The blue, blob-like creature reached for the glowing holograms, asking if they contained Lily's complete health records. As the holographic data shimmered with a foreboding jijijik, a chilling truth began to unfold before the blue, blob-like creature. Ha! The blue, blob-like creature uttered, a cold dread seeping into its core. While he had turned away, willfully ignorant, his little star had been fading, slowly losing her battle. The bitter truth, laid bare in the glowing data, was that Lily had been slowly dying, unnoticed. After the devastating discovery, he recalled how, despite his persistent efforts, he could never truly reach them again. The unnamed horned character with red skin, pondering deeply, mused about Salam's entry into division, while the black hooded figure listened intently with a quiet kung. The character in the white space suit with a blue helmet bowed his head, a heavy burden of guilt, acknowledging Lily's initial frailty was entirely his own fault. If only, he thought, a deep and aching regret burning within him. If only he had checked on Lily sooner, the image of a small, solitary basket adrift on calm waters haunting his mind. A sharp, painful memory of baby Lily crying and reaching out, clung to him with a quiet chalsak. The blue, blob-like creature lay with baby Lily sleeping peacefully upon him, consumed by the crushing regret of having ever taken her with him. The blue, blob-like creature watched Lily with a tender, anxious gaze, the mobile above her a silent witness to his worry. "I'm scared," the character in the white space suit with a blue helmet choked out, his fist clenching with a desperate guahak, "that I may never, ever see Lily again." He sank to his knees, utterly broken, begging the black-hooded figure with long white hair and dark face and the unnamed horned character with red skin for their help. Tears streamed down his helmet as he admitted his shameless, selfish plea, yet still, he begged. From above, his desperate plea echoed, "Please, just once, help me see Lily with my own eyes." Since Nap Pal had sent him, the black-hooded figure with long white hair and dark face considered, his story was likely true. But what if, the black-hooded figure wondered, his eyes glowing with intense scrutiny, he harbored a deeper, darker intention beyond merely seeing her face? The unnamed horned character with red skin, ever cautious, directly asked how they could be certain he wouldn't simply abduct the child. I would never." "Absolutely not," the blue, blob-like creature exclaimed, sweating, absolutely indignant at the reckless suggestion. "I was going to, you know," the unnamed horned character with red skin declared with a mischievous grin, his honesty punctuated by a playful dang, quickly adding he hadn't in the end. The blue, blob-like creature sighed, resigned to the fact that Lily, so young then, likely wouldn't remember him, and perhaps, it was better that way. The black-hooded figure with long white hair and dark face stated gravely that entering Salam's domain was no trivial matter. Since Salam had entered division, the black-hooded figure explained, all dominion fell under the judge's cosmic authority. Nap Pal, the black-hooded figure continued, was responsible for the administrative duties. Their pack, he lamented, had been granted only limited passage rights, with strict caps on entry numbers. The black-hooded figure with long white hair and dark face meticulously laid out the complex logistical labyrinth, approvals for the protection facility, and lengthy internal procedures to bring the character in the white space suit with a blue helmet under their oversight. The black-hooded figure with long white hair and dark face spoke directly to the character in the white space suit with a blue helmet, his voice low and serious. Seeing Lily's rapid decline, the black-hooded figure worried she might not last long, a silent thought echoing that human babies were truly so fragile. The frail, delicate hand spoke volumes of life's precarious hold. The black-hooded figure with long white hair and dark face turned away, deep in thought, seeking a solution. With a sudden BOLTTOK, the unnamed horned character with red skin startled upright, an unexpected shift in the room's tension. "Give me some time," the black-hooded figure with long white hair and dark face said with quiet resolve, looking at the unnamed horned character with red skin. The black-hooded figure with long white hair and dark face declared his unwavering commitment to find a solution. The black-hooded figure with long white hair and dark face instructed Ryder, the unnamed horned character with red skin, to lead Mr. Telber, the character in the white space suit with a blue helmet, to his old room, an order Ryder quickly acknowledged. Then, the black-hooded figure with long white hair and dark face trailed off with a soft "oh," while Ryder studied the glowing object in his hand, lost in thought. A small, innocent hand lay peacefully clutched in sleep. A double dose of surprise, a quiet asterisk. Enveloped the young boy, Mori, and the blue, blob-like creature as their eyes met. Mori's eyes widened with innocent wonder, a silent BBAN of pure curiosity. The blue, blob-like creature looked down at the boy, utterly bewildered by the unexpected encounter. Mori's face lit up with radiant joy, his eyes sparkling with pure enchantment, a delightful nangjak filling the air. The character in the white space suit with a blue helmet tilted their head, a silent question lingering in the warm, elegant room. Mori's heart swelled with pure delight, every fiber of his being twinkling with unbridled joy. In the soft glow, Mori carefully pressed his tiny hand against the spacesuit character's gloved palm, a simple gesture of innocent connection. Mori, unable to contain his burgeoning joy, eagerly reached up, seeking further connection from the patiently waiting character. A sudden, blissful snuggle from Mori, perched atop the spacesuit character's head, sent waves of cartoonish shock rippling through the two horned onlookers. As the horned figures shrieked in frantic disbelief, Mori merely hugged tighter, blissfully unconcerned by their panicked warnings. The spacesuit character, in innocent curiosity, wondered aloud if stray stardust had found its way onto Mori. With an ethereal twinkle, the spacesuit character revealed hands perpetually dusted with shimmering stardust, a persistent, otherworldly residue of their profession. Mori's small face erupted in an utterly charmed gasp, his eyes wide with sparkling, heart-filled wonder. "Stop, Mori," a desperate voice suddenly cut through the muted air. Two penguin-like figures paused before the heavy double doors, one raising a flipper as if to announce their imminent arrival. One penguin lamented Mori's situation with mournful sighs, while the other acknowledged the profound complexities of the matter. The robot's hopeful suggestion of inviting Lily was met with the penguin's grave explanation of past judgments, rendering it impossible. The penguin mused over the idea of Mori inviting Lily as a friend, a sugary sweet vision of innocent joy painted across the mind's eye. The penguin meticulously outlined the insurmountable difficulties of orchestrating such an invitation, receiving a quiet acknowledgement from the small robot. Then, a sharp, alarming thud abruptly broke the silence. A sudden, bright flash sent the startled penguin-like figures scrambling away in a panicked rush, their retreat keenly observed by the floating robot. Shalom, emerging into the bright room, voiced his surprise at an unexpected presence. The robot playfully suggested louder pronouncements, only for Shalom to retort, deadpan, that it had clearly been eavesdropping. The grand mansion stood cloaked in the mysterious shroud of night, its towering silhouette a beacon of isolated majesty against the starlit sky. The blue, blob-like creature stood vigil in the moon-kissed stillness of the bedroom, its form a quiet silhouette in the dim light. A sudden, sharp rap at the door made the creature jump, its eyes widening in startled surprise. Shalom offered a new blanket, eliciting an overwhelmed response from the blue, blob-like creature, who insisted it was already far more than deserved. Shalom admitted his surprise, revealing he hadn't anticipated such ready agreement to help. The blue, blob-like creature acknowledged the substantial risks involved, explaining their practical decision to mitigate future complications. Shalom's eyes glowed with a solemn intensity as he revealed Miria's profound empathy stemmed from having personally witnessed Mori's death. The creature's eyes widened into twin points of pure disbelief, a silent question hanging heavy in the air. Shalom's voice echoed across a cosmic void, reflecting on the profound understanding gained from a personal encounter with the judge. Miria's very essence screamed, every cell vibrating with a visceral terror at the judge's true, terrifying nature. Shalom clarified that the judge's visions were no mere illusions. In that brief, harrowing moment, Miria had truly witnessed Mori's ultimate demise. Shalom quoted Miria, explaining her willingness to help stem from the primal instinct to protect her own child above all else. Miria wore a subtle, knowing smirk as Shalom revealed Mori had been smiling in his final, fleeting moments. Shalom's narrative continued, painting a vivid picture of that anguish-filled final moment as Miria clutched the child. Shalom recalled Mori's gaze fixed upon him, a memory amplified by Miria's intense, unwavering stare back. The blue, blob-like creature sank into silent, weighty contemplation. The fireplace crackled with comforting warmth, casting dancing orange light upon the room. Miria sat in the rocking chair, absorbed in her reading, bathed in the soft, crackling glow of the hearth. Young Mori slumbered, utterly at peace in the gentle, warm light. Miria's white eyes glowed intensely as she deciphered the ethereal script radiating from the ancient text in her hands. The blue, blob-like creature quietly observed Miria, engrossed in her reading by the flickering firelight. With evident distress, the blue, blob-like creature hesitantly began to disclose its urgent message. Miria's glowing eyes fixed, unwavering, revealing the depth of her serious contemplation. The comforting fire crackled softly beside a stack of waiting books. A gloved hand presented a small vial, its yellow liquid gleaming with silent significance. Miria inquired about the vial's contents, and Delver identified the mysterious yellow liquid as crushed run-run. The blue, blob-like creature confessed its deep helplessness concerning Lily's rapidly deteriorating health. Back then, the creature recalled, it had spent a month's pay on run-run, administering it whenever Lily fell ill, witnessing her quick, miraculous recovery. The creature revealed its reluctance to speak sooner, fearing the run-run was prohibited, having been delivered in secret. Seeing the run-run, Miria announced, had sparked a fresh idea within her. Humans, Miria explained, often imbued specific dates with special meaning, like the upcoming Children's Day for young ones. Miria recalled that Shalom himself once spearheaded such gift-giving events, fostering a festive spirit among the children. With Nap-Pal, Shalom's sole remaining delegate, overwhelmed by his duties, Miria revealed they had proposed to handle the event themselves. Miria confirmed, with quiet satisfaction, that Nap-Pal had granted his full and unequivocal approval. So, Miria proposed, they would organize a small event on this special day. Their plan, Miria explained, involved playful mascot costumes, special run-run snacks, and generous gift distributions, all visualized by the floating robot. Miria stated that both she and Zyle were excluded, their appearances deemed potentially too unsettling for young children. Miria announced Ryder and Nap-Pal would lead the operation, with additional temporary personnel already granted approval. Miria informed Delver he would join as a temporary transport worker, prompting a flash of surprise in his wide eyes. Delver's small fist clenched tight, a silent testament to his burgeoning resolve. Miria observed Delver's determined stance, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. The blue, blob-like creature sat in the quiet, late-night dimness, a small light casting shadows across its solitary form. A troubled rub of its head suggested the creature's deep discomfort or profound ponderings. The floating robot startled the creature with a sudden question, eliciting a sharp, frightened shriek. The robot offered a swift apology for its unannounced entry, which the startled creature quickly brushed aside. The robot identified the book as a human language primer, and the creature proudly revealed it as a gift from Miria. The blue, blob-like creature pondered despondently, questioning the utility of such an education at this late stage. The robot optimistically suggested Lily might still remember it, but the creature sadly admitted it held no such hopeful expectations. The robot, undeterred, proposed writing a letter, suggesting they practice together, completely oblivious to the creature's internal lament that it wasn't being heard. The robot then posed a poignant question, what single message would the creature most wish to convey to Lily? The blue, blob-like creature paused, grappling with the weight of unarticulated emotion before beginning to speak. A vast, star-dusted night sky gazed in through the grand, multi-paned window. The mansion now basked under a clear, bright sky, its grand form radiating a cheerful, welcoming air. Shalom's green eyes, partially visible, hinted at his watchful presence in the elegant room. Miria announced Mori's successful start at preschool, prompting Shalom to eagerly suggest preparations for the event, complete with snacks and mascot costumes. The character in the white space suit with a blue helmet stood with a bowed head, an air of quiet pensiveness about them. A black boot was planted firmly on the polished floor, unyielding. With a shuddering slide, the spacesuit character collapsed to the floor, left in a dazed heap. Shalom's deliberate footsteps echoed as he stood, a silent, imposing figure, over the fallen spacesuit character. Delver's wide eyes focused intently as Miria's voice, off-panel, laid out a crucial condition. Miria explained that for the children's absolute safety, a safeguard was imperative, protecting against unforeseen circumstances. Miria revealed a powerful gravitational distortion would hum into existence around Mori's portal, buzzing with intricate energy. This barrier, Miria stressed, would be uniquely calibrated, impacting Delver alone, while leaving all others untouched. Delver listened, his concern deepening, as Miria detailed the distortion's steadily increasing power. Miria further explained the distortion's intensifying danger. The closer Delver came to the portal with any human child other than Mori, the stronger its pull. At the moment that boundary was crossed, Miria warned, every cell in his body would shatter, utterly ceasing to exist. Miria's voice became stern, he must never, under any circumstances, cross that threshold with Lily. Miria delivered one final, unyielding command, he must never, ever, exceed that critical, invisible limit.